and the removal to El Salvador was therefore illegal. Page 1.
No.
Interesting.
That the prison conditions in El Salvador leads to inmates being tortured, and El Salvador does nothing about their prison conditions. Why would I believe that it's not the same in 2025?
Why would it be different?
I agree. You're claiming that somehow it's different.
It is. It can be. How do you know? Are you personally going down there?
So how many cigarettes do I need to
Hearsay.
smoke in order to make life as enjoyable as it is for you?
It's hearsay.
Atlanta?
Yeah.
Goddamn blacks.
Fuck, Jackson! Can't say shit like that!
Look it up. I'm not going to do your research for you.
You're not gonna do any research.
Do you think it's acceptable for the president-elect of the United States to get on national television and drink?
What?
Do you have a job?
Yeah, I have a job.
What's your job?
His job is going to the mailbox and picking up the disability checks.
I could insult your girly haircut, but I mean, shave it like a
Yeah,
man.
I can't insult your haircut though.
Sounds to me as if you are rather big on bills. Is that fair to say?
I think that the legislative should be legislating and not the executive.
So, I'm going to disagree on that. But what I would want to say is.
I don't know. It's really cool because I mean, like, I've been streaming for a while, since probably about 2020. But I took a break and then came back whenever the election was coming up. That's when I like started actually putting effort back into my content a little more. When I started like reading, and instead of like being scared to read or being afraid of like not reading the right thing, I just actually started reading and doing the work to be a more politically informed person, and seeing that, you know, it's starting to build a little community, or that, like, you know, I'm building a community of people that like to do the boring reading, or like to hear about the boring reading, or, you know, coalesce around liberal values, or you know, rule of law. I think it's really cool, and it feels really nice that people like come back and watch like full streams of mine. Like, I've been streaming for 2 hours. I think Fluzzy's been here the whole time. Like, that's so sick. Consistent, like, people that I recognize in my comment sections. That's so cool. And I know it's like only 500. Like, this isn't gonna be like a job. Probably. I don't think this is ever going to transition into something that I do full time. But for like a hobby, it's really fun to have people watch. I hope that, you know, whenever people watch me, they learn some stuff, and I think that I've been told a couple times that does happen, so that's really nice. Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy, and it's only 500. I know this is like corny to give for like 500 people, but also think about like 500 people in this room wouldn't fit. Like, that's really fucking cool, you know? Like, I know that people like get kind of desensitized to these numbers, but like 500 people, and like not only 500 people, but like concurrent viewers as well, like people who come back for the content. It's really sick. Yerp. Yeah, yerp indeed. I appreciate everybody a lot, and the fact too that like I went from, you know, I like when I was bored in like 2020, I would watch debates with people like Destiny and Pisco and Rob Noerr and like all these people, and I've talked to a ton of them now. Like, I've talked to Pisco, I've talked to Wick, I've talked to I've technically talked to Destiny, although I didn't record it. I've talked to Rob, I've talked to like a lot of these people, which is like crazy to think about, because I watched those people and I got to talk to them, and it's really cool. But yeah, I appreciate everybody watching a lot. I appreciate everybody watching a lot. I appreciate everybody coming back consistently. It feels really nice to see everybody and to build connections in this little community and live through this fucking dog shit presidency and make fun of MAGA people together and feel smart for dunking on the lowest common denominator that ends up dictating all of national policy. So we'll have fun doing that together, hopefully. But yeah, I appreciate everybody.
Happen is Trump's gonna just issue Article 1, Section 9. That's what he's gonna do. He's just gonna do it, and there's nothing the Supreme Court or any Congress member or anybody can do about it. That's what's gonna happen.
I feel like, but
because
really...
it's just getting ridiculous, because he's being stopped at every turn he makes. He can't take a single step.
Well, on the grounds,
without
these are appropriate grounds, though, and you agreed that these were appropriate grounds.
But you know what's also constitutional and appropriate is Article 1, Section 9, Clause 2. That's also appropriate.
That's not morally appropriate, though. That's the problem.
I don't care about the morale here. I'm saying legally, we can just jump right into it, man.
You don't care about the morality
play games
of that?
with everything. At the end of the day, do I care about morality like in my own life? Sure, but I care about what's legally allowed and not allowed.
What about the morality in these people?
Well, here's the thing. I don't care. They're not legal citizens. That's the thing.
So they're
not
like
here
people?
legally. No, they're definitely people. They're just not legal citizens. Did I say they're not people? Are you going to put words in my fucking mouth now?
You're saying that we don't owe them any moral consideration.
I don't think so. I care about Americans first. I don't care about these people. That sounds a lot
like they're not people. That they don't have any moral consideration.
That's ridiculous, dude. Do you believe in borders?
I want to jump in here and say one thing. This whole conversation coming from this quote from Trump about Mexican genes is actually taken way out of context, as they
That's not. I didn't even cite that quote. That quote never even came up.
That was what was brought up.
Nope. I don't know how this got brought up, frankly.
You said him saying that they have violence in their genes. You were talking about Trump saying that.
No, I was talking about. I was talking about Donald Trump appointing Stephen Miller to a senior advisor role.
No, I think you're going back on it because there was the quote about Mexicans having violent tendencies because of their genes.
If any of you guys want to rewatch the fucking hour-long opening statement I gave, I didn't bring up that quote a single time.
I'm not talking about your opening statement. I'm talking about right before we came into this, and then that's what the conversation. I mean, Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong.
How would that conversation have come up? By me bringing it up?
The YouTube vid's still there. We can just look at it.
Yeah, we could rewind. That quote never got brought up. Ever.
Okay, I'm gonna double check it, but just in case it does, he was talking about murderers having a genetic predisposition to violence, not Mexicans specifically. So,
thank you.
Does it really matter if you said it? Because I'm pretty sure you believe it.
Does it matter if I said the thing that you're attacking me for saying? Yes, that does. That matters a great deal. It matters.
Came up with this out of thin air. I'm gonna give me 1 second. I'll see if I can. Hey, Rinyal, do you want to see the quote of you saying that?
Yes, I would really love to. Yeah.
Okay, I hope that my mic can pick it up a little bit.
Stephen Miller,
can you guys hear this?
Refugees being the death of the white world.
All right, wait for it.
And referencing a book that has a whole scene about
referencing a book
to death, kind of playing on the idea that these brown people are a threat to the white women.
Here it comes.
I think that may speak a little bit to racism, or saying that it's in Mexican people's genes to be more violent. It's a little racist.
Or saying it's in Mexican people's genes to be more violent.
Do you recall
that was taken out of context?
Do you recall the name that I said right at the beginning of the clip that you played into the microphone?
Yeah, you said Donald Trump.
He's talking about Stephen
Miller. Are you deaf? I said Stephen Miller right at the beginning of the clip that you just played.
Okay, hold on.
The
The context was that Donald Trump brought on Stephen Miller, and then he started going into what Stephen Miller.
Okay, fair enough.
That's exactly what I said, but I reframed it. Yeah, true.
Okay.
But the quote's still there. You had that.
Yeah,
that's true.
Anyway,
I wanted to challenge Ringgold.
How do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning seditious conspirators who attacked police officers with deadly weapons?
They attacked police officers with deadly weapons. Huh?
Correct. Yes. They were charged with it.
Did you know it's actually been proven that there were FBI agents in the crowd that were?
Did you know that that's not true, and you're citing a report that you didn't read?
Oh no, it's actually true.
No, it's actually not. Can you cite me the report that says that?
No, you may find it.
Yeah, I can cite you the report that says that, but it's not saying what you think it says. I can promise you right now that you are not going to find a document that says there are FBI agents on the ground. You're going to hear that there are FBI something. I can tell you what that term is. See, here's the thing that really pisses me off, is that MAGA just repeats talking points that they hear on the news or from their bullshit Russian handlers, but they don't know what they're talking about. Like the fact that you cited me, cited
Russian handlers, and Russia had nothing to do with promoting Hillary Clinton.
Had nothing to do with promoting Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, and what president has
So
stood up to Russia?
I'm just wondering. How'd that research go on the FBI involvement? What'd you find?
I'm not sitting in front of
What were you gone doing? What were you gone doing?
No.
The theory that you came up with that the Dominion machines were hacked isn't even conceivably possible without physical entry into the machines.
Completely around if you thought they could be hacked, and you're like, well, it hasn't happened yet, so don't worry about it.
You need physical access to the machine. Chewy, you just don't understand how these machines work, and it's really easy to get scared about a mysterious system.
Did they run through the same technology that IP and our security and stuff does in like CIA, FBI? Same shit.
No, they
just
don't.
a different computer.
No.
Yeah, they do. Okay, when they take all of the boards back or whatever they take from
this is why I made this. This is why I made this comparison. It's like, don't you feel like your microwave could get hacked because your computer can? No.
Are you comparing our voting machines to a microwave?
It's my impression that the Dominion voting machines are not these like incredibly high sophistication machines that are connected to the internet.
That gather information that's collected after voting. This is exactly what they are. I don't know why you're having a hard time with this.
Do you understand that Dominion has come out and said, do you understand that Dominion has come out and said, do you understand? I'm going to keep repeating myself until you let me ask my question. I'm going to keep asking this, or repeating myself until I get to ask this question. I'm going to keep repeating myself until I get to ask this question. Do you understand that Dominion came out and said that the only way for you to hack this machine is if you had physical access to the back of the machine, and that they print paper trails for the votes that they count through the Dominion machines? Do you understand that?
Do you understand Dominion built the machine?
Okay, so you're just not going to answer that.
I'm just wondering. It's like me saying, "Do you understand my Ford Escort could never blow a balloon?"
Who do you think?
It's got these special,
who do you think understands the machine more? Who do you think understands the machine more? You or
you're
Dominion?
Saying you can plug into the back of the machine, but it could never be hacked? Is that what you're saying?
You plug into the back of the machine through physical access to the machine.
Okay. So how are they collecting the?
That's what I just said.
Right. So it can be hacked, obviously, because you can plug into the back
with physical access to the machine. Are you not listening?
So okay, so you're saying that they don't collect
you can't hack into the machine without physical access to the machine. And if somebody is fucking plugging shit into the voting machine, all of the poll watchers are going to be like, "Oh, hey, that's not normal. We should probably stop this guy from fucking plugging into the machine."
You think they had like 24-hour surveillance around the machines right after?
While they're voting, yes, that's what poll watchers are.
I didn't say while they're voting. I've been talking about after when they're collecting all of the information from them.
Yes. That's
so you don't
what they are.
You don't think anybody could have messed with any digital machine in the future then? Because of that reason. Those are your reasons. I'm just wondering, do you think anybody could mess with these?
This is a solution in search of a problem. Unless you think that there's going to be like these fucking cat burglars that Mission Impossible style scale down from the roof and plug something into the back of the thing without ever being detected by the cameras that are monitoring these voting places, and while bypassing the fucking security monitoring. It's insane. Wow, this is ridiculous, buddy.
Yeah, no. Both impeachments happened while he was in office. They both did. They were successful, 100%.
Yeah, and then they tried to impeach him when he was done being president.
For what?
Third time.
For what?
No.
Look it
What are you
up.
talking about?
Look it up and tell
He
me
was
I'm wrong.
impeached twice.
Trippy, look it up and tell me I'm wrong.
I just looked it up. I read through every page of Google. You're wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong.
No,
They
you
impeached
didn't.
him successfully 2 times.
Okay,
Look it up and
I never
tell
said
me
they
I'm
didn't.
wrong.
Yeah,
And they never tried a third time.
They never tried a different time.
Yes, they did.
They didn't.
What was the
for
first
what?
thing they tried to impeach him
Holy
for?
shit.
What do you think
The
they
second
tried
one
to
happened
impeach
a
him
week before he left office.
Yes,
so it was
while he was in
technically,
office.
so technically they were both during his tenure as president.
What did they impeach him for the third time?
Don't they have to certify an impeachment? So like, aren't the sort of core questions for citizens in this case, like, did Trump do something impeachable? One, and then how far into the, like, I forgot the exact, whatever. I'm not a fucking.
I just want to even
law scholar, but like,
I just want to know
Yeah,
what
you
is
have to
even
certify it
alleging.
after it
Like
goes
I need
through
to
both
I need to
houses
know
or something.
I need to know what they tried to impeach him for when he wasn't in office for the third time. I need to know what that was for.
They attempted to. I know they did.
For
because
what?
It was all over the fucking news, dude.
For what?
Now, I think
because
Trippy,
Trump is the criminal.
Trippy,
Do you not see that Trump? Donald
No,
It could be the
it's
criminal.
not.
It could be the indictment.
Criminal. And
Was
let
that the
things
indictment?
blow up when somebody disagrees or comes up with some
I didn't-
shit that
You're
you're
wrong
not
about something,
studied
but
up
you
on.
can't admit it.
I
He
said
was
words to you,
impeached
Trippy.
successfully twice.
Trippy,
He was impeached
here-
successfully twice while he was in office.
Here's the thing, though. I think what you're getting at, though, is that his second impeachment was after he lost the election. So the
It
question
would have had to
is,
have gone through after he was no longer president.
No, he's in
Exactly, that's
office
the
until
point.
January
That's what I'm
20th.
saying.
yeah, yeah.
He's in office
That
till
was
January
still-
20th.
Until January 20th.
Okay.
So
And
they
how
impeached him
long
while he
was
was in
the
office.
trial?
The point is, though, it is kind of.
You guys are a bunch of fucking spurgs.
Okay.
You know what's funny, Truth, is that, they bring up a lot of accusations and a lot of stuff, but they haven't shown.
Tario was convicted.
So, yeah, like, what do you want me to show you, like, him getting sentenced by the judge?
Yeah,
Do you want to look at the
show us.
indictments?
Yeah.
Do you want to look at the indictments, or the conviction, the articles that have been put out
mean
afterwards?
This one?
That's the indictment, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to see the parts where
but
people are saying like, "Hey, he got arrested"?
Department of Justice, Proud Boys leader sentenced to 22 years in prison on
You're
sedition
right,
conspiracy.
like-
I mean, like, do you
Yeah,
really think that we
he
were
got
lying about
sentenced
that?
for 22 years. But then you're asking us, why did he get pardoned? Well, guess what?
No,
we know
no, hold
for
on.
the fact that he wasn't there because they were trying to
That's
charge
not.
him for being in D.C.
They.
or January 6th when he wasn't there.
Do you
That's
feel
not what the
bad?
charges were.
Do you feel
Oh.
bad for like dragging Truth down so hard for like adding nothing to this conversation and just taking up his speaking time? Do you feel bad? Because I think you
Do you
should.
feel bad for acting like a retard constantly?
This is
And
what
living
I
in
meant
your
by I
mom's
said we
basement?
were drastically overprepared. You weren't wrong.
Yeah, I know.
Do you think if you're going in there to make sure that there aren't any of these people still in the administration or associated with the administration that are going to try to undermine everything you do, because you know all of the information that they've had access to and you know everything it is that they've been doing the entire time you were in office? Are you going to go in and make sure that those people can't have access to anything in the government? Yes or no?
You're literally just advocating actually for barring anybody with left-leaning allegiances from suing the government. That's
They're
insanity.
talking about barring people that were known to participate in actual operations against the president of the United States.
Yeah, like suing him. That's insane.
So then you're complaining about an executive order that Trump made?
Yeah. Here's the thing that we're going to end up walking off of is that even if Donald Trump came out and said that we should terminate the Constitution, even if Donald Trump comes out and says that somebody who's protected under the First Amendment actually isn't, even if he comes out and says that somebody who's protected under the 14th Amendment actually isn't, there's never a bar that we're going to cross to say that the Constitution is under threat. Short of him literally burning the actual document. It's always going to be move the goalpost, move the goalpost, move the goalpost. You could start with like, okay, did he actually do anything? Yeah, he signed an executive order. Okay, well, did that executive order go through? Well, he's challenging the authority of the judges right now. Yeah,
Every single president, whether you're Joe Biden,
that's called moving the goalpost. You said, did he take any action? I literally told you the action, and then you said, okay, but what if it doesn't go through? It's moving the goalpost.
No, the goalpost is set here. Any single president can make an executive order about anything.
No,
that's their constitutional protected.
That's not true.
Whatever you want to call it. Yes, it is.
You can't make an executive order to do anything.
A president can make an executive order about anything that they want, and whether the Supreme Court wants to allow that executive order or not, that's where the decision is made.
That's not true. On what can you tell me on what grounds the Supreme Court would shut down an executive order?
If it's unconstitutional.
Okay, right. So that means that the president doesn't have the right to do whatever he wants through an executive order.
No, they have the right to write any executive order that they want, and then the Supreme Court's going to tell them if it's legal, if it was illegal or not.
Yeah, you almost slipped. The Supreme Court is going to tell him if it was legal, so it would be illegal for you to write an executive order that doesn't comport with the Constitution.
So what I'm saying is the president can write any executive order that they want, and the Supreme Court's going to say if it's constitutional or not.
You're wrong, because if the Supreme Court comes out and says it's unconstitutional, that means it was what?
It was unconstitutional.
Yeah, which is what? Illegal.
Well, I don't get where your gotcha is. I'm just telling you, the president has free speech to write anything that he wants.
No, you're wrong. If it gets rejected by the Supreme Court, that means it was illegal.
The president doesn't have free speech?
Is that what I said? I just want to know, do any of the conservatives on here disagree with any of the facts that I laid out in the opening, or like any of them at all? Like Donald Trump trying to uproot democracy, Donald Trump sending people to a torture camp with no due process, Donald Trump appointing white nationalist Stephen Miller to senior advisor, Donald Trump saying maybe the Second Amendment people could do something about Hillary Clinton. Any of that?
I definitely disagree with you standing on the word evil.
I'm okay.
Yeah, can you explain some cases that he sent them? Like, what cases do you know of the people that he sent to be tortured?
What cases do I know of?
Do you have facts?
There's Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
What people have been tortured by him sending them over?
Kilmar Abrego Garcia testified that there was torture, and the one hairdresser guy testified that there was torture, and one guy in Alligator Alcatraz, the story just came out today, that he called his girlfriend saying that the police officers were stomping on people's heads.
Okay, is there actual proof of that?
There's the phone call. I mean, I believe it or not, prisons don't usually allow cell phones to just be recording all of the conduct. That's typically not how it happens. But real quick, in 2022, and in 2023, the State Department reported that El Salvador is torturing their prisoners, and we have Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who testified under oath to the court that he was being tortured.
And
can you send me a link of all of these, like in the chat over here? I would love to look them up.
Yep, give me 1 second. Wait, I hate to do self-promo, but I have a Substack about it. All the stuff is linked if you want to just read that.
Yes, W. Read the subs.
There's links to everything. Give me 1 second. But so, is that a no? Like on the material thing, there's not really much disagreement, and it's whether or not we would call that evil.
Yeah, I mean, I want to challenge your definition of the word evil. I think that if you're going to say that you need to at least have a standard to base that off of. So what is your standard for evil?
The definition I gave at the beginning was like wildly immoral and then causing unnecessary harm. But like I said at the beginning as well, I want to try and keep this to the material because I'm not interested in diverging all of this into a meta-ethical discussion. So if you want to propose a definition of evil, I'm sure it applies.
Yeah, well, see, that's the whole problem is if you don't want to get into a meta-ethical discussion, then why would you use the word evil? Why wouldn't you just say,
whenever people make appeals to good and bad, it's not always with their meta-ethical, like whenever I come home from work and my girlfriend's like, oh, yeah, how was your day? And I'm like, oh, it was bad. And it's like, okay, what are you grounding that in? It's like, this is a colloquial term.
But
people use this term
not
colloquially.
saying that Trump is doing these things like a bad day. You're implying a moral prerogative to it, right?
Yeah. So I'm asking, do you believe?
That would indicate that you have a moral standard. So do you think that Hitler is evil?
Yes. Would you believe that sending people with no due process to a torture camp is evil?
Sending people with no due process to a torture camp in the way that you're framing it, yeah. But like I think we've determined in this debate that there's a lot of different stipulations
to that. Do you reject any of that framing?
But the difference is that I have a standard by which to apply this. That's
I'm saying under your standard, do you believe that that's evil? Because we can work under your standard as long as all of the facts of the case is the same. If you agree that that's evil and I can prove that the facts of the case substantiate my framing, then my framing would tell you that he's evil too. So we don't even need to talk about my definition.
I don't think it's the same. I don't actually think that the way you're describing it is evil in the way that you're describing it, actually.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
So
so please explain to me why it would be appropriate to break federal law because the people want you to.
Okay, so your assertion that he'd be breaking federal law is a false, and you're lying.
How is that false?
So there's processes and decorum in Congress on how to deal with these things. We actually have a process.
Donald Trump was asking them to avoid it. Donald Trump was asking to not diverge onto Congress to do the objection process.
Sir, listen.
Yeah,
that's all you got to do. Okay, so when a senator signs on to the disagreement, then they go into what's called.
I know how the electoral. You're explaining to me how the hoodlum. You're explaining to me how the Electoral Count Act works. I understand how the Electoral Count Act works. Donald Trump was asking Mike Pence to ignore it. That's what I'm saying.
Stop.
You're explaining the law when he was asking Mike Pence to break the law.
Okay, can Mike Pence halt the counting of the electors for a 10-day investigation? Yes or no?
No.
You're incorrect, and you're lying.
No, you are incorrect. What
Okay,
gives him the illegal what gives him the illegal authority to do that?
Well, you know the law so well.
I do. That's why I know it's not in there. So I want to know what
no,
gives
no,
him the
no,
legal
hold on.
authority to do it.
You know the law as it is today, but it
Yes.
wasn't that same way. It was not that same way in 2020.
I know
That's
the
the
Electoral
problem.
Count Act prior to 2022 as well. Yes, I know.
Okay, and here again, it's oral arguments on the floor, and then if
Yes.
the oral arguments would represent them going into a closed chamber arguments, then they would, and that's
you are
exactly
characterizing
what
the law to me
no.
when he was asking Mike Pence to break that law.
No.
That's what I'm
No, sir.
saying. In the
you
Eastman
know-
memo, are you familiar with John Eastman?
Very much so, yeah.
Okay, do you acknowledge that John Eastman was asking Mike Pence to make the decision unilaterally before the House had the opportunity to convene on it?
No, I'm not talking about what
Do you
people
acknowledge?
ask for.
Do you
I'm
acknowledge
talking
that that
about what
happened? Do you acknowledge
No,
that
listen,
that is what
listen.
happened? That Mike Pence
Okay.
was asked
You're
by Donald
trying-
Trump and John Eastman to do that. Do you acknowledge that?
You're trying to derail.
That's
the
not
facts.
a derail. I'm saying what Donald Trump asked Mike Pence to do. Your president, the person that you voted for, he asked Mike Pence to break that law, correct?
No.
Okay. Have you read the Eastman memo?
You're derailing.
Have you read the
facts.
Eastman memo?
I'm talking about facts. You're talking.
I'm
about
talking about
conjecture.
facts too. You're just
No,
not
no,
engaging
no.
with it.
No. I'm talking about what happened, and you're talking about
Yeah,
what
and what
somebody
happened?
asked somebody
What
to do.
happened is that John Eastman and
That's
Donald
not
Trump
the same.
asked Mike Pence to do that. Yes, that is what happened.
Okay. And why did John do that?
Because they wanted to steal the
Because-
election.
No. It's an interpretation of an adverb verb world that is law, which is up for interpretation.
They asked
correct?
him to break the Electoral
No.
Count Act.
Yes or no?
Hoodlum.
Yes or no?
No. It wasn't an interpretation. He asked him to break the Electoral Count Act.
Does laws get interpreted? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, that's why we have the Supreme Court, right?
Uh-huh. Okay, Hoodlum. Is it an interpretation of a murder statute to say I could murder you? Is that an interpretation of a murder statute?
No, not at all.
Okay, I agree. Is it an interpretation of the Electoral Count Act to say I can break the Electoral Count Act?
That would not be the opinion of counsel that the president got, and
That
what
would be the
John's
opinion.
perspective
Yes, that was John's
it's
opinion.
Much more
He asked
much more complicated than 187, and you know that.
Okay, this is a quote from John Eastman. I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA and adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislators to finish their investigations. Now, can you tell me what a minor violation of a law is? Is
That's
that
not a
breaking
minor
the law?
violation.
He literally
That's
said, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA. What does that mean? Does that mean adhering to the ECA, or does that mean breaking the ECA?
So talk to me.
Can you
about,
answer that question?
It's not breaking any law.
Okay, minor violation of a law doesn't mean breaking the law.
It's not a violation of the law.
He
sir.
literally
It's
said
what-
minor violation. I'm quoting you verbatim what John Eastman told Greg Jacob.
So let me ask you: are you familiar?
Not
with
without answering the question. Can you acknowledge that is a violation of the law if he's asking him to do a violation of the law? Okay,
it's not
you're
a
just
violation of the law.
actually delusional then. You're delusional.
Okay,
Can I
thank you.
ask a question? It's going to be kind of a lengthy one, so I need people to go on a journey with me.
Oh,
though.
God.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. We're gonna do this right. If it's a lengthy one,
It's not that lengthy, but it's like relatively okay. So there's these guys, right? And they are from oh my god. Okay. There are these people, I think it was Venezuela. They were from Venezuela, right? They were illegal immigrants, but they were not able to be expeditedly deported, right? So Donald Trump has the idea to sign the Alien Enemies Act, right? To basically expedite their removal. Before he signs this proclamation, these people are being rounded up and they're being put on planes, and they're trying to be shipped out of the country as fast as possible without the ability to appeal to any outside body, like a lawyer, like anybody else. This is, by the way, they're detained before the proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act even becomes public, okay? So they're not given the ability to reach out to a lawyer. The only reason that this person named JGG was able to reach out to a lawyer was because his plane broke down and they couldn't get him out of the country quick enough. So this demonstrates that the Trump administration not only wanted to get these people out as fast as possible, but they also wanted to mitigate their ability to challenge any of the claims that the government was just unilaterally making against these people. Do you think that's appropriate? Thank you.
Before anybody answers that, somebody asked in chat, are those shoulder pads?
It's a new shirt, okay? I haven't tried it on. They're a little big. The shirt's really small. I don't know what this fit is, but
I'm sorry. I've been thinking about who was the reporter for the Ninja Turtles, April O'Neil. I've been thinking
the new shirt. Listen, $10 is $10. It's pretty.
I'm just saying.
Grignard, JB Peltier didn't like the fact that you came out with a full mouth and yapping.
I wasn't expected to be put up on the giant screen, okay?
But you were talking with your mouth full, sir.
That's
so
true.
You have 5 minutes in the back. Non-fun only has a minute left, so we'll trade you out here in just a second. All right.
Before you drop me down,
yeah.
Please, conservatives, please answer that question. Please. Okay, thank you.
They will. Absolutely.
Do they remember the question?
No, I wasn't listening. I was talking.
Okay, well, hold on. Ask it.
Shocker. This is my larger problem. This is my larger problem.
They had a
with
presumption
these
on it also.
conversations. And this is the asymmetry of it. Had I not answered one of Sarah's questions or one of the audience questions or even one of your questions, you would have lambasted me. Look, he's dodging. Look, he's not even paying attention. But you guys can just ignore all the points we're making. And
He presupposed something in his question, so why should we acknowledge the presupposition?
Is what bothers me. The hypocrisy is what bothers me. Well, go on.
Why should we acknowledge his presupposition that he had in his question?
What did he presuppose? Be more specific.
I forget all the question and everything, but at the end or whatever, he made a claim or whatever that could not be backed up with just a basic claim. Like,
what was the claim?
I don't remember every single word.
I remember. I made a presupposition. What was it?
You don't know what the claim is.
Bring him back up if you want to.
Back up.
Do you want me to recap it for you?
Give the claim, Rinyald.
Wait, what was the presupposition?
Go.
Okay. So there's this group of Venezuelans, all right, and they're being rounded up before the proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act has even been signed by Donald Trump. They're being put on the plane to be deported as quickly as possible without giving them the opportunity to appeal to a lawyer. The only reason that they were able to appeal to a lawyer is because the plane broke down. Is that appropriate?
No, yes. You said something else after that.
I sure shit didn't.
Yes,
I don't know what question you listened to, but it wasn't mine, I don't think.
You had something.
Well, answer this question then, Bill.
Trump, what was it? What did he say? 007?
Trump had signed. He was just about to, or hadn't yet signed, but was going to sign the aliens thing,
the Alien Enemies Act.
It hadn't been made public yet. And
I don't know if we don't know if he signed it, but it wasn't a public proclamation. So the Alien Enemies Act shouldn't have been in place, but he was rounding people up to deport them as quickly as possible anyway.
Right. And the only reason that they weren't shipped off was because their car broke down or something.
The plane that was going to ship them off to El Salvador broke down.
Right, so that gave them a little bit of recourse, gave them a little bit of time, obviously, to say, "Hey, what the fuck's going on here?" Right? I'll answer it personally. I'm not conservative. I'm not a political person. I'm an anarchist. I don't agree with government, but I don't agree with that either. You know, there's got to be there has to be a fucking happy medium. But we're dealing with.
Did everybody get what they needed from Rinyald?
Yeah.
I didn't get an answer to the question, but I mean,
well, they're going to continue marching through it, but I think we got the position from you. So yeah.
Bill, do you have like a caretaker or someone who can help you with the question?
Are you ageist? Are you afraid of my age?
Yes, I am.
Too old for you?
Yeah, I am.
I'm sorry. I guess you're not only
sorry, Boomer.
Just you're a sexist. And you just
I'm catching strays. I'm old too, Radical. You know that, right? I'm an old guy.
Hey,
you're not that old.
Not that far either. Okay. I'm already like
Friendly fire, blue on
already-
blue. Okay.
Look, it is what
I'm already
it is.
like
Look,
looking at retirement. You
the
know what I mean?
geriatricity. What is it? What's the word? Geriocracy? It must be dismantled. Okay.
It's okay. My average audience is between like 35 and 45. So we're all okay here. We're in a safety zone. We're surrounded by our peers. It's good. We'll be all right, Wick. We'll be all right. All right. Did anybody answer Rignald's question?
There's too many holes in his questions to
like
be
what?
answered.
Name one, Chuck.
The first one the first hole he made was he wasn't sure if it was signed or not signed. It was the first statement he made
He
No,
said
that was
about
me.
the proclamation.
He specifically said it wasn't public yet.
Right, yeah, that
No.
was me. That
Then
was
he
me.
changed it.
No, Chuck, that was me that said that. I said I didn't know if it was signed or not signed. I couldn't
I
remember.
think we got to shut down all boomers coming into the panel until we figure out what the hell's going on. Okay, this is unacceptable.
No boomers here. I'm not sure if you know your generation.
Where did the plane break down at?
Why is that relevant?
Is this the same group that's sitting over in Africa at the moment?
No, the plane broke down like in
Venezuelans.
America. Like these were people who
Okay.
were going to be deported.
Because there's another group that's sitting in Africa on their way to
That might
Sudan or
be. Let's back on target. Back on target. Okay, back on target. So, in the incident he outlined, what are the holes? You said there were holes. Name one.
Okay, the first one was he said he wasn't sure if the proclamation was in effect or not.
Well, it wasn't made public, so these immigrants they had no like how are you supposed to make like a a habeas claim or whatever if there's no public proclamation of what you're even being deported under.
If he signed it, it is therefore law.
Chuck, it wasn't public. How did that?
It
A proclamation
doesn't
needs to
have
be made public.
published.
Yes, it does. What does a signed executive order do if it's not public? If no one knows that it's law?
They put it on the Federal Registry.
They
That's
didn't.
where
That's
you
what I'm
find
saying.
those
They
things.
didn't.
Do you think that the government it's okay to have secret laws that no one knows about?
No, I'm
You
not
think
talking
that's
about
okay?
secret laws.
They hadn't put it on the registry
But
yet.
he wasn't. He didn't seem real sure in his story in the question.
So that's the
Because the
that's the
first
bullet to
time
this
out of
question.
the gate, he was bubbling words all over the place and couldn't even think about
Yeah, I was-
who or what it was.
I was trying to remember if they were
But he's
Venezuelans.
Very well spoken.
What's that?
I don't know who Rignald is, but this is my first time meeting you, sir.
Oh, I don't know who he is either.
Yeah,
Rignald's
he
my
did
goat.
not mince his words. He was quite upfront with what he meant, and he made his point clearly. If you think his point has holes in it, I'm willing to hear you, but you got to give me something other than he may
Okay.
have not known about the public order signing, which isn't relevant to what he's trying to get through.
Yeah, I feel like the question was painfully clear, and the only answer that I've gotten to it is like some vague posturing that I made a presupposition that they can't identify. So, I mean, I don't know. That seems like the kryptonite question. Clearly had John Eastman heading his re-election campaign, and John Eastman's legal theory was to tell Donald Trump to break federal law to make himself president again.
You think? You think that's
Yes.
what it was?
Yeah. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Why? Like, what am I wrong on? What am I mischaracterizing?
I mean, just make sure I have the story right. John Eastman basically did the electors, the fake electors thing.
Mhm.
Like he was involved in that. Yeah. So
Yeah, John
I
Eastman
think-
and Donald Trump were trying to coordinate with the vice president to violate the Electoral Count Act in order to instate Donald Trump as the president without diverting on to congressional debate. Yeah.
Wait, I mean, but in that, like the Electoral Count Act, like before
Mhm.
they changed it or whatever,
Mhm.
there was a thing that basically said if you have enough people that say this, we are going to debate. We are breaking into our separate chambers. That was a
Correct.
thing.
Yeah, that's why.
Right? And so
yeah, the violation was John Eastman saying to Mike Pence that you should just ignore the congressional debate and make the decision by yourself.
Well, ultimately, he was the head of the Senate, right? Like he was.
Yeah,
he
the
was
head
in
of the
charge
Senate doesn't mean you can do whatever the fuck you want to.
Well,
if
okay,
it,
but
sa-
he
if it
was
says
running-
under these circumstances you break
Right,
off into the separate chambers and you debate, and he's saying, hey, Pence, you should ignore this part of the Electoral Count Act because I think it's unconstitutional, and you should do this instead, then that's what about
Okay,
my
but
framing
what
was wrong?
this?
What about my framing was wrong?
This? Okay, but what was this that he was telling them to do?
He was telling Mike Pence to make the unilateral decision as to which elector was valid or certified and which elector wasn't.
No, it was to be sent back to the states.
That's not true.
Yes,
there was like one of 6 options. Send them back to the state was the 6th option, and Donald Trump told Mike Pence that he preferred the option where Mike Pence unilaterally does it.
Well, yeah, of course, he would have preferred that.
Okay, so I don't know why. So I don't know why you moved on to a thing that Donald Trump told him not to do, and why you're not talking about the thing that Donald Trump told him to do. Donald Trump told Mike Pence to ignore the Electoral Count Act to unilaterally instate him as the president. Correct?
You were talking about John Eastman, and you're saying he broke
Donald
the law.
Trump.
But
Donald Trump.
Until the decision was made, I don't think John Eastman broke any law.
I'm saying John Eastman asked him to break the law, and he admitted as much. He said, "I implore you to consider one more minor violation of the Electoral Count Act." What else would that mean?
Yep, push boundaries. Yeah, let's find out.
A minor violation, and you're not willing to say that he wanted to break the law? Like, what does violation of a law mean? Does that mean you're breaking it?
Yeah. And
okay,
I
cool.
mean,
so Donald Trump did advocate for Mike Pence to violate federal law in order to unilaterally instate him as president. Is there anything wrong about that characterization?
Yes.
What's wrong about that characterization?
Because the argument that was being made from the people that actually were in that room that could do it, was always talking about going back to the states.
Yeah, but that wasn't Donald Trump's argument, right? Donald Trump did not make that argument. Donald Trump made the argument that Pence should do it unilaterally, right? So I'm talking about Donald Trump right now. I'm not talking about Ted Cruz. I'm saying Donald Trump argued that. Do you think I'm mischaracterizing that?
Well, I mean, I heard Donald Trump say send it back to the states many times too. So, I mean, Donald Trump
in public,
says a lot
but he
of
never
things.
told Pence to do it. He told Pence to do it unilaterally.
Yeah, I think he probably told Mike Pence to do a lot of things.
Okay, wait. So do you agree with my framing that Donald Trump asked Mike Pence to violate federal law in order to unilaterally instate him as president? Do you disagree with any of that framing?
Probably not. And then
okay, so then my question is, if Donald Trump thinks that the fate of the election should sit in the vice president, why did you vote? Like, if Kamala Harris had the power to just determine herself as the president, then why did you vote?
Well, I mean, she did until they changed the law.
No, the changing of the law is irrelevant. He was telling Pence to break it anyway, so why would changing the law matter at all? If you can just break the Electoral Count Act, why does it matter if it was reformed?
Well, they reformed it in a big way, didn't they? After
it doesn't matter. If John Eastman was asking Mike Pence to break it, then why couldn't Kamala Harris break it?
Because there were two different laws in place when that happened.
Why would breaking the Electoral Count Act of 1798 change from breaking the Electoral Count Act of 2022? Why would that matter?
Because they made it more clear in the law that Mike Pence.
It doesn't matter how clear it is. They were asking him to break it. The language of the law doesn't matter if you're asking them to break it. It doesn't matter how clear the murder statutes are if I'm telling you to murder somebody.
Wait, hang on. Do you think Mike Pence had the power to send it back to the states?
No, and no one believes that he did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is not. You tell me right
by
now.
tone policing Martin Luther King until he used the exact right slogans before he ever started his march, right?
No,
by tone policing. Wait, hold on. Martin Luther King was the worst example that you could give because he was the moderate one.
Martin Luther King was able to convince white people to vote. So let him be able to vote.
It was a joke, but it undermined your entire argument. It showed how fucking stupid you are.
You just didn't understand.
Yes, Martin Luther King was the moderated force that was able to apply to appeal to the white people.
I get it, Noah. I get it, Noah. It went over your head. I'm sorry. I'll do that.
No, it's just that you know nothing about history.
You need to deconstruct because you guys are really trying to oppress the Jew over here, and I think you guys need to deconstruct your internalized anti-Semitism.
So Vex, what's the aim that you're trying to do? Are you just trying to get men to act better? There's no policy that needs to be passed in order to get rid of the patriarchy?
Yes.
Okay, how are you going to make men act better if you can't appeal to them?
Given that this entire conversation started.
Wait, please answer that question. Wait, please answer that question. Can you answer that question?
Given that this whole conversation started with everybody saying we all acknowledge the patriarchy or whatever,
yes.
And given that all of this is supposedly a conversation that's taking place between two people that both occupy space on the left, how could any of us possibly even know whether or not this phrase could appeal or even start conversations outside of the left when it can't break ground anywhere else? Because instead, we have a bunch of fucking 20-year-olds theorizing that it could be really offensive to somebody else, so we should just squash it.
We're not theorizing. Men didn't vote for Democrats. We saw it in the election.
Wait, Grumblebee.
We saw it in the election.
What happened to young men
Men
during
did
the
not
election?
vote for Democrats. We saw it happen. This isn't theoretical.
What was that?
Your fucking mic is blown, dude. Fix it,
Brother.
please.
Okay. By the way, that was a very convenient way. That was a very.
What are you gonna do about it?
By the way, that was a
What are you
very,
gonna do about
very
it?
convenient way. That was a very, very convenient way to let Hex walk off of that question. If you just want men to act better, how are you going to do that without appealing to the men?
Appealing to
because
the
men who you're trying to appeal to. Hold on, the men that you're trying to appeal to.
Bad.
I think you don't even realize the fact that you're unmasking yourself as someone who is who they are talking about.
How's
you're not
it now?
necessarily
Good.
The phrase "all men until no men" makes you mad.
No, I just
And then
think
you
it's
find
bad.
out
I
what
just
it
think it's
means.
bad messaging. It doesn't make me mad. I care that it's not good at effectuating political change. I don't care that they're calling
All
me
right,
a
so
bad
here's
man.
this is where you come to a hinge pin
don't even
moment,
know
right?
that.
This is where the fork in the road is now.
Mm-hmm.
You think the message is bad, right?
Yeah.
But you agree with the general gist of what they're trying to say is what I think I'm hearing you.
Yes,
You
correct.
just think it's bad messaging.
Correct.
Got it. So rather than next time you hear somebody say it's all men until no men, being another node as a man to be like, well, hang on, this is, I know it sounds stupid, but like,
as far as I can tell, it seems like everybody
All right, phone call, hold
understands
on.
the message. It seems like
yeah.
everybody can digest it. It seems like it is causing some controversy in some conversations, and it seems like it's
Because
making
we're
it
on the left.
dumb,
Yes,
and
it's
we're
because you're talking to people who are political people on the left.
Guys,
behave
the
like
fact that you
assholes, which
choose
makes them
to
good
hear
candidates
this
for who
and
to
say
praise
no.
for. Seems like it's doing
The fact
everything
that
it's
you
supposed
choose to
do.
hear this and say,
No,
I
it's
will
not
fight
doing
against
everything we're
this
supposed to do.
movement.
Men voted against us. I told you, look up the
Hearsay.
State Department report in 2022 and 2023 on the prison
was in
conditions in El Salvador.
2022.
Yeah.
You can't sit here and say that Donald Trump did something when he wasn't even president at that time.
Do you
when
think
they
my
were
wait? Do you
reported
think
in
my claim?
2022.
Do you think my claim is that Donald Trump sent them there in 2022?
Yes,
Okay, then why aren't you listening to what I'm saying to you?
I am.
You clearly are not.
I clearly am.
You
Because
clearly
you
are
sit
not
here
because
saying
no
that
one,
the
no one
reports
listening to this
happened,
conversation
if you
thinks
keep
that I'm
sitting
saying
here
that he
saying
sent
that
them
the
there in
reports
2022
happened
when I told you that the
2022
agreement was
and
made in 2025. So I don't know if you're just not able to hear.
2022 and 2023.
Yeah, that's when the State Department reports were from, not when Donald Trump made the agreement.
Okay, but here's the thing: you sit here and claim that those reports are being made those years, and then this one in 2025. But how are you sitting here justifying the fact that the ones in 2022 and 2023, you keep sitting there saying that's when those reports were written
Okay,
out?
if the State Department reported that the prison conditions in El Salvador leads to inmates being tortured and El Salvador does nothing about their prison conditions, why would I believe that it's not the same in 2025?
Why would it be different?
I agree. You're claiming that somehow it's different.
It is. It can be. How do you know? Are you personally going
Okay,
down there?
so how many cigarettes do I need to
hearsay.
smoke in order to make life as enjoyable as it is for you?
It's hearsay.
Like how many times did it take of you like hitting yourself in the forehead with a hammer to get to the position that you're in?
So now you're insulting me.
Yeah, because you're not listening to the words that I'm saying. So yeah, I'm insulting
Okay,
you.
so you're a fucking retard, and you want to insult me so you can go suck a bag of dick.
Says the guy that I highly
space,
doubt
also base.
past high school. So
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
He said specifically the highly troubling matter of the Dominion stuff.
Mhm.
So like, it's not. I don't think he's necessarily claiming that he actually believes that, but he's heard of it, and he's gonna bring it up right now, and then kind of just. He doesn't really like. Does he harp on it though? Because he did say at the end of it, he said there's issues with these Dominion stuff. But I don't think that's necessarily him being like.
Even though
he knows that this is what's going.
But he did call it crazy 2
going
months
on,
ago, and he also
and like throwing it to everything.
he did call it
He
crazy
did call
2
it
months
crazy,
ago, though.
but he's not like. Yes, he did, but he's not like super like I feel like he's only saying this just to like back up every other thing that he's been talking about, because he's not harping on it as if he actually believes that. I think he's just saying it just in the moment. Because like, does he bring this up any other time after this?
I feel like right now
It's kind of like the it's like the cherry on the top of everything that he's been saying right now. I don't think he put too much thought into this.
I feel like right now we're at a point where I can bring you up a specific claim of him calling a specific thing crazy, and then him going on to say that specific thing that he previously called crazy. And now, even though we have a verbatim quote of him repeating the claim that he called crazy,
yeah, but this
we're
is
just
2
claiming
months
that
later.
he doesn't believe it.
I don't think he necessarily does. Like, he called it crazy, which doesn't necessarily mean that he doesn't believe it. It means that he thinks it's kind of like outrageous, like it's hard to believe.
Well, he also
Not
said that
necessarily
his
doesn't
own
believe
lawyer,
it.
his own lawyer got destroyed by for bringing
Yeah,
those claims
and
up.
she did.
Right, because
bringing
she
those
didn't
claims up
provide
and not showing any evidence.
Right, so if she didn't show
think,
Tucker Carlson or
like-
anyone within the campaign any evidence, why would we assume that Donald Trump got evidence?
Well, I think he would have. I think when he said crazy and that it's insane for her not to bring any evidence, I think he could have, like, he should have, like, she should have brought up evidence, and that's the reason why this is insane.
Okay.
Like, is that a fair alternate interpretation of what he
No,
could have
I
meant
don't-
by when he said that that's insane?
I don't think so, because it's not like Sidney Powell is just some person that's outside. Like, Sidney Powell is one of the people that he particularly hired to challenge the election.
And she did a terrible job at it.
Right. But he's still repeating her claims.
And that's why he called her.
But he's still repeating her claims.
Yeah, he repeated it because, like, that's what he truly believes in, the ultimate narrative, and anything that plays any kind of part into the ultimate narrative, he's gonna use it. But, like, he's not harping on it. If he was very,
I think there's a term for that, for saying things with absolutely no evidence just to further a narrative. I think there's a term for that, and I think it's lying. Because I'm the host, I can
It's
break
not
the rules.
fault.
All right.
Stop.
Okay, I'm just gonna dunk on this guy real quick.
Stop! No!
No, let me dunk on him.
No, give me 1 second.
Why?
You can dunk on him after I say my thing. Okay. Okay. If you don't think that we have the capacity to afford these people due process, go take it up with the Constitution. Okay. But that's not the president's job. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, check this. Unironically, Brian, right now you're justifying undocumented immigration into America, and here's why. You're telling me because we don't have the capacity to efficiently deport every single undocumented migrant in America. What that means is we could break the law to do it more efficiently. Well, this sounds like, to me, an immigrant saying, because the legal means of entry into America don't have the capacity to efficiently process me through the legal means, I get to break the law and enter into the country with the use of illegal means. Unironically, you are suggesting the same ideology in which would justify undocumented entry into this country to be justified when it is committed and deployed and used by the Trump administration.
I think you got to take that.
Oh,
I mean,
let me. You want to know what I'm talking about? I'll find a way to clarify it. Basically, all that I'm saying is you're saying the legal way of going about it would take too long. Therefore, you're going to break the law to do it faster. Isn't that exactly what undocumented immigrants do?
No, that's literally not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying,
Wait, you're telling me that people don't enter into America with use of undocumented means because illegal means take too long?
Or how about we don't enter the country at all? How about we don't have any legal or illegal immigration in the first place?
Okay, I mean, well, like this
Hold on,
anonymous.
what's the
response would be,
other
how about we
option
just
of
don't do
not
a mass
entering in a
deportation?
country that's safe? Dying?
Wait, Brian, please
Not-
respond to what
not
I'm saying.
entering in the first
You're saying
place.
because it would
Does that
take too
work?
long to do
Dying?
it legally. Wait, Brian, listen.
And dying? What do you mean
I want you to
dying?
respond to what I'm saying without a red. You are unironically saying because it would take too long for the Trump administration to do it legally, they should break the law and do it illegally, right?
No, I'm not advocating. Where are you getting this idea from?
Because you're justifying them circumnavigating the due process of the undocumented.
I'm not justifying
migrants.
anyone
Deportation.
circumnavigate our legal system in this country.
Okay, so then you don't support the Trump administration deporting droves of undocumented migrants without giving them due process in court. You just conceded to the host W.
What the hell are
Thanks,
you
buddy.
talking about? No.
Okay, wait, so this should be a super simple yes or no then, or you know.
No,
okay.
not at all.
Should we be affording these people due process?
No, we can't afford it. We can't
Okay.
do it. It's not.
So you can't have your cake and eat it too then. If the Constitution guarantees these people due process rights and you're saying that we shouldn't or that we don't have the capacity to, then should we ignore the Constitution or should we afford them due process rights?
We should amend the Constitution. We have
No,
to
not
change-
amend. We're talking about a split-second decision here. Should we get rid of the Constitution or should we give them due process?
Oh, absolutely. Put the Constitution on hold.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Okay.
Follow
All right.
the
Well,
law.
then just say it. Just say that then. As it relates to, you know, what's currently happening, I think I'm much less sympathetic to Trump's willingness to adhere to the law anyway. So I think I do view Trump's engagement with these deportations much more sinisterly because, just as a little background, like one of the main reasons why I got into you know, online politics was because I thought January 6th was a really big deal and I felt that no one like adequately dealt with the consequences of that. So that was one of the main reasons why I started talking about this in general. And I'm a young guy, so I mean, like, I wasn't super engaged in the political process pre-2020. So like I know there's claims about like Obama doing executive overreach that I'd probably be not sympathetic to, and obviously Bush and obviously, you know, Nixon.
Sure.
But I think like where I started becoming, you know, politically minded was around 2020 and then more so the election in 2024. And I've been, you know, paying attention to a lot of things surrounding Trump, and it just makes me be very pessimistic with the idea that he has any will to adhere to the law, basically.
Okay. I mean, I hear you. I disagree, obviously, but that's all fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, hit me up anytime. I like talking to you. So I don't know if we can keep talking. Like I said, I'm just chilling, so I don't know if you have plans or anything.
But
not
super
we
particularly.
covered that. Good topic.
Yeah, I think
good.
I think it was a good talk. I've got stuff to read up on. I think.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pigeonhole you into a January 6th conversation right now because that's something that.
I mean, we can talk about that sometime if you want. I mean,
yeah, if you want to organize something, that'd be great. But I mean, that's probably going to be a big, long, that's going to be a much longer topic and a much more.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I live in Maryland, so I know a lot of people that went. I remember the day of because I remember talking about it with people at work. So I have a not having been there myself, but having been, you know, like in the area and knowing a lot of people that went down there, I feel maybe it could be an interesting conversation for sure.
Yeah, I'd love to have that conversation at some point, but it's the
We'll save it. No worries.
I think yeah, I don't know. I feel I just to close off because I am gonna go. I do think that Trump generally does. I don't know if I'd be strong enough to say that he has a contempt for the Constitution or a contempt for the law. But from the way that I have perceived his actions, particularly around January 6th, particularly around like the way that he ended up treating the fallout from January 6th and the prosecutions and stuff. Obviously there's the famous terminate the Constitution to rerun the election line.
That'll be a fun one. We can talk about that.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that I just,
because I agree with that. And I've got this tattooed on me. That's a fun debate.
I believe that illegal immigrants should not have the same rights as American citizens. How hard is that to wrap your mind around?
I don't disagree with that.
Is it that hard?
No, I don't disagree with that. I think that they should have any rights at all, though. Like, I assume that we could agree that, like, the U.S. government shouldn't just be able to, like, murder illegal immigrants, right? We both agree with that?
That is such a weird and strange ideological stretch.
I think it's a little
comment.
strange that you can't answer the question. I'm saying that I assume that we agree, and I would hope that you would back me up in saying that we agree. We agree that the U.S. government couldn't do that, right?
Yes, I absolutely agree.
Okay,
the U.S.
good.
government couldn't randomly kill people.
Okay, so they do have some level of rights. Now we need to litigate what kind of rights these people deserve. So,
yes, natural human rights, like not being killed, but not going through a court of law, or at least that's what I believe.
Do you think it's important to provide all of the people under U.S. jurisdiction the right to challenge an accusation made by the government?
I believe that all citizens under U.S. jurisdiction should be able to challenge an accusation made.
Okay, so what if the government makes an accusation that somebody is not a citizen? Do you think that they should have the right to challenge that accusation?
I believe that there should be an independent investigation levied. In my perfect world, that investigation would happen by border control or some other agency.
In this world, do you think that if the government makes an accusation towards a certain person that they're not a citizen, that should be able to be litigated?
I believe that there is a certain type of way you should go about it. And I don't believe that affording illegal immigrants, the rights of our citizens is the best way to go about it at all.
I'm talking about affording them the rights of our citizens. I'm talking about affording them the right to challenge an accusation made by the government.
Is a right of our citizens, Renewal.
Yes, but it's not exclusive to. It's not exclusive to our citizens, though.
I'm going to say this again. Goodness. All right. Look, I believe illegal immigrants should not get the rights of our citizens.
I agree. We're not talking about all of the rights. We're not talking about all of the rights. We're talking about one particular right. We're talking about due process rights.
And I'm talking about something that could open the floodgates for even more rights to pour in. If they get due process,
no, even more rights.
Then someone else will launch another case.
Oh no!
And then
even more rights for people.
Rights. I don't want that.
I'm asking you straight up.
Is Clinton the DNC is Clinton the DNC nominee now?
I'm not asking you. Well, actually, he was up there speaking for Kamala Harris. So
I'm not going to vote for Bill Clinton.
He represents the Democrat Party.
He's a piece of shit for that. I'm not voting for Bill Clinton. You got
but
me.
you'll just vote for the person that Bill Clinton wants to represent.
Right. Instead of the guy who pardoned the dude who was doing illegal lobbying for him. Yes.
I really don't care because
I know you don't care because Donald Trump can't do anything wrong. That's where it always backs up to.
Hold on. You can't make the affiliation argument because everybody has fucking dirty hands on both sides.
Exactly.
One at a time, please.
That's an awesome.
I was trying to make a point.
Sorry, Kay, baby.
You're all right, darling.
All right, so let's just get off of this completely because this is going nowhere. Let's hear why you're voting for Kamala.
Yeah,
without
why
saying
are
Trump.
you voting?
Hey, now what is that condition without saying Trump?
Yeah,
because
without
saying
because
I don't like Trump.
Trump did this or that. Why are you voting for Kamala?
No,
it's because we live in a two-party system. There's two options. That's why.
And it has to be comparative. Kamala is
What
not
do you like about her policies?
Yes,
What do you want me to ask it that way?
She's not the perfect candidate, and therefore there will always be a comparison. But yeah, I can tell you, she's she's a candidate who I see personally as someone who has integrity. She's upholding the values for which America stands for, the way I have seen it. She's not someone who spews hate against those who disagree with her or criticize her or give her low ratings.
So,
she's not that kind of a person.
I have a question about her integrity.
She builds and strengthens alliances instead of,
Hold on, Babel. Hold on, Babel.
You want to bring up her integrity. Do you think it's acceptable for the president-elect of the United States to get on national television and drink?
What?
Drink what? Water, alcohol, vodka.
Alcohol.
Oh my God!
Drinking beer while drinking.
Did you know that, guys? Did you know that Kamala Harris drank alcohol, and you're gonna vote for her?
I was not talking to you. You know what she was drinking. I should not have to explain
myself. Yeah, it was beer at the
myself.
Stephen Colbert thing, right?
I can't believe that Kamala Harris drank alcohol. How could we vote for her? We're gonna vote instead for the obviously corrupt 80-year-old because she drank alcohol once. So the reason that I brought up January 6th wasn't to get on the terminology of insurrection. That's not what I was intending to bring up. The thing that I was just trying to isolate is that we see inappropriate or corrupt interactions between Trump and his cabinet officials to do like objectively inappropriate things to try and use the DOJ to pressure the states to change their election results. That is, I would hope that we would agree that that's corrupt. I think that it was kind of telling
They
that
didn't do that. That's not true. That's not what happened.
Okay, well that's fine, but we could have that conversation.
Where did that happen? Georgia?
Georgia. I think it was involved in the Georgia indictment, but I'm pretty sure that we have the letter that Clark was trying to pressure Rosen and Donahue to send to the state legislators
to change the election results. It seems to me. I think what was happening was
it was to decertify their election results.
Correct.
Right.
And what was the goal? The goal was to have a separate slate of electors so that there could be a challenge, just like in the 1960 JFK Nixon election that we saw in Hawaii.
One of them was approved by
Rob, you
Congress,
don't
bro.
believe that.
Yes, I certainly do believe that. And if you want to get in depth into the 60 alternate slate of electors,
in 1960, no one ever pressured the vice president to make the unilateral decision to choose the elector.
It doesn't matter. There's nothing illegal about. There's nothing illegal. There's nothing illegal about what the vice president or pressuring the vice president that they should have some sort of elector challenge. There's nothing illegal about that. Now, having said that, I criticize Trump's decision to do it, but it doesn't rise to the level of illegality or anything like trying to have a coup that we're trying to hear. If you go back to the Nixon JFK Hawaii circumstance, the argument that we're told is the alternate slate of electors themselves are what would be illegal. And the reason is because only the governor has the right to certify the slate of electors. Right, Non-Fun?
Sure.
Okay. Well, did you know that in the Nixon election, actually, the governor did certify a slate of electors, and it was the Republican slate, and yet still the Democrats sent an uncertified slate of electors to the White House. Now, Renaud, do you know why they did that?
Yes, because there was an ongoing recount in, I believe, Hawaii that may change the results of the election. Yeah.
That's correct. And so the problem was that there is legislatively rules that say there are certain timeframes that you have to meet. And the fear was once the vice president certified the slate of electors, even if after that point the recount actually showed that it was the wrong slate of electors, it would be too late. Correct?
The problem is that that's not permitted in the Electoral Count Act. You don't get a delay past January 6th via the Electoral Count Act, and asking the vice president to make that unilateral decision instead of pass it off to Congress would be against that federal law.
It doesn't matter.
Then have to say, I still think Trump really would have got reelected even if it got passed.
That would make it even worse. If he could have gotten reelected without the bill.
I don't think he thinks that. But hold on. Someone was just yelling outside. But anyways, do we have any other points on this or?
So I think you're a good guy, okay? The problem is that I feel like the problem that I'm seeing with a lot of Republicans right now is that we're really, really willing to just kind of offhandedly condemn something that's really, really, really bad. But that's as deep as any condemnation goes. So like whenever I say, yeah, we're sending people against their constitutional rights to a prison where they're being tortured, using wartime authority, and its invocation was bullshit. He was lying about it. And the answer is, well, I think that's bad. But then, I mean, you're still wearing a MAGA hat. Like, I feel like, I don't know.
Okay, man, you want me to put on the Auburn hat? It's the only. This is the first hat I saw, dude.
I feel like the condemnations that we see for like these blatant attacks on the Constitution are just not nearly as strong as they should be in order to like protect the country.
Yeah, I mean, but I feel like the Democrats aren't doing anything as well. I don't think like they want to do anything to the border. Like just I think a lot of like, I wouldn't say politicians or maybe some politicians. I feel like a lot of them don't want to deport any illegal immigrants. I feel like they don't want to have good borders.
I mean, Joe Biden had like you even said that Joe Biden and Obama had record high deportation numbers. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris both committed to signing that border bill. It seems like the only people who actually do want to do anything is Democrats. Donald Trump literally said in front of the joint session whenever he was inaugurated, we didn't need a new president. We didn't need new legislation. We needed a new president. That's literally him saying, I don't want to get a bill passed, okay? I just want to use these wartime authorities.
I mean, right now, border crossings are down. Like,
yeah, because he's breaking the law.
97,
because he's breaking the law to do it. I mean, like, realistically, if the president is robbing immigrants of their constitutional rights to send them to torture camps, I probably wouldn't want to come here as an illegal immigrant.
I don't even know if it's a torture camp. I haven't looked into that too much. Do you have like anything that you can show me that like shows what they were being tortured, how they were being tortured?
Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. It was 93.1 billion.
Doge saved more than that.
No, they did not.
How do you know that?
Because from what's verifiable that we got from Doge, it's around 22 billion.
How long has Doge been in operations?
I believe January 20th, I believe.
Then how can you say what they've saved in one calendar year if they haven't even been?
Because they're nowhere near on close.
And then also,
they're nowhere near close to being on track for it.
Hey, hold on. And then also, Doge saved $160 billion.
No, you're wrong.
I'm looking at it right now, dude.
Yeah, you're looking at it. You're asking Doge what they saved, and they're lying to you. None of it's verifiable.
Okay. So I see what you're saying. So basically, you're saying that I should believe you instead of people that
No,
were
I'm saying you should go and read the annual report to the Congress on the OIG.
Okay, so then you're arguing that everything is like instantly verifiable and things don't have to be tallied.
Things have to be verifiable. Yes, things have to be verifiable.
Absolutely. So then so far you're seeing how many billions that were verified?
Yes.
So the actual savings is supposed to be 190 billion, but they can verify 160 of it.
Where are you reading that?
Right here on the website of Doge.gov.
You're reading on
Doge government site.
You're reading on Doge.gov that.
So are you allocating that the government's just like consistently lying to us then, and it's like
yeah? Are you saying that the government is always truthful?
I mean, it seems like that you believe anything that comes from the left, but nothing that comes from the right. And then
the
the
OIG's bipartisan. It gave a report to Congress.
Why does Doge have a reason? Why does Doge have a reason to lie?
Oh wait, by the way, I don't know why I went to Doge.gov. You just made up that verifiable number. You just made that the fuck up. Good job.
Go back to the Doge website. It's literally right. Go to Doge.com.
What estimated savings? Is that what you're looking at?
That's right.
Okay, so not verifiable anything. This is estimated savings, right?
I said that.
Okay. No, you said verifiable. You said verifiable 160. You lied. Okay, so I'm glad that we just agreed there. Okay. So
why don't you flip it? Why don't you flip it and go back? Why don't you go back? Because you'll see that you're full of shit right now. You're just trying to push a narrative on your 3 viewers that's not even correct.
Where is the verifiable? Where's that?
100 and CBS. Go to CBS News.
Go to CBS News. Go to a different place. Okay.
That's just one of them.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay.
CBS News. You've got.
I could be a dick and ask like, what is the relevance of when they submit their certificate?
Yeah. So then there have been events where then they were not counted, and so that's one
Can
way.
you give me an example?
So that's. Just go, you look it up. I don't remember the year. So that's one example of where it can fall apart. Just listen real quick where I'm going.
I don't want, just pause,
Never
pause,
mind,
pause.
Then, dude.
No,
you
listen.
have to understand
if you're asking me
when
to
the
read off,
electoral votes won't be counted.
Oh my God, okay.
You have to start.
If you're asking me to read off certain pieces of legislation, please just give me one example of what you're talking about. That's not an impossible hill to
meet. It won't be counted. So there's precedent for when it won't be counted.
Give me the precedent. Tell me when.
That's the easiest one. So
Tell me
you
when.
Go look it up.
Tell me when.
And then
tell me when.
Go look it up.
Tell me when.
So you would
what do I look up?
That some states didn't end up with their electoral
votes
counted.
Tell me what to look up.
Go look it up. I'm not going to teach you, dude. And so there's that.
That's your whole job. Okay, so what you're saying right now is there's precedent, but you won't name a single case.
I don't, dude. You're never going to. You hate Trump. And it's your only focus in life.
You can't name a single case.
Your only focus
name
in
a
life.
single case. Name a single case. Name a single case. Name a single case. Name a single case.
What is your problem?
That you're telling me that I don't know anything. That you're telling me that
cartoon character.
My problem is
you hate Trump and you're not.
My problem is that you are telling me that there's precedence for this. My problem is that you're telling me there's precedence for this, but you won't name any of the precedents. Please give me one example. That's all I'm asking for. Just give me one example. 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 Please just give me one example. Please just give me one example. 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 Give me one example.
Donald Trump
Give me one example.
assassinated.
Give me
You
one
want
example.
us
Give me one
killed.
example. Give me
It's
one
very
example. Give me
clear.
one example.
You
Give
are
me one example. Give me one example. Give me one
emotionally unstable.
example.
You are emotionally
Give me one
sick.
example. Give me one
You are
example. Give me one
emotionally
example. Give me one
unstable.
example. This
You
is
invited
insane.
me up.
Okay, listen. You can call me a
You are
cunt if you want me
emotionally
to.
sick.
Okay.
You are emotionally unstable. I gave you an example, but you have a mental issue. You fucking hate us. You hate Donald Trump. You want us killed. That's why you act this way. You are emotionally unstable, and everybody should fucking fear you. You are emotionally twisted and sick, and you refuse to go and study anything for fear you'll be wrong.
Can you give me
and
an
that
example
you
of what I
might
should
have to
study?
Agree with a MAGA person. You are emotionally twisted. You act like a cartoon character. You need to go get checked. So I gave you an example, but you don't want to do the process of learning anything because you fear that you might be wrong. And all you want is for him to be assassinated. There's something wrong with you, kid. You are sick, and fuck you.
Do you feel better? Listen, she can call me mentally unstable. I asked her for one example of what she was talking about, and then she called me a cunt. So, like, I don't know who's mentally unstable here. I'm saying that these people, these 300 people on this first flight, had no due process and were sent to a torture camp. Like, I don't understand how that's not unconscionable.
Yes, I agree with you on that. Under the circumstance that that they did not have criminal charges, and that's still on. That's why I was talking about.
Why would they need criminal charges?
Because then that would be invocable under the Alien Enemies Act.
No, it wouldn't be.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding here, but basically what I'm saying is a baseline, yes.
Like criminal charges are irrelevant to the Alien Enemies Act.
Maybe I'm being dumb, but listen,
okay.
man, as a baseline, I agree with you that they should have due process in general.
And I don't. Okay, so now if we agree on that, I don't understand how we can't agree that supporting somebody who's doing that, or supporting somebody who is letting all of his cabinet officials do that with zero repercussion is bad. Is really, really bad.
Because like I said before, I believe that mass deportation needs to be done in order to... I agree with you on the fact that the legal system should be reworked and the border should be secure, right? We both agree on that. But I believe mass deportation is an extremely big step.
We're not even necessarily... Like, you're willing to accept mass deportations, even if it means some 300 people are sent to a torture camp, because it gets mass deportations done? Is that like a fair characterization?
I can accept that there has been mess ups within this administration, and I don't tolerate them.
Those,
but I don't.
Mess ups kind of removes agency from these people. Like, this was the intentional thing. They have a deal to send them to CCOT. It was no mystery. The State Department filed 2 reports, 2022 and 2023, that they were torturing inmates in El Salvadorian prisons. We had an agreement to send them to that prison. We paid Bukele to do it, and we explicitly were trying to get them out of the country as quick as possible to prevent judicial review. This isn't a mistake. This is the system. This is the mass deportations. Well, I mean, if he is an advocate of the First Amendment, for example, it'd be weird for him to advocate that MSNBC and CNN are illegal for reporting negatively against him. I think that's a weird way to show your love for the First Amendment. I think it's a weird way to show your love for the 14th Amendment by advocating that people who are born here and subject to the jurisdiction somehow are not, because their parents are illegal immigrants. I think it's a weird way to show love for, Article 1 by removing Congress's power of the purse.
Okay. The argument, I think you know it, but I think you're, being a little intellectually, I guess they'd call it dishonest.
Okay.
The MSNBC, CNN, whatever that argument is, he never said to ban them and not let them. He just said to yank their news credentials.
No, incorrect.
No, let me finish.
It's not what. It's just not what he said.
I actually said they shouldn't be considered news organizations. Same with CBS, and I agree with them.
That's not what he said.
They are mostly biased, and they really don't report the news per se.
He said that MSNBC and CNN were working as arms of the Democratic Party, and that is
Yes.
illegal.
Well, yes, as news organizations. If you read the whole quote and you read the whole story, as news organizations,
No,
they can be
illegal.
entertainment. They can be news entertainment, and be fine with what they're doing. But as
let me play you the-
classified as news organizations, they cannot pump propaganda per se, and that is illegal. So he's not wrong.
Here's the quote.
Just can't let it happen. You have such a higher calling. And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal, what they do.
Okay. So that's not
No,
talking about.
well, no, you didn't hear the rest of it.
Stop. You're saying that he's saying something that he's not saying. He's not talking about removing licenses. He's saying
Yes, he
that
is.
he's saying that they're corrupt and illegal.
They are corrupt and illegal as posing as news or outlets when they're pumping propaganda. That is illegal.
That's not where does it say it? How is that illegal?
It's
Where
an
is that
FCC
illegal?
violation. Everyone
How?
knows that.
How is it an FCC violation? What regulation are they breaking?
FCC.
Yeah, what regulation are they breaking?
Federal Communications.
Yeah, I know what the FCC is. What
Oh,
regulation
geez.
is he breaking?
Well, I don't have the book with me.
Okay, he's not. It's by the way, it's
But
not.
if I
it's
do
not
have the book,
illegal.
what do I
it's
get?
it's not illegal to be biased.
Yes, it is.
That's not illegal.
Yes, it is as a news organization.
You're just wrong, and you haven't cited.
Oh,
anything.
okay.
It's not illegal to post negative stories about the president.
No, it's not. I didn't say it was.
Why is Donald Trump saying it is?
He didn't. If
He did.
If you listen to the rest of the
I
speech,
just
you'd
played you
understand it.
exactly the quote where he said that
You didn't read the whole- you didn't listen to the whole thing.
MSNBC,
And that is a common thing with you guys.
MSNBC.
Y'all nitpick little
Stop,
blurbs.
stop. He said explicitly.
You just say
explicitly. Yeah,
what
keep
you wanna
filibustering,
hear.
buddy. 23 more hours, you can beat Booker. Okay.
Who?
I said 23 more hours and you can beat Booker, buddy.
Who's Booker, buddy?
I don't know if you pay attention to American politics. That's okay.
No, I do pay attention. You mean Team U, Obama, your hero? Is he your hero?
Are you okay?
Do you think he's a good guy?
Are
Do you
you
think
okay?
he did something?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Are you?
I don't think you are.
Your voice is a little cracky.
But the thing is that like the Congress people can't have a bias towards Trump when the American people are the main priority to protect and to help out. So even if it's agreeing with Satan, sometimes you have to do that to better the population.
Why would Donald Trump? So do you think that Donald Trump should be able to say anything to Congress and Congress shouldn't hold any bias against him?
Well, yeah, because they're not working for they're working for us. So it's like,
Right. So I mean, that's not working for you. Isn't the same as working for the president. But if I was to say so if Donald Trump ended up coming into the joint session, he said Democrats are evil, they're devils, they're never going to be able to work with me, and I think that we should kill them. Okay, and then he tries to get a bill passed through Congress. Would you expect any Democrat to vote for that bill?
depends on what's in the bill.
Really?
Yeah, again, my job isn't to like him. My job is to work for American people. That's why I'm in there. That's why American people voted for me to be in there.
Do you think that makes Trump a bad negotiator if he comes in and says that?
I mean, it depends how you take it. I mean, again,
Really?
this has nothing.
Question. We acknowledge that it is possible for an elector to be chosen by the RNC, and then the president or the person up for election tries to get electors that were not chosen by the RNC. That's possible, right?
No, because that's done before election night.
Yeah, it's done at the
It's always one
Republican
person.
National Convention.
It's one person. So, like, if your state is
So
worth
let's-
20 electoral votes,
Mhm.
then you're going to have 20 Democrat electors and you're going to have 20 Republican electors in that state. if
So
that
let's
was the
say
case.
that a state
Before
was
election
called.
night.
Let's say that a state was called for a Democrat, and then the Republicans try to assemble a group of alternative electors. But one of the electors says, "Hey, I don't think this is constitutional, so I'm not going to come." And then they try to get another Republican that was not chosen by the RNC. Would you call that a fraudulent elector?
They can't switch the elector. Okay.
I know. If they try to, what is that called?
They didn't do that.
They did try to do that. There were
They can't do that.
There
You
were
can't
people.
do it.
There were
It's like-
people who
it's
were not
unofficial.
chosen. There were people who were not chosen by the RNC who signed certificates of the vote in 2020 to say that they were the duly appointed electors for Donald Trump. So that's how they were fraudulent electors.
No.
Yes.
That's not how it works.
I agree
But the
that's not how it
electors
works. That's why what Donald Trump did was illegal.
The electors, okay, look.
What's the guy's name? What's his name?
Omar Abrego Garcia. Have you ever heard of that name?
I may have.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
This.
Okay.
So does this make Trump a bad president?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I mean, unless you think that you can be a good president while sending people to a torture camp? Maybe? Is that your opinion?
I don't agree with people being sent to a torture camp if they're innocent.
Then why did you support Trump doing it?
Why do you
Pardon me?
support Trump doing it?
Why do you support Trump doing it?
Look, he's rounded up people who have been proven to be criminals. All right.
That's not even true.
So he experienced
it's okay.
severe beatings and psychological torture in a super max prison in El Salvador.
Mm-hmm.
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 Not in CCOT.
Oh my!
Did you think?
God.
Wait, hold on. Did you think CCOT was the name of the country? CCOT's the name of the prison.
And where's that prison? Where's that prison located?
In El Salvador.
El Salvador.
I already told you that.
So El Salvador has a problem.
Yeah. Do you know what our problem was?
Right. Okay. So yeah, exactly. So now
We
that
sent
you've
the
determined,
people
since,
to
since
the
you
prison.
made that, since you divulged
Uh-huh.
that CCOT is located in
She's
El
erotic now.
Salvador.
I'm
and you're
sorry,
making,
that wasn't a
you're
very
making
well-hidden
CCOT
secret.
because you've been going on about CCOT and CCOT and CCOT. And guess what? CCOT's in El Salvador, and that's where he was tortured. Guess what? It's
Got
El
me.
Salvador's problem, isn't it?
Got me. Why did we send him to CCOT?
He was sent to El Salvador.
The plane from the U.S. landed at CCOT.
In El Salvador, where he was
Correct.
tortured.
We shipped him to CCOT.
In El Salvador, where he was
What
tortured.
point do you think you're making when you say in El Salvador? Do you think I don't know that CCOT is in El Salvador? We were sending him to CCOT. That's where
You've been
he
making
arrived.
it sound like Trump runs CCOT.
Well, we were funding it with our money.
Oh, wait. Okay, the
What are you
absolute
confused
irony,
about?
the irony of you saying that I don't know what I'm talking about, when the read that you were being given is that Donald Trump runs what I assume you think was a foreign country called CCOT, where we were torturing people.
No,
Like, I don't know.
No, you were making CCOT sound like it was like it was a detention camp located where? Who knows? A dark site? What is it?
So when
You
I
know,
said he had a
CCOT,
withholding
CCOT.
order, when I said he had a withholding order from El Salvador, do you think I was just saying that for fun and that was just like a fun fact? If you want to argue that, that's fine, and I could probably agree. And there are even some things that Doge allegedly wants to do that I'd probably agree with, like having a better tracking method for certain payments. That's fine. But the problem that I'm coming in with is that a lot of the campaign leading up to Donald Trump's election surrounding Doge was on finding retroactive fraud. If you want to argue that the Office of the Inspector General wasn't effective in doing it, that's fine. But I mean, what we're looking at right now is that Doge is far less effective in doing it, and it's actually probably going to end up costing us a lot of money.
I think you're cherry picking data, and I think I have to disagree with you. Literally, the Inspector General's has overseen U.S. aid for 20 plus years, and the amount of corruption in that one agency was crazy.
I don't understand how you can accuse me of cherry picking and then you focus just on USAID and not the overall effect of the Office of the Inspector General.
Right, because the U.S. Inspector General looked at it and failed.
But that is cherry. What you are doing is cherry picking by just isolating it to the USAID.
I did find my notes.
Hold on. Okay, Grid, go ahead and respond, and then back to you, Rinyald.
Yeah. All right. So I did find my notes on the because I didn't want to make, I don't like to be wrong. So Mountain Home Virginia VA Medical Center in Tennessee. Tennessee. I don't know what's with us tonight. We're winning it all. Actually paid hookers to come in and have sex orgies with patients and maybe some staff. As a matter of fact, there was one employee engaged in sexual relations with 32 different coworkers. And these activities were reportedly discussed openly on a government communication portal used for official operations. And we paid for it. Our tax dollars were paying for all of it.
I mean, again,
and
I
no
think
one got fired.
I think it's ironic that you say that I'm cherry picking when you're picking this one thing that happened in Tennessee to do away with the results of an audit over the entire fiscal year.
Hold on.
You're using that real quick. Wait, real quick.
Hold on, because Rinald needs the opportunity to respond, please.
Yeah, we're using this one thing that happened in Tennessee to disregard the findings of the Office of the Inspector General over the entire fiscal year of 2023. That is the definition of cherry picking. And then on top of that, if you're saying, okay, well, there's a problem because these people didn't get fired after that happened, you already conceded that Doge has no firing authority. So, I mean, Doge isn't going to be able to do anything about that anyway.
All right, look, I think in that specific instance, where the president requests it, where there are a bunch of people in America who support it happening in the first place, I think that it would be in the best interest of the American people and the vice president to do what was requested of him.
To be clear, though, the majority of the people did not support what Donald Trump was advocating for because he got voted out of office.
I did not say the majority. I said the American people.
Yeah, by saying the American people, you're implying the majority of the American people.
I'm not implying anything.
Okay, so you think that American people supporting illegal action from the presidency to make the vice president choose him to be president again justifies that plot?
That's not what I said at all.
Noah, why do we vote if we will put the fate of the electors' hands in the vice president? Why should we even vote?
Did I say that I want it to happen in all cases? I didn't.
Why should we? If it's allowed to happen in one case, it's going to happen in every case. Because why the fuck would you bother voting if the vice president can choose who's president?
That is not what I'm saying.
It is what you are arguing for, to be clear, because you are arguing that what Donald Trump did was okay.
Sorry.
By extension, you're arguing that what Donald Trump was doing was okay because. But even though he was trying to get the vice president to decertify state electors to make him president again. So the question is, why do we even vote if the fate of the election lies in the vice president's hands? Why vote?
How far is this going to go? Because
until you answer the question. Now we're getting them out anyway, but we'd like to get them out a lot faster. And we see these towns where these thugs are being thrown into the back of a paddy wagon, and you see them thrown in rough. I said, please don't be too nice. Okay, so that's like directly what I said, right? On trump.whitehouse.archives.gov. Okay, is that trustworthy?
Yeah.
Okay, so he did say it, right? Okay, so he did say it.
Put him in too nice, right?
Yeah, what do you think he's asking them to do?
Is that inciting beating them to you?
What do you think that's asking them to do?
I mean, you can throw them in the back of the police car, not nicely. A lot of police do it.
What does it mean to throw somebody in the back not nicely?
If someone resists arrest,
yeah, he's clearly not talking about somebody resisting arrest because that's a case where you would typically.
A thug is typically going to resist arrest, right?
No.
No.
If why would he have to make the caveat to not treat them nicely if cops typically treat people who resist arrest not nicely?
Well, you said that
he's referencing when the cops put their hand on the top of the police car so the person doesn't hit their head. Why would they do that for someone who's resisting arrest?
They would just throw him in the back of the car. What are you saying? What do you mean? He didn't say put the police's hand on the top of the vehicle.
Hold on. Like when you see somebody in the car, they're protecting their head, the way they put their hand over, like don't hit their head, they've just killed somebody, don't hit their head. I said you can take the hand away. So that is exactly what he's talking about, actually. Another swing and a miss, another swing and a miss.
Yeah, okay. I agree with that, 100%. No, I agree with that.
Okay, is that inciting violence?
I mean, to someone that has done a terrible act, yeah, I think so.
That is inciting violence, correct?
They don't deserve.
That is inciting violence, correct?
To someone that did incite violence.
Do you think that police should be violent?
To people that are violent, yeah.
Do you think police should be violent? Because they're not the person that finds them guilty. So do you think that they should be violent to people who haven't been found guilty?
So if a school pure unalives 20 kids, do you think the police should just go up and arrest him and not be violent to him?
If he doesn't need to be violent, no, he shouldn't be violent.
Okay, that's crazy.
That's not crazy. That's literally how our police system works, you fucking idiot.
It is, but not all the time. And
police brutality is not okay, motherfucker. I don't know how this is such a complicated thing to think. Whenever the cops don't need to use excessive force, they're not allowed to use excessive force.
Right. So ambiguity was left by the Supreme Court. Would you agree?
Is that the big criticism, though, that they didn't specifically outline what notice means, so it was okay for them to try and deport these people without giving them the ability to challenge?
So specifically in the Patriot Act, in this section 412,
why are we bringing up the Patriot Act when this was done on the grounds of the Alien Enemies Act? The Patriot Act is irrelevant here.
But was it?
Yes.
I argue that the proclamation and the emergency, along with the Patriot Act, is all the president needed. I don't even think the invocation or the inviction of
invocation, but they didn't even cite the Patriot Act.
And that's in my legal opinion, that's a failure on their part.
Okay, but that's fine. But trying to litigate their actions on the grounds that you think they could have done something a different legal way is not saying that they're doing it a legal way, or saying that like what they are doing is complying with somebody's rights.
He cannot actually send the electors back. All he can do is read them out.
I agree, but I think you're walking off of the important question here of was it appropriate for Donald Trump to pressure was it appropriate for Donald Trump to pressure the vice president to break the law on January 6th to give the election to him?
Right, and I told you that I agree where it wasn't appropriate, but for him to say those words, that's not illegal, because the legal action that Pence can take only is to read the actual certified electors that came in, right? It's still delivered by Wells Fargo, I believe, according to the Constitution.
Well, if we want to walk back and say, it was highly inappropriate for Donald Trump to ask Mike Pence to throw out the election results and certify his, but I don't think it was illegal for him to propose it, then, that's fine. But that's not, you're not like meaningfully disagreeing that Donald Trump engaged in a pressure campaign to try and decertify electors, throw out election results, and state himself as the president, even though these 7 swing states didn't vote for him. If the technical, disagreement we have is that it was inappropriate of Trump to suggest it, but it wasn't technically illegal, then I'm fine with that concession. I don't even know if this conversation even goes anywhere. You gave me the whole cake.
I think it's okay to question the election.
Not question the election. Pressure your DOJ to send a fraudulent letter that you knew was fraudulent, or pressure your vice president to unilaterally certify and decertify electors. Do you think that's okay? Yes,
pressure, as in have conversations, bring it up,
as in tweet out while people were in the Capitol that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what was necessary to save our Constitution. That kind of pressure.
That, like I said, why are we still talking about this? I said it's okay to question the election.
Because every time I bring up something you don't know how to address, you always just pivot away from it. It's like, oh, I don't know why we're talking about that. Why do you feel it's necessary? Why do you justify Donald Trump?
I just told you I believe it's okay to question the election.
Not question the election. Pressure his vice president to certify and decertify electors unilaterally.
Election. That is correct. Yep. Questioning the election. Yes, it is questioning. Yep.
Is it questioning the election to overturn it?
Yeah. You can question something to overturn it. That is correct. That is how something is overturned. Is you question it. What?
Do you think it would be okay for him to overturn the election?
If it was rigged, yeah.
Do you agree that there's no evidence of rigging?
No, I disagree.
Do you agree that multiple people within his DOJ and a bunch of state legislatures and every lawsuit he filed all came back saying that there was no fraud?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Are you aware that every lawsuit he filed came back big fat goose eggs, no fraud? Top officials within his DOJ came to him and said there was no fraud. Mike Pence,
okay, that's probably why the question, or
his daughter came out and said there was no fraud.
I'd like to see that. Can you show me where she said that, please?
Yeah, she testified for the J6 committee that she agreed with Bill Barr's findings that there was no fraud.
Okay, is he in office now? No.
Donald Trump or Bill Barr?
Donald Trump. Who are we talking about right now?
Why does it matter if he's in office right now?
Because he accepted the results eventually, did he not?
No, I wouldn't say that he accepted the results if he did everything he could to overturn it.
Oh my God, can we just agree to disagree? This is ridiculous.
No, because you're justifying an insurrection right now.
Because I'm not going to fucking argue with you for
with me about it is because you don't know anything about it.
the reason I'm not arguing with you is because I'm not a brainwashed liberal who wants to sit here and argue. I'm trying to make America
you're
better.
calling me brainwashed, but you haven't been able to address anything I've said.
We
Not
just
a single
addressed this
thing.
for like 30 minutes. Holy shit.
Yeah, you've addressed it by saying, why are we talking about this? This was like 4 years ago.
Okay, so again, I get what you're saying, but then that's giving people cause to enter the country illegally. Then when they get a deportation order, they're just saying, actually, I want to seek asylum.
Do you
Instead
understand
of
the door that you are opening as well?
Well, hold on, let me finish. Instead of just going to seek asylum through the port of entry the legal way.
It's legal for them to claim asylum that way as well.
I know that's what I'm saying. They can legally come to the port of entry and claim asylum. But
Well, it's
the
legal
reason
for
you're
them to
giving-
claim asylum in the way that I'm prescribing as well. That's legal.
for them to illegally come into the country and then just claim asylum.
Yes, that's legal.
Under what cause? I don't think I've read that before. If you have some sort of source, I'd be glad to read on it.
Give me one. But I need to make sure that if we're looking at morally. Okay, so here's the. All right. Before I move on, I found it quicker than I thought I would. U.S. Code 1158. Any alien who is physically present in the United States who arrives in the United States, whether or not as at a designated port of arrival, and including an alien who is brought to the United States after being interdicted in international or United States waters, irrespective of such alien status, may apply for asylum.
Wow.
By the way, you're the one who said I'm not going to engage in rational thinking.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you think
Okay,
that
buddy.
if you think that who you choose to vote for dictates what your fucking cognitive ability is, you don't have any.
It's a shame because you proved the point.
No, you didn't. Oh, prove what point?
You're low
What's my
IQ. You voted for
What's
MAGA.
my
It makes
IQ?
sense. You just
What's
proved.
my
You just
IQ,
proved.
Ronald
You just
McDonald?
proved the
What's
correlation.
my IQ, Ronald McDonald?
It's got to be sub 2.
They see, it's gotta be. It's probably. You really think your intuition is that fucking infallible, dude? You should humble yourself, dude, because you're a moron.
And you should go
And
back to
life
get
is
your
too
high
short
school
to be
diploma.
fat and
I don't
dumb.
know what to tell
Life
you.
is too short to be fat and dumb, dude.
I think you should go back and get your high school diploma. Well, I mean, I could think a lot of stuff.
Why would you need to get your high school diploma twice? Do you like to hang out at high schools as an adult or something?
I'm not Donald Trump. Listen, maybe if I did, you would vote for me,
Donald
buddy.
Trump doesn't need to hang out at hospitals. You know how he sleeps at night? Next to a hot supermodel.
Yeah, while telling 8-year-olds on a passing escalator that maybe he'll be dating them in 10 years. Okay, but while hanging out with sex traffickers.
I know, I get triggered by jokes too.
Do you often joke about being a pedophile?
Do I often joke about... Okay, I got a joke for you. You want to hear it?
Not particularly, based off of the
Okay, then
context.
shut
What?
the fuck up, you
Holy
fucking triggered
shit!
snowflake.
Oh my
I know,
God.
don't take it there if you don't want to hear it.
Are you okay?
You asked me the question, I was about to give you the answer, but you got triggered. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm the triggered one. We
Yeah,
get
you
it.
are.
Yeah.
You are, because you get triggered by jokes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So, like, what was
You
the
probably
joke
got
in
triggered
telling
when
an
you watched
8-year-old?
Django. Did you get triggered when you watched Django and there was so much N-word in it?
Was him being best friends with Jeffrey Epstein also just like a funny joke?
Best friends?
Yeah.
How do you think they were best friends?
Epstein said they were best friends?
Oh, Epstein
10
said
years.
that. You mean the pedo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And what did Trump say?
Yeah. What did he say? I don't know.
So you believe a pedo over Trump?
Yeah, with like video corroboration.
Okay. Oh, no.
and
I just,
Donald
I
Trump
got-
being
I
in his
got
black
it.
book.
I got
Yeah,
it.
I
You
do.
have
I do.
absolutely no proof, but you would
Other
put
than
faith in
other than the
pedo.
videos of them
Oh, I got it.
together,
I got it.
and
Fucking pedo
you understand that they're both. Wait, hold on. You understand that they're
I got
both
it.
co-plaintiffs in a.
You choose the pedo. I get it.
Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein are both co-plaintiffs in an SA case? Oh, weird. Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump is in Jeffrey Epstein's black book?
Oh, weird.
His
Do you
little
acknowledge
black
that
book
Donald
of
Trump
phone-
appointed Alex
his-
Acosta,
hold on,
the
hold
person
on.
who let him off with a
His black
sweetheart
book
deal?
of phone numbers.
Oh, weird.
This guy thinks a little black book of phone numbers. Makes
Notice that he didn't
everybody
touch on being
fucking
co-
complicit.
notice that he didn't touch on being
because
co-plaintiffs
I had
in
you
an
on my
SA
fucking
case.
Rolodex,
Holy
that
shit.
makes you a fucking pedo.
Joker,
You're a
wait, Joker,
joke,
do you
dude.
acknowledge?
You
Wait,
probably
Didn't touch on the co-plaintiffs
Donald
part.
Trump
Wait,
is racist because the
wait.
KKK supports
Joker, do you acknowledge that
Do you
Jeffrey
think Donald
Epstein-
Trump?
Really?
I'm
That's
so
well
excited
said.
that
That's
he's
an
coming back so
administrative
that we can
error.
deport him again.
Me too.
And shut you up.
Me too.
Yeah.
I was just making sure that everyone else was happy,
Why
but
don't you
apparently there's
bring
a
it
lot
back
of
up?
contradicting narratives still going on
Please
in the MAGA
bring back
world.
gang members.
We're not contradicting at all.
They are
Told
contradicting.
you
You
what,
said that there wasn't a withholding
Andrew,
order,
where
and
you
the
left
withholding
that,
order was
Andrew?
actually just to Guatemala, but
Are
it was
you
also
going to-
somehow an
are you
administrative
shut up?
error.
Reynold.
Uh-huh.
Can you do me a favor? I'll blow it up for you. This is the conclusion from the court documents where it says that he can't be deported to what country?
Guatemala.
Guatemala.
Okay, I'm glad that you highlighted one word and act like that was the result.
No, read the whole thing, buddy.
Talking. Just give me 2 seconds, okay, man?
Uh-huh.
Jesus. Look, the respondent's application for asylum has been denied, right?
Mm-hmm.
This third one down here, I'll just go over the denied ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Respondent application for withholding or removal under convention, it's also denied.
Mm-hmm.
Respondent's application for withholding of removal pursuant to INA section 241B3.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go look that up, okay? You want to go look it up?
INA?
Let's go look it up.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's go look it up. Here we go. What did that say, guys? 241B3. 241 is on the previous page. I was going to assume here. This is not the one I was forgetting. I shouldn't even have to fucking do this. I do this every goddamn day with this shit.
It gets old, doesn't it, Andrew?
It really does get old. Look, I'm not gonna sit there and do it. You do your own fucking homework.
Swing and a miss.
No, not a miss. Not a miss.
He ain't gonna go to jail over it.
Yeah. If he got indicted, he would have went to jail.
Yeah.
Are you denying that he got indicted?
Yep.
Okay.
He's not
Probably reading off CNN, huh, buddy?
But not even. You're not.
How would he have been in
What you
court
said
if
is
he
so
had not been
incomprehensible.
I think that situation that you brought up, calling somebody racist, is equally valid to a separate argument for somebody being racist, that they organized with white nationalist groups to bring a white nationalist onto their campus to preach white nationalism.
Yeah,
Do you think that those two
hinges-
claims, and you still
here's the
won't
thing.
let me finish answering the question, asking the question?
I'll
This
let-
is
I'll let you
insanity.
finish. You're right. I'm sorry. I'll let you finish.
Do you think that those two claims of somebody being racist are equal? in
Okay, you
validity?
would have to tell me the qualifiers of them being racist, other than your own assertion.
Do you think that those two claims of racism are equal in validity? Yes or no?
Okay, layers of abstraction still exist. So tell me the
I'm
abstraction.
not
of why that
asking if
person is
layers
racist.
of abstraction still exist. This is a yes or no question. Why are you being so
He is
weaselly?
racist- He is racist on what qualifications other
Why
than
are
your
you
own?
being so weaselly?
Well, you claimed him to be racist, right?
I'm asking if these two claims of racism are equal.
If he is,
I'm
then
not
prove it.
talking about the actual conversation that we need to be having later. I'm asking you
You're
to
not
engage
answering
with the question.
You asserted he was racist. It is
I'm
on
asking you to engage with the question that I'm asking you.
But I'm engaging. But your question.
No, you're not
your question
engaging. You're
is-
avoiding answering.
My friend, I'm not avoiding. I'm using qualifiers.
Okay,
to see
so
if he
answer
really
with the answer yes or no. Do you think those two claims of
give me-
racism are
my
built
friend,
equally?
Give me the qualifiers.
Do we both okay, the definition of racism is somebody who believes that their race is superior over other races. Okay, so now do you believe you believe that those two arguments for racism are equally valid?
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Someone who believes their race is the master race better than another race, correct?
Yes,
Now we're getting
Harmony,
somewhere.
are you actually going to answer the question, or are you just going to?
Okay, because now we're getting somewhere. Okay, keep
Okay.
going. Let's go. Now we're getting somewhere.
Okay,
This is
are
good.
we're still at the same exact spot. I don't know why you're pretending like we're making progress.
Okay, so-
do you
but
think
now-
that these
now-
two? I don't know
This
why
is good.
you can't actually let anybody finish a question. Okay, Do you think that those two claims of racism are built equally? Do you think the claim to racism in both of those situations is equally valid? Can you answer that question instead of running away from it for the 5th time?
But don't mute me, like Jesus Christ. Let's not.
Well,
do
if you're
that.
not
Can we
if you're
do
not
the
letting me
muting game?
finish a question, then I'm going to mute you.
I
If
was
you keep
answering
interrupting
and you're
me.
muting me.
No, you
If
weren't
mute
answering.
me,
You were
lose.
avoiding. Can you answer the
Oh,
question
Jesus.
now?
My friend, look, because I'm
Can
here
you
to have
answer the
respect.
question?
It was good, but don't mute me. Jesus
Can you
Christ.
can
don't
you
do-
answer the question? This is not a respectful conversation. You're being actually a dishonest,
Jesus
slimy
Christ.
fuck.
Now-
I need you to just
now
answer
you're
the
muting,
question.
now you're
Answer the
upset, now
question.
you're upset.
Answer the question.
Don't mute.
Answer the question.
Can we not do that? Can we not mute?
Can you answer the question?
You're not Parker. You're not Dean. Let's not mute. Can we do that?
Can you answer the question?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Now we're muting. Okay. Jesus Christ.
I'm not
All right.
muting. I just want you to answer the question that I asked you. It's a yes or no
But
question. I
you're
don't know why
muting
you're not
me.
answering.
I was gonna answer you, but there's
Okay,
certain
go ahead and
qualifiers.
answer. Answer.
All right, can you not mute me though? Can we at least agree on that?
Just answer the question.
Okay, but can you agree to not mute?
Yes,
That's
I
it.
won't
That's all
mute
I
you.
need.
I won't mute you. Go ahead and answer the question.
Beautiful and gorgeous. Beautiful and gorgeous.
Yes,
All right,
beautiful
good.
and
Then we're
gorgeous.
good.
Can you answer the question now?
Gorgeous and beautiful. Not gonna be. Obviously, they're not the same. But if you're gonna view
Okay,
them as the
good.
same,
Finally.
utilizing. Okay, but listen. But Jesus Christ, are you gonna listen? If you're going to utilize layers of abstraction to get to racism and just say, well, somebody does this, which connects to A, which connects to B, which connects to C, which connects to D, which connects to C, which connects, whatever the case may be, to get to racism, you could just basically mean anything, mean racist, and basically
No.
contribute anybody to be a white supremacist, right?
No, that's not true. If I'm saying that
Have
it's
you not
unreasonable to have
well,
26
wait.
degrees, I'm going to answer. You
Wait,
just asked me a
wait.
question. I'm going to answer the question.
Go answer the question.
Okay, I would love to. Okay, I don't know why you keep interrupting after you ask a question and then one word in you interrupt immediately. It's reasonable to say that if you are 1 degree of separation away from white nationalism, and somebody else is 26 degrees away from white nationalism, that one person's probably a white nationalist and another person isn't necessarily. That's a completely fair thing to say, right?
So that's exactly the point. Is you're so judgmental because it's not what you wanted, and we get it, bro. We get it that
Like
you're
I don't know how many times I need to say this. Like, I am in support of cutting fraud, waste, and abuse in our government. The problem is that Doge is not going about it in a legal way and is not going about it in a good way. And like I said, we already had a body that was responsible for tracking down fraud, waste, and abuse and auditing these 3-letter agencies. It was called the Office of the Inspector General. And one of the first things that Trump did when coming into office was firing 17 of them.
Yes, because that is a mission failed. When people don't do their job, when you have
Okay, do you want to know how much? Do you want to know how much the Office of the Inspector General saved in 2023 through lawsuits and audits?
How much?
$93 billion. Do you want to know how much has been confirmed from Doge? Around 12 billion. So if you want to call it a failed goal, that's fine. Then you have to admit that Doge is also like ridiculously failed, because the Office of the Inspector General has saved, almost 3 times in 1 year.
Yeah, I mean there's just cherry pick data. I get it, bro.
No, not cherry pick data. This is literally like the annual report to Congress over the fiscal year of 2023.
Again, so are all the inspector generals gone?
17 of them were fired, including the
Are all
HHS
of them-
one.
Are they all gone?
No.
Okay.
So do you want to justify firing the one from the HHS that saved us $7.3 billion?
So they're gonna keep. So they're.
Do you
gonna
think
keep,
that's a good way to fight fraud, waste, and abuse?
Yes.
It's a good way to fight fraud, waste, and abuse by firing the HHS OIG, which saved us $7.13 billion in 2024. That's a good way to fight fraud, waste, and abuse.
Yeah, absolutely. It actually is. Again, what I'm trying to get you to understand, bro, is you're nitpicking an administration on such a, so you're basically you're sold,
would you
right?
really say that it's nitpicking to say that I don't want these unaccountable high school or college dropouts mishandling my data? Is that nitpicking?
So again, this is the thing that you basically say that I trust the government in everything that they do.
No,
and
stop. Can you answer that question? Is it nitpicking to say? Is it nitpicking to say that I don't want these people to be mishandling my data?
Absolutely. I think
that's
that
nitpicking.
I don't know who Jack Smith is.
Jack Smith is the person. Yeah, I know. So Jack Smith indicted Donald Trump
on willful retention of classified documents. That was like the whole Mar-a-Lago case, and then defrauding the United States government. That was the like fake electors January 6th case. That's who Jack Smith is. He was the.
So are you asking how we should stop the?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking the fact that Donald Trump is going after somebody. Donald Trump is going after Donald Trump is using his power over the DOJ to go after somebody who was levying credible indictments against somebody.
Okay, so
no
you're
allegation
asking,
of wrongdoing, by the way. Nothing to investigate.
So you're asking if it's okay that the federal government politicizes the judicial system to attack their enemies politically.
This is the guy who is bitching about talking points.
You would agree that's obviously
so the guy that was
that is
impeached
obviously
3
corrupt,
times,
right? That's obviously corrupt.
The guy that was accused of Russian collusion and impeached for it and beat it.
Wait.
Okay?
What was he impeached for the first time? Can you tell me?
Russian collusion.
No.
No. Oh my god.
This little bro only reads headlines. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Time?
He wasn't impeached.
Wait, okay,
where the fuck
actually,
did this?
wait.
Where did this idea come from that he was impeached 3 times? I don't know where the fuck the fucking dumb fuck on Sarah said it too. He was impeached twice, dumbass.
Now you're gonna use name calling.
Yes, I'm calling a spade. He was impeached twice. You dumbass.
That is not the behavior of someone with a high IQ.
Wait. Red.
I think what's more low IQ, calling a dumbass or saying that somebody who was impeached twice was impeached 3 times?
At least be more creative.
Red. What were the 3 impeachments? Can you tell me? There was Russian collusion. What were the other 2?
No, I'm not going there. Nice try.
Nice try. You wanted to make me look stupid for explaining my stupid thing. LOL. I know.
LOL. You can't even speak the English language. LOL. You're talking mean.
Okay, big dog.
You're a child. You don't get it. I understand that. I was young once too.
True. I think you're being very jocular right now. Okay.
Yeah, this is a very jocular kind of conversation.
Hey, there we go. You got a new word for you. You'll use that again in another conversation another day, I'm sure.
Red, I want to know, what were the 2 other impeachments for?
No, I'm not going to go there.
Who knows?
Okay, so can you just explain when you brought up Ukraine?
No, because what you do is called bait and switch. Okay, you understand that? A shakedown?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't work.
A shakedown. I make a claim and you ask me to prove it. That's a real shakedown.
No, your agenda and your behavior, people aren't buying it anymore. That's why your panel's only half filled right now, dude. It's Saturday night. You should have a full panel. 6 months ago,
I've really messed up
a year
with
ago,
Clay,
you would
and
have had a full panel of people just talking how bad everything
I
is.
sincerely apologize for being too mean to you and not letting you
I don't
honestly
care
get the
about that,
proper
dude. Give me
speaking
a
time,
break.
dude.
Red, do you
I'm
need
sorry.
a
No, I know. I'm sincerely
And that's
sorry, dude.
another
I'm
problem.
sorry.
The super sensitivity, like if this is mean to you, that's on you.
The
This
super
I'm
sensitivity.
sorry. I'm seriously
This
sorry.
is 0 to me. This is like
anything.
talking to my
The
grandma.
super sensitivity.
Make it up
You're
to you?
just a high school bully. You're just acting like a high school bully.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that you're behaving like a grade school. I'm telling you that you're behaving like a middle. Your behavior is like a middle school playground bully.
Yeah, your behavior is like a fucking 80-year-old dementia home
I've
patient.
taken
I don't know what to tell
right
you.
now.
That's how the world
I've
sees-
taken
that's how the world sees you.
Red. Your lunch money is mine, and I've given you a giant
The world
fucking wedgie
sees
right
you
now.
that way.
You
I'm
have no
just giving you-
fucking
I'm just giving you a
response,
heads
okay,
up,
dude?
Scratch, I have a feeling this
you're
guy may
swinging
have lost
from
his
the
way.
Arguments are irrelevant. They have no impact on what's going on in this world right now, and you need to focus on.
Scratch, I think this guy lost his way. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I lost my way
Exactly.
I lost my way
No, you're showing your ass.
Exactly.
Okay, wait.
You're
Showing my ass. What were the other 2 impeachments?
Renyal, he won't answer. I have one good question for this guy. Red.
He's not going to answer
what
that
do you,
either.
Red, as a blue collar man, what do you do when 13% of the cows commit 50% of the problem on the
What do
farm?
you do when 7% of the cows commit 84% of the
Percent of the problem.
Yeah, Red, what do you do when 13% of the cows commit half of the problems on the farm?
Wait, hold on. I can take this one for him. Well, we're
No,
going
we're
to
not
make
sure.
this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its cows, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world.
No, you're trying to integrate literature with your high IQ from a book that everyone read in high school.
Yes, generally when people have high
Dude,
IQs,
doesn't
they
work.
integrate literature into the things they
Doesn't
know.
work.
Okay, Red, what's your job in real life? Like, what do you do for work? Do you have a job?
Yeah, I have a job.
What's your job?
His job is going to the mailbox and picking up the disability checks.
Okay, I'm ready to laugh.
Where are you from?
I'm from Georgia.
Atlanta?
Yeah.
Goddamn blacks.
Fuck, Jackson! You can't say shit like that! I gotta drop you down. Like, that's TOS, man! Jackson, I hope you understand that it's nothing personal.
No, I understand.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay, let's... Here's the post right here. We can read it together. I'll hold your hand. So, with the revelation of massive...
I ain't holding your fucking hand, you little gay boy!
Black lesbians. So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception, and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, the Democratic Party, do you throw the president election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Okay, so I don't see or understand what you're talking about.
He said we should... A massive fraud justifies terminating the Constitution, and he believes that the election had massive fraud in it.
No, that's not what he said.
Jackson, a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Yes, that's verbatim what he said.
He didn't say eliminate the goddamn Constitution, you stupid piece of shit.
Termination of all rules, even those found in the Constitution. Jackson, you gotta keep up.
No, he did not say...
It's on the screen! It's on the screen, babe!
Goddamn, boy! You ain't fucking listening
what do you mean by
to me.
boy?
He did not say eliminate the goddamn Constitution.
It's right. It's on the screen, Jackson.
Okay, read it to me to where he says eliminate the goddamn Constitution.
Allows for the termination of all rules, even those found in the Constitution.
Okay, that does not say... Fucking eliminate the goddamn Constitution.
Yes, it does. Terminate the Constitution. It's there. It's on the screen, Jackson. Did they give this information to the FBI?
All the courtroom drama, all you want. Everyone gets sued in the public.
Did they give this information to the FBI?
Your idea that it's relevant that
did they give this information to the FBI?
Everyone gets sued these days.
Did they give this information to the FBI?
So, really as evidence that you don't know what you're talking
Did they give this information to the FBI?
When you think that a defamation lawsuit is really evidence of the lack of
Did they give this information to anybody to investigate it?
Especially in 2024.
Did they give this information to investigators?
It shows that you do not understand the court system.
I wonder if they gave this information to investigators.
Well, this goes back to the three-letter agency.
Slow answer for no, they didn't, because they knew that this claim was bullshit. That's why.
It was not.
Because claiming that a cell phone went to multiple locations doesn't prove that they dropped off illegal ballots.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't at all.
Yes, it does.
All right, well then where are all the illegal ballots?
They've already located many of them.
No, they haven't.
You just haven't read that part of People magazine because you are uninterested in it.
I don't know where you got People magazine. I've literally been citing you court documents.
People magazine is my word for your lazy Googling and your interesting little obsession with court documents.
My lazy Googling, even though I've cited multiple court cases and you've cited a movie that got discredited by the publishers.
It was not discredited by the publishers.
It was absolutely discredited by the publishers.
You wanted to be discredited, but it was not discredited.
It was.
And so your argumentation lies entirely in circumstantial claims,
of the Republican
ad hominem attacks.
This is the
and
state.
You have done nothing. Absolutely nothing to advance your point of view.
Actually, that was an ad hominem. This is the state of the Republican Party, where you're saying, "Oh, I don't care that every state investigator disagrees with me, and every single person that was hired independently to investigate this certified that Biden won, and everyone in Congress certified that Biden won, and none of the states recalled their electors. But even though all of that is true, and no one found any legal proof of
election fraud, I'm going to claim that there was because I watched a movie by Dinesh D'Souza in which one of the cases in that movie caused for a public retraction of part of the movie. Like, this is a highly discredited movie, and this is the only thing you cited to me to prove outcome determinative election fraud in 2020. This is insane. You are insane. You are undergoing psychosis.
We had arguably two of the most powerful women in the United States run against Donald Trump. Okay, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, and they couldn't get it done. And it was, especially this term, was massive. The voting pool was huge. I think I saw more people invested in politics than I've ever seen. It was huge. And it really bothers me. I'm not going into conspiracies. I don't want to go deep in it. It takes lives down. But 81 million votes versus Donald Trump's win in the 25th election to 77 million. It's just the numbers don't pan out for me.
Do you understand that we investigated the fuck out of the 2020 election and found absolutely nothing?
It, dude, and I'm glad that he lost. I get it. Okay. I know, like I said, I don't know how deep we can go on that.
But if Donald Trump said we should terminate the Constitution to rerun the election that has been investigated out the ass, and they all found, some of which found that the margin that Biden won was larger than the initial reported counts.
There's two investigations going on right now that Donald Trump didn't win this election, dude. You know that, right? Give me a freaking break. It happens on both sides.
Yeah, my problem... Okay? Wait, hold on. Can you tell me what do you think my problem is with that?
What do I think your problem is with that? I think your problem is... I don't know. There's a lot.
Okay,
you know,
so here's my problem.
You're talking about Constitution.
You said you don't know. You said you don't know. So let me explain it.
No, I did. You said Constitution.
Okay? you said no. Wait, hold on. You said you didn't know. So let me explain the problem. Yes. Okay, that's the problem. It's not the investigations. The investigations aren't my problem. My investigations aren't the problem. The problem is that we investigated. The problem is we investigated. It came up with nothing, and then Donald Trump said we should terminate the Constitution to rerun the election anyway. That's my problem.
No. Wait a minute.
Okay.
We didn't find that there was nothing. That's a lie.
Okay. What did we find?
That there was. The courts found that there wasn't significant evidence to prove otherwise. Okay, that's what happened. Okay, it wasn't that there was no evidence. Don't do that.
Wait, what's the difference?
Don't do that.
What's the difference?
You know there's fraud, but is it to the level where it's going to overturn an election? No. So don't do that. That's disingenuous.
Wait,
right?
Okay. So when I say there's no evidence of election fraud, do you think I'm talking about the 20 people who used a fake ID in all of Georgia? Or do you think I mean it's not enough to sway the result of the election? Do you genuinely think I think that you're playing to your chat's emotions? I don't believe. The chat of 13 people, we're having a conversation, okay? Ignore them. Ignore that. We are having a conversation, okay? So there was no evidence of widespread fraud. None of the courts found it. None of the auditors found it. None of the state investigators found it. Donald Trump tweets out, or posts on Truth Social, we should terminate the Constitution to rerun that election. Do you understand why I think that's a problem when Donald Trump takes an oath at the beginning of his term to uphold the Constitution?
See, for me, the whole argument of I hear what you said. I'm not running from it. But my issue here is when you get in the weeds that the Constitution is almighty and all perfect, and there needs to be no amendments, then we never would have abolished.
We're not talking about amendments. We're not talking about amendments. Donald Trump didn't propose an amendment to rerun the election. He said terminate. He didn't say amend. Okay, he didn't propose any amendments. He didn't. There's no actual popular support to allow for the rerunning of elections on the suspicion of the president to rerun the election. Okay, on the suspicion of the president of election fraud. This isn't a good faith attempt to rerun the election that you think there was like systematic problems with. This is terminate all rules, regulations, and articles because I lost the election and no one will tell me that I did. Or because I lost the election, but I think it's fraudulent, but no one else will back me up. That's what we're seeing right now.
Like, listen to what you guys are doing. Listen to what you're doing. Hold on.
Listen to what you're doing. I asked you 3 questions, and you're like, "Well, didn't the Democrats do something else?" And I'm just really mad about the Democrats, and you guys have to.
This is exactly why you guys lost the election.
Oh my god, I've never heard that before. What a unique thing to tell me. This is why I've heard that we lost the election for like 40 different reasons. I don't know. I want to know what the actual reason why we lost the election was at this point. So I just want to know whenever.
Listen to what you're doing. Listen to what you're doing.
I just want to know, is it weaponizing the DOJ? I've let you talk plenty. It's funny that whenever I ask a question, your answer is nothing. Okay, so I just want to know, is it weaponizing?
Absolutely
Spooky, just
something,
please
but you play a little song that you can't hear exactly.
So can you please answer the question?
People
because I played the Obama. Fuck. How many elections have I lost by now? There goes 2030. Fuck, 2034? 2038?
No, let me talk. I've been nice. I let him talk. I've let you talk. I'm trying to get a basis here because I have a massive problem with comparing the butcher of tens of millions of Jewish people to a left-sided propagandist camp that doesn't even fucking involve the United. Oh, it does. It does. I retract that. It makes no sense to be able to sit there with confidence and be able to be like, well, yeah, then with Germany this. Okay, I get that. I understand the frustration. I truly do. I truly do. But trying to compare that where the world was at the moment, especially in the United States, why we got involved in World War II, maybe it was because of Pearl Harbor. I don't fucking know.
Can you just like speak in like actual points instead of just rambling like this?
I'm trying to cover all the fucking. I'm trying to cover all the fucking topics.
You're not covering anything. You're not addressing any point. You're just rambling. It's really hard to listen to.
I'm trying to cover every single thing that Hex said in his little meltdown. So I will shut up. You guys go ahead.
You want to take this, Hex?
You got it. Whichever.
Yeah.
Just
So
let me know when to talk. So I don't.
So besides numbers, because we're comparing our situation to that. Besides numbers, what's like the difference?
What? Besides numbers?
Besides numbers, yes.
Racism at its finest. World War II. Millions and millions and millions of Americans being unalived, fighting for the freedom of Jewish people.
Ryan, so this was before World War II, so you can't even make that point.
I am well aware of that.
So why did you make that point?
Because it falls in line with it. It's a part
How?
of. What do you mean, how?
How can you make that comparison if Auschwitz happened before World War II?
I'm not saying it happened. What the fuck are you talking about?
Do you think that when do you think World War II started?
Mid 1940s.
1939.
Ended mid 1940s.
Started in 1939, and the camps were already up and going on through the past 7 years of that.
Yep, exactly.
So why are you making the comparison to World War II?
They were already doing this.
You guys are comparing Auschwitz to this fucking tiny camp down in fucking El Salvador, which is a completely different thing.
We're comparing the deportation and subjugation of sending people to camps like Auschwitz. We're not saying anything about the like global standard or what's happening globally.
Are we? Oh my God. Okay. Okay. So what are we doing? And this is strictly. I'm trying to like fucking understand the ideology here. So what, from getting off the train in Auschwitz to what they were enduring to the very end of majority of their lives, what similarities to the T and to the amount are happening in this quote unquote torture center?
Ryan,
So
I please, I just need you to stop. I just need you to stop. I just need you to stop lying. Okay, well, stop saying quote unquote torture camp. Stop saying like left fabrication. Okay, the State Department in 2022 and 2023 made reports of torturous conditions for inmates in El Salvadorian prison system. They found significant human rights issues, include credible reports of unlawful or arbitrary killings, enforced disappearances, torture, cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment by security forces, harsh, life-threatening prison conditions, arbitrary arrests, serious problems with the independence of the judiciary, arbitrary or unlawful interference with privacy, extensive gender-based violence, domestic and sexual-based violence. Like, I don't know why you keep saying quote unquote, or you keep saying like left fabrication. Okay, this is. Please stop downgrading what this fucking torture camp is, okay? Unlawful, arbitrary killing. What would you describe that as?
Literally exactly what you just said.
Okay. So can you please stop saying quote unquote torture?
Okay, I will not. I will choose my words differently.
I think that a lot of the arrests were politicized, 100%, just like Trump's felony charges were politicized.
Do you believe all of the arrests were politicized?
No.
Well, then why did Donald Trump pardon all of them?
I think it was probably because he was probably pissed off about what he had gone through with his felony charges, and he acted out in that way.
Do you think we should be pardoning seditious conspirators?
Because not everyone was pardoned.
About everybody was pardoned.
Yeah, but not everybody. And like I said, I didn't think
there were like 12
pardoned.
people exempt. There were like 12 people exempt.
Yeah, and exactly.
Out of like 1,000. Out of 1,000.
Yeah, I think it was largely a politicized arrest.
We know for a fact that Dominic Pizzola, the person who was convicted, and we have him on camera breaking the window for the first person to come into the Capitol.
Yeah, but how long did he sit behind bars? How long did he sit behind bars?
Not as long as he should have.
No, I don't know. A charge for breaking a window. He probably would have been out a lot sooner than
breaking a window and obstructing an official proceeding, like allowing a group of rioters into the Capitol.
If he was arrested,
more than 4 years. You think more than 3 years?
No.
I mean, you're wrong. He was convicted to way more than 3 years.
3 years. No, I think
he was sentenced to 10 years. He was sentenced to 10 years.
Yeah, politically motivated.
It's not politically motivated when you're engaging in a conspiracy to disrupt the election. That's
Democrats
probably what you should.
January 6th way out of proportion. I don't think it was. So many of the arrests were not real arrests. Or they were real, but they were unjust.
There was 100%. A person who we have like the group. We have the group
so you're gonna go
January
into
6th.
One of the 12 people that should have been arrested. Yeah.
They were arrested. Donald Trump pardoned them.
And what were the details of that?
Where he was stomping on a Capitol police officer's head?
Yeah, like assault like that normally carries around 3 years. That's not crazy. And a lot of those people,
wait. You think stomping on a police officer's head is typically
the majority of the
3
people
years?
that were arrested should have been pardoned way before that, and they were held because of political prosecution, and you know that.
You're just making that up. There's no evidence of political prosecution against any of these people.
Yeah, there's no evidence that a lot of them should have been in jail to begin with.
Yes, we have. January 6th is one of the most recorded events in American history. We have videos of every angle of that.
All they were doing was walking in there.
Which
is a simple trespassing charge that would have been resolved quickly. And you're pushing this narrative.
Those people aren't the only people that Trump pardoned. He pardoned the people who attacked police officers. I'm not asking if some people should have been charged when others weren't. That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying Donald Trump pardoned all of them.
We're not going to come to an agreement on this.
Yeah, because I don't know if you hate the police. No, you're wrong. Like Donald Trump did pardon these people. I don't know what happened to the pro-police Republicans.
What about Biden using the auto pin?
I don't care about what about Biden. 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 I'm here to talk about Donald Trump, who said he's a great president. He pardoned people who were attacking Capitol police officers, and you don't care.
Again, the whole point of impeachment is, in its proper context, is to deal with an issue where you have a sitting president who has broken the law.
But it bars them from rerunning.
You're begging the question. You're begging the question. You're saying impeachment is only about sitting presidents because the whole point is for sitting presidents. But you can't point to some case law or some statement from the framers or from James Madison or from Thomas Jefferson that says
you're right.
This is
you're
only
right.
for while you're in office.
You're right. You're right. There's a tradition of doing it when they're in office, but that's right. If you just want to assert that there's been new traditions that have been established during the lawfare of Donald Trump, then I'm fair with that.
That's not what we're talking about. What we're saying is the impeachment power, the sole power of impeachment, was in the House of Representatives. So really, the House of Representatives decides what is fit for impeachment, and the Senate has the sole power to try impeachments. And to me, if there's no writings on the matter that say, near the end of the presidency, we shouldn't impeach, or, we should never try an impeachment after the term in office, there's no writings to that effect.
That's all fine and good.
Sense. However, this window.
However, I'm willing to grant you all of that if you'll grant to me that this was a politically motivated impeachment. The second one.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Because they wanted to bar him from running from office again.
Because he committed a crime.
Because yes, they want. If that's what you define as political, then yes, it was political by that definition.
Yes, it was. Okay, there
I
you
would
go.
also
but that's a bad definition of political. What you should be saying is there a legitimate constitutional basis for the impeachment? The answer is yes. Notwithstanding the fact that people could be motivated politically, it's been said that impeachment is, by definition, a political process. You've heard this before, and so if impeachment is in essence political and because it's done by the political branches, that is by Congress, right? Then yeah, I guess it was political by definition, but that differentiates it to no other degree from any other impeachment. And in this case, there was a constitutional basis that was established in the facts and law by which to remove him and disable him from office. And unfortunately, Mitch McConnell did the fucking shitty thing of not following through and trying to and succeeding on acquitting him.
I want to point out two things as well. So I mean, if we're like he just said, if we're saying that an impeachment is just political because it bars somebody from running for re-election, we could also say the same thing for the bar of removing a president from office. That would also be necessarily political. That would be a political thing to do. But on top of that, I think this argument is so fucking frustrating because during the second impeachment trial, I remember the Trump administration saying, if you want to try him in a criminal court for this insurrection, you have every right to do it. You just can't impeach a sitting president. And then when we did that, when we impeached him or when we indicted him for federal crimes related to the insurrection, they ended up making the exact opposite argument that you could only try me if I was impeached. Yeah. So
do you want to use different words for that, Rinald?
What, insurrection? Well, fine. We can say seditious conspiracy if you want to.
You said that a sitting president can't be impeached. That's literally not. Do you want to choose different words for that?
I think we know what he.
Wait. What are you?
President can't be impeached.
Well, I know.
No, what Rinald said is a sitting that they said the sitting president can't be impeached. That's literally what happens to a president.
A non-sitting president. I'm sorry. Yeah, so my bad.
I knew what you were saying. I knew it.
I figure everyone knew what I was saying.
I figured
it was. If he says, all right, let's just do basic logic here. It was Truth Social. He posted it on Truth Social.
Truth Social? You serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
You watched Truth Social?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
He posted
it.
Now
worst people that show unfactual stuff ever.
Truth Social is his social media platform. Are you okay?
It's media.
His Trump started it. Trump started it.
Different things. Media is not fact.
All right, let's go through a basic logical. Let's go through a basic logical tree. Okay. So Donald Trump says. Massive fraud allows for the termination of the Constitution, right? And then he says there was massive fraud. What do you think Donald Trump thinks is justifiable after that massive fraud?
Dude, why? Can I ask you a question?
No, there's a reason why you're not going to answer that.
It's over. It doesn't matter. None of that stuff matters. Don't you get it? Doesn't matter anymore. All you do is go on the path.
Walk off of it, buddy.
And you're mad.
Wait. Him saying he's going to dismantle the Constitution doesn't matter? So you don't care about the Constitution?
Wait. That's not what I said. You're taking the words out of
that is what you said.
Can either of you answer a direct question, or do you just like?
They're not going to answer that question.
If he's wait. Look, if he said it in 2015, Donald Trump did what he wanted.
2022.
What he wanted to do. He wanted to. 2022.
2022.
Why does the
2022.
date matter though? Wait,
2022.
Lewis, why is the date relevant?
Why does it
Because
matter?
like
though? 'Cause he won. Why does,
why does it matter? I'll tell you why it matters. I'll tell you.
We the people voted him in office. Why is
To
that
terminate the Constitution?
We the people voted him in office.
Do you
Why
think
does
that's
that matter
good?
now?
Do you think that's good to terminate the Constitution?
Yeah, man. Look at the country. The country.
Okay, well, I'm glad we can agree. I'm glad we can agree.
Great, man.
I'm glad we can agree that Trump supporters want to terminate the Constitution. That's great.
We're creating peace.
There's a difference between rhetoric.
Now, do you think that income or that savings rather was worth the $0 that we spent on it, or would you rather?
We spent money on Doge.
How much did we spend?
Do you understand Do you understand that it costs money for the government to fight lawsuits?
Okay.
Okay. Do you understand that it costs money if Doge is laying off a bunch of members of the IRS, which reduces our tax collecting ability?
So hold on.
Do you understand that it costs money to pay federal workers to go on paid leave?
Stop. You're saying that the taxes that we are losing in this battle is more than the $22 billion that we're saving?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Also, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. You said we didn't spend a dime on it. I'm saying we did spend a dime on it. We're reducing our ability to collect taxes. We're paying people to go on paid leave instead of show up to work. And
that is not spending money.
It's all right. What's the difference between spending money and reducing your intake?
How much money did we pay Doge?
Why does that matter? Wait, why does that matter? If Doge is costing us money, then we spent money on Doge.
Stop, bro. How much money did we spend on Doge?
You're not actually engaging with the conversation. You're not actually engaging with the conversation. How does it feel to be like a bad faith hack? Like, how does it feel to be such a partisan ball licker for Donald Trump? Does it feel good?
I'm a very successful individual. You're sitting in your mom's basement arguing.
Very successful at what? Licking the ball sweat for Donald Trump?
That's right. Bottle that shit up.
I thought so, buddy.
If we're going to go that route, do you remember when social media platforms censored the Biden laptop story, knowing that if it would have gotten out, it would actually influence people not to vote for Biden?
For a day.
And we're going to ignore it? See, the argument...
Well, let me respond before you go on the next... if you're asking a question and then you start narrativizing over our answers, we haven't responded to it yet, right? With the Hunter Biden laptop, it was... I'm pretty sure that the New York Post article specifically was barred from Twitter for 24 hours. And it was because it had a link to the dick pics, to the pictures of Hunter Biden's giant cock. That's what happened.
And also, just to be clear, the thing that we're drawing the line between is it's comparable election interference to censor a New York Post story for a day as it is to pressure the vice president to break the law to determine that you are the new president. That's equal amounts of election interference here. Just to make sure we tie back to what we were talking about.
Yeah, good point.
What's really funny is that I don't hear a word you saying how Joe Biden did the same thing with the FBI, telling people to go spy on them like Matt Taibbi. You know, it's funny how you have one standard for one group and the other.
Let's grant that's true. How is that the same thing?
Because that's the president influencing people to do something that they want them to do. That's basically what you're playing with Trump.
Do you think my problem is the president influencing people for something they want to do, or do you think my problem is pressuring the vice president to break the law to instate you as the president?
It's that one for me.
So you're saying,
we can have a separate conversation about Matt Taibbi if you want to, but it's a completely separate thing.
No, it's kind of the same thing.
Don't appeal to the law. I mean,
okay, okay. Well, then I won't appeal to the law. I don't think that the fate of the election should be in the hands of the vice president. I don't think that everybody in the state should be able to vote. The state should be able to certify the vote, and then it goes to the electoral college on January 6th, and the vice president says, "I don't like this slate of electors. It doesn't get counted. I'm going to count the other slate of electors for the person who didn't win this state." We can completely forget about the law. That's also just as bad.
Or especially, it's especially bad if he actually does like the process and then he goes, "Oh, I don't want to get hanged," and so he decides to change the result because he's like, "Oh, I like my neck unbroken."
Well,
I don't disagree. Yo, sorry, go on, dog.
Yeah, I gotta go to Lil Coder's room, but Renyel's got this.
I love you.
Okay, great. I don't know very much about the whole certifying of the election.
Mm-hmm.
I just, from my understanding, I just don't believe that these elections are legitimate. I already said that nobody gets a vote on how we vote, and I tend to not trust anything our government says.
Well, let's go through it then. So, okay. The people voted, right, in their state's elections. It goes to the governor to certify those votes, right? All of these elections were investigated and audited and recounted. The governor certifies the votes. Electors sign on saying, basically, you know, I'm the electors that were elected to represent my state on the Electoral College. The governor certifies those. Sends off by a ton of people, state investigators,
do
independent.
you realize there was a record number of mail-in ballots at that time because of COVID? They said,
yeah.
So we should just all believe that this is legit. You're saying because it was.
Do you have any reason to believe it's not?
I would like more proof from our government that these elections are legitimate.
What kind of proof could they provide to you?
They could provide very clear numbers on, first of all, how many people are voting by in person, with mail-ins, and with drop
Do you think
boxes.
those numbers weren't clear?
I don't really know. I mean, is there somewhere I can go to find them? I don't really know if I've ever seen anything that's... I think you can get rough estimates, but does our government ever... Is there like a electionintegrity.com.gov or something that I can go to and it's going to tell me exactly?
So this is kind of the problem that I'm running into, is that you
voted?
have this kind of blind distrust, and you're asking questions that you never went out of your way to actually go and find, to poke holes in the official narrative, as if there's not like a billion different steps at which the election is certified. Like, keep in mind that all of the people that Donald Trump was reaching out to change their electors were Republicans. These people had all of the incentive in the world to find election fraud, to change these electors, to try and curtail to Donald Trump, and they all stood on their oath of office to say, hey, listen, I'm here to serve the country, not this fucking weirdo who wants reelected. They had every incentive to do it, but they couldn't because there was no election fraud found.
So just a quick question. Are all of the electors that were contacted by Donald Trump just lying about submitting their certificates?
Say that one more
Were they just
time.
indicted for fun?
Say that one more time. What did you say?
Were all of the electors that said that they submitted a certificate of ascertainment for the Trump campaign just lying? And were they indicted for fun?
Yes, they were lying because every single state's certificate of ascertainment. Okay, which state do you want to look at, Reinhold? Well, I'll pull it up my goddamn self. Which state do you want to look at?
You realize that in the indictment.
Stop pivoting, Reinhold. Stop
I'm not
pivoting.
I'm not pivoting.
Stop
I'll explain. I'll
pivoting.
explain
Which
it right now.
state?
It's very simple. It's very simple. It's very simple.
Which state, Reinhold?
Kenneth Chesborough pled guilty to the Georgia
Which
indictment, right?
state, Reinhold? I'm not letting you pivot off
Chesborough
of it.
pled guilty to the Georgia
Reinhold, what
indictment,
state?
right? Did he not plead guilty?
Reinhold, what state?
Does that indictment not detail
Reinhold.
Chesborough hand delivering
Reinhold, what
a false
state?
certificate?
Oh my gosh.
You realize
What
that
state?
if they're fraudulent certificates of ascertainment, why would they even be in the registrar?
What?
You're asking me for.
State,
You're asking
Reinhold.
me for. You're asking me for something that doesn't exist.
Exist? Oh,
Yes.
okay. So
Because
all
why
of
would a
this
fraudulent
is
certificate of
all
ascertainment
of
be in the
this
registrar?
is hyperbole, right?
Why
all of
would-
this is
why
just
would a-
imaginary
why would a
whatever that
fraudulent-
never actually happened.
Okay, I answered
Because you
your
little
question.
blue anons
Listen,
are
listen.
psychotic.
Listen, a very simple question. Why would a fraudulent certificate of ascertainment
Thank you,
be in the
Marilyn.
registrar?
Thank you so much for the swan.
Do you even
Why
know
would
the
they put that in the
process?
registrar?
Do you even know the process of what happens on January or J6?
I know that Eastman said that what they were proposing
I
was
don't
unconstitutional.
care what Eastman said. Do you know,
I know
the
you
process?
don't. I know you don't because you're trying to
No,
rail
I'm
me
trying
down
to
for
inform you
specific
of
court
what
documents when
actually
this is not how
occurred
conversations
versus
work.
what conspiracy you're pushing.
Did Chesborough, did he or did he not plead guilty to the Georgia indictment that leads this out? That lays all of this out?
Okay, then let's pull up the Georgia Certificate of Ascertainment. How about that,
did Chesborough
Rhino? Let's
plead
see
guilty?
if his name was on the official Certificate of
You realize
Ascertainment.
that
That'll give you a lot of clarity,
If it's a
right?
fraudulent certificate, why would it be in the
Keep
registrar?
tapping that screen, guys. Keep tapping that screen.
So it's not the certificate that Mike Pence had. It's not the
They're
certificate that came to the
fraudulent.
House floor. It's not the certificate
tried to
that
hand
was
deliver them to
either
the House floor.
accepted or approved on the House
tried-
floor by the
You're
House
right.
of Representatives, right?
Yes.
Am I
Yes,
right?
Exactly. You are right.
Oh,
you're
so
also,
it was never there.
But you
So it's a
realize that you're asserting a
conspiracy,
conspiracy.
Rhino.
You're
It's a
you're
conspiracy.
asserting a conspiracy that all of these electors just lied to make Trump look bad.
I'm pulling it up for you, Reinhold, because you
Did
can't
all of the electors that were not supposed to be there enter the state capitol to make Trump look bad?
I'm gonna hear about that later. Thank you guys for the gifts. Thank you guys for the gifts.
There's a reason why she's not answering this question is because you're asserting that all of the electors are just trying to make the president of their party.
So that means that you were wrong. Maybe the governor actually signed it, but also the state legislator had also the authority to sign that paper. Go ahead.
Okay, can you link me where the state legislature signed off on their electors?
Georgia County, that was a state legislator. In Arizona, County? In Arizona, that was state legislature.
Georgia County in Arizona is where they did it? Georgia County in Arizona? Is that where they approved Donald Trump's electors? Okay. I didn't even realize that they submitted fraudulent electors in Georgia State in Arizona. I didn't even know that was something that they did. So
that's where the fake electorals are, in Georgia and Arizona, in Michigan.
Can you link me anything that shows this at all?
Defendants of the Arizona fake electoral case are closer to winning their minor lawsuits.
I didn't say just read a title at me. Can you link me it?
Link you what? Here, I'll link you anything you want. What do you want?
Link me evidence that this happened.
What do you believe the fake? No. Before I link you anything, what do you actually believe the fake electorals were for? Which states?
The 7 targeted states. I think it was Arizona, New Mexico, Georgia.
Okay. So what did I say wrong? The state legislators for those states are the ones that signed this, the alternative.
Well, the first thing you said was Georgia County. I don't know if you.
I said Georgia here. Fulton County.
You didn't say Fulton County, but that's okay.
I said Georgia Fulton
County. Go ahead and link me whatever you're reading, where it says that the state legislature approved Donald Trump's electors.
What do you? Okay, I'll link you. Okay, I guess what do you want? You want me to link you that where Arizona is actually winning in their lawsuits, the fake electoral lawsuits, for example?
Link me anything that said that the state legislator approved Donald Trump's electors. I only got 10 more minutes, so.
So you don't even have any evidence on anything. You're just making conspiracy theories. So
you haven't even read the evidence docket that I wrote. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You haven't read it. But right now, you're making the claim, so I'm just waiting for, you know, a link or something. Anything at all.
Okay, I'm sending a link here in the general.
Okay.
Says your state legislator can't overturn presidential election results. That means there's evidence that the state legislator actually tried to.
Wait! Stop! You just said that the state legislator approved Donald Trump's alternate electors, and the link that you shared to me was state legislators can't overturn presidential election results. You realize that that's like in stark contrast to exactly what you're claiming right now, right?
Trump doing this legal scheme isn't like we had him in 2016. If he came in power again, like that wouldn't be an issue with me. Because like ultimately, if the thing were to work with Trump, the thing is though, if Trump's scheme, the Eastman scheme, were to work and he became in power, that wouldn't be as bad as Biden coming in and lowering my gas, increasing my gas prices.
Hold on. So I was super.
Yes, I'm comparing the whole illegal thing to Biden's thing about like increasing gas prices.
This is why so many people on the left have absolutely no charitability to people on the right, because you just claimed that you would be willing to vote somebody to support somebody who disregarded the popular will of the people, who completely wanted to throw out all of their votes because you don't like Joe Biden. This is actual authoritarianism. You realize that, right? Like, this is like you are anti-liberal. Like, you don't care about democracy at all. Because you're supporting Donald Trump throwing votes away. Based off of kernels of truth.
On the fact that Well, he really believed what he like that it was stolen, and for him to like, I would kind of just like in hindsight, I can say this, but like at the time, he probably was right. Like we didn't get the information of like them lying after or getting pleaded.
Let's focus on
guilty for lying.
Let's focus on what you said.
Like
you
we
said
don't have all that extra information.
You said that
from
you would
like
be fine.
after this specific moment, but like when it happened at the time.
You said that you would be fine with Donald Trump throwing out wild legal theories that would effectively throw out millions of votes, disenfranchise 7 different states to make himself the president again, despite the will of the popular people. You're fine with that because you don't like Joe Biden. This is how like dictators rise.
Not in
this
2020.
This is how dictators rise. To be clear, this is like
I don't because like the. I mean, you believe that you believe that what Trump was bringing up was all BS.
Because it was,
and at the time,
you also acknowledged that the 2020 election was not stolen.
2020, yes, when we could see, yes, after the fact, I wouldn't agree with that. But before we even get all that information, before we even know that what Trump was saying was even like false or anything like that, like.
The DHS came out and said that it was the most secure election.
That wasn't that much of as importance at the time.
The DHS came out and said it was the most secure election in American history before January 6th.
Like how far? Like after November 6th?
Give me 1 second. November 12th, the Department of Homeland Security comes out to say that the 2020 election was, quote, the most secure election in American history. November 12th.
Yeah, they would have to say that at the time. And Trump was still felt like it was
Trump was heading the government. Like that was his government saying it.
Yeah, he that was him. He really shouldn't be like throttling and thrashing, but he ultimately left after the fact.
After the coup, after the attempted coup, right? He did try to throw out the election results before he left, right?
He also did want to like have a lot of like police, or what do you call it?
I don't
Capitol
care about the
police
National
at the time,
Guard. I don't
but then
care
someone...
about the Capitol. What we're talking about is he tried to throw.
Well, if you want a coup, a government, then you wouldn't want to ask for that.
He tried to throw out the election results.
Okay, so that piece of information doesn't matter, really.
Yes, he tried to throw out the election results. Why would you punish? Why would you punish the whole community based off of a couple outliers and people defending?
I would ban them.
This is not a couple of outliers.
Look, this is not a couple outliers. Do you think the majority of gay people?
83% is outliers.
83%
are new study led by researchers at Vanderbilt University Medical Center and Vanderbilt University found that 83% of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and queer (LGBTQ) individuals reported going through adverse childhood experiences. Such as sexual and emotional abuse and worse mental health as adults when compared to
go through emotional abuse as a child.
Wait, hold on. The bar. Hold on. The bar for being mentally. The bar for being mentally ill is reporting trauma in your childhood. That's the bar for being mentally ill.
He gave you the stat here.
That stat
honestly engaging with what he's saying, you're coping.
That stat is dog shit. Why is that the bar for determining being mentally ill instead of a diagnosis?
No. Take the T off of it, and then it goes down to 17%.
Okay, good answer. Why would we not judge this based off of a diagnosis?
But it's not a joke, man.
Why would we not judge based off of a diagnosis?
You guys are a joke, man.
Why would we not judge based off of a diagnosis?
Okay, we're a joke.
Why would we not judge based off of a diagnosis?
Majority of people are not diagnosed mentally
good
ill.
answer. Okay, cool.
The majority of people are not diagnosed mentally ill.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I agree. I respect you as a person, and I'm sure you're a great father, and I appreciate that you are, living the American dream. But I cannot respect supporting behavior like that.
All right, that's fine. But like I said, we can end it. We could have ended it in a civil way, just saying, "Yep, thanks, man. I appreciate that." You don't have to go too much in it. That's kind of my point. Was have a good conversation. You respect the other person says. You say, "Yep, okay," and then you just leave it as is. I think that's a fair thing to do.
I appreciate you, and I'm saying that I'm not being disrespectful towards you, but it is inherently kind of disrespectful to be voting for the person that tried to disenfranchise my vote 4 years ago.
Well, I feel the same way on the other side, but that's fine.
You can't feel the same way on the other side. We weren't trying to steal your votes. You were. You tried to steal my vote away. So I mean, it's not the same.
I didn't steal anything.
You voted for the person that wanted to steal my vote 4 years ago.
Okay, well, I didn't steal anything, so
you didn't steal anything. That's why I'm not that's why I'm saying I don't disrespect you, but I'm saying that I can't respect you supporting the person that tried to rob me of my political say.
At the end of the day, dude, I just want to know the exacts of each of these cases. I want to know what it was.
Well, the exacts of the cases won't matter if we suspend habeas.
Well, you're right, and I think we should at this point. I think Donald Trump is facing enough.
So you don't care about the particulars of the case.
Laws.
You just want to get these people out as quick as possible. I care
if they're illegal immigrants. Yeah, I want them out. Yeah, it's that simple.
Do you think they should have the ability to challenge their designation as an alien enemy?
If they are deemed to be illegal, as long as they do some sort of routing and find out, like, hey, can you prove that you're a citizen? Oh no, okay, bye. Yeah, I don't really care.
What about like if under the Alien Enemies Act, you can't just deport anybody. So don't you think that these people should be given the ability to challenge their designation as an alien?
They do get to challenge that.
No, they don't. And SCOTUS ruled twice that they didn't.
So if you're telling me that if you're telling me that they come and grab me, and I say, hey, I'm a U.S. citizen, my driver's license is blah, 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 my social security number is blah, blah, blah. I gave them all this information. They're just going to just throw it out. And where are they deporting me to? I'm a U.S. citizen.
Where are they going to deport putting these people on planes to ship them off to El Salvador.
So you think I'm going to be shipped off to El Salvador at any given time? You think an ICE agent's just going to grab me and ship me to El Salvador? This is some fucking fear mongering, dude. This is
psychotic. You haven't pushed back against any of the facts that I've given either.
I have pushed back on it.
Under the Alien Enemies Act, you can't just deport anybody. Can we agree on that?
Under the Alien Enemies Act, you can't just deport anybody. No, you have to deport people that have come from certain countries. It is specific country based. Yes,
it's people from El Salvador that are a part of Tren de Aragua. Those are the people that are subject to the Alien Enemies Act.
In Venezuela, what's that?
The people who are subject to the Alien Enemies Act are Venezuelans who are a part of Tren de Aragua.
Okay, here's the thing. Again, I haven't seen any of these cases. You haven't either. There's no specifics. You're emotionally battling.
I promise you, I've read these cases.
You give me a case then that you want me to bring up, and I will go over it and I will see if they were seeking asylum properly. Did they overstay their welcome? Did they outstay a visa? Were they criminals?
I've cited two of them. It was JGG versus Trump, and then WMM versus.
Give me a plaintiff. Give me a defendant's name. I went through that JDD versus Trump thing. I didn't see any names or any specifics. So I just want to know.
You need to read the complaint.
I did. I didn't see any plaintiff. I didn't see any names. You just told me they were anonymous.
Over the span that we've talked, you read the complaint?
Yes, I went. I skimmed through. I was looking for plaintiffs' names. I didn't see, defendants' names. I didn't see any defendants' names. I'm trying to find specifics. That's
because they're
going
by pseudonyms. Yeah.
Oh, how convenient.
They have the legal right to do that, right?
You think they're okay? You don't think that's weird?
I think it's way weird. I think it's way weirder to not give these people the ability to challenge their detention. I think that's way weirder than going by a pseudonym. Do you think if he believes that Jews are pushing dialectical hatred against white people, that is anti-Semitic?
That's an anti-Semitic thing to say.
If he believes it, do you think he's probably anti-Semitic?
If he believes it, then yes. I don't think he believes it, though.
Even though he said that it was true. If he doesn't believe it, even though he came out and said this is the actual truth.
Believes it. He thinks it's something that exists.
Wise guy, do you often believe things that you don't think are true? Like, do you ever just see a lie? Do you ever just see a lie and you're like, oh man, I think that's true?
Well, you don't. If you already
just see a lie, if you already presume that it's.
If you already know that it's a lie, then why would you believe it? That's just begging the question right now.
I agree. So if he believes that it is true that Jews are pushing hatred against white people, that person is probably anti-Semitic.
If he believes it, but I don't think he does.
And he came out and said that it was true.
he said it was true. That doesn't mean that he believes
What does
it.
believe mean? How are you using the word believe? And Donald Trump has repeatedly said, when asked by the Supreme Court and by media if he plans on bringing any of these people back, that he won't do it because they're rapists and pedophiles. So,
well, a lot of the people, I think what you mean is the people that were first deported, because all of those people had criminal charges, many of which were those charges, right? I don't know what the trend is, but a lot of Jesus. Okay,
wait,
sorry,
I hate to be this dude, but I would need a source on that, because Abrego Garcia had no criminal record, and he was on that first flight. So the idea that everyone on that first flight had a criminal record is contradictory with what I'm aware of. No, he did not have a criminal record.
Yeah, he did. He had a criminal record of overstaying his visa 4 times. That's a criminal record, because at first it's a misdemeanor when you illegally cross in, but if you're a repeat offender,
okay, I'm sorry, but when we're talking about criminal records, I assume that we're talking about. I would assume that we're talking about something beyond like a civil offense being elevated to a criminal thing because of quantity. Like when he's saying like, oh yeah, I'm not going to return a bunch of rapists and pedophiles. Then you're like, okay, well, this person didn't have a criminal record. And you're like, oh yeah, you did. He overstayed a visa. It's like, okay, that's not the same thing at all. Like,
well, it's the fact that it's a felony charge, and what I mean is what I said is most of them, I think you could say more of them than not, had charges like that. It was
what I'm saying is that I'd need to see a source on that, because
I can see if I can get one. I saw it a while ago, so it might
because it's my impression that that's not true.
Or the charges against the first members of the.
And again, even if it was, again, that wouldn't mean that they're removable under the Alien Enemies Act. Also, yeah, there's the one report that said 70% of the people in CCOT have no criminal record, and the vast majority of the people who are in CCOT that we sent there were on that first flight.
So the first flights were a while ago, but if this means anything, because this kind of just pertains to it in general in a broad sense, recent deportation flights, I don't even know what that country is, nor do I know how to say it. But so like Cuba, Mexico, Laos, Myanmar, Sudan, and Vietnam were specifically deported on planes full of I don't know if I can say all these.
Well, you don't need to, because that's a separate claim. These kind of deportations where they're individualized when they're done because they are criminals, that's a completely different thing than the people who are removed under the Alien Enemies Act based off of the allegation that they're in a gang. So I would need it specifically tailored to this first flight.
Are you talking about the Tren Aragua gang?
Yeah, the Alien Enemies Act was signed for Tren de Aragua, yeah.
So yeah, so it's conflicting reports. So unfortunately, we can't have like a full consensus on that, because when it's conflicting reports, it's more of just trying to see what side is clear and which side is not, and you'll never get a clear answer until there is a clear answer.
Well, okay, so here, but as it relates back, my problem was that these people were deported without the ability to challenge accusations. And if you say, okay, well, that doesn't fall on Trump, that falls on his cabinet members, I say, okay, well, there was no accountability. And Trump said that he refuses to bring any of them back because he said they're a bunch of rapists and pedophiles. And you agree that there's mixed consensus on it, whether or not all of these people even had a criminal record. That doesn't speak well for Trump. It's important to separate.
Feel like it is.
I think it's important to separate out how we engage with people on a personal level and how we engage with policy on a national level. Like if somebody who just got out of an abusive relationship came to me and they were like, all men are like this and I can't trust any men, I'm not going to be like, oh, well, what about me? I'm one of the good ones. Like I'm not here to invalidate people's feelings. That's not the aim of what I'm talking about. And on most of the descriptive realities about how women exist in today's society, I probably agree with you. The thing is that if we're trying to actually affect material change, if we're trying to have better consequences for the nation, it's sad we do have to kind of infantilize people and appeal to the people that we can't reach with rhetoric like that. It seems like there's going to be better ways that we can message to people who are more moderate
that immediately get turned off by saying, like you said you probably would, by saying all men, it's going to turn people's brains off. And when we're addressing women and when we're addressing left-leaning people, that's going to be probably effective in reinforcing the base, but it's not going to actually get anybody who may be sympathetic to these issues to actually delve into any of these issues.
Question to your argument.
Message. It should be the main point, but it shouldn't be the main message that we're kind of trying to produce out to people who we're trying to get to join to our side.
So, quick question to your point. When you say how the messaging can be offensive and cause people to turn off their brains, when you feel like men hear that it's all men statement and they automatically go onto the defense, do you think that type of mentality to automatically get defensive and aggressively respond is contributing to the problem of why we feel it's all men?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that it's acknowledging that a reality is bad doesn't change that reality. I think it is true that may be why some people are shut off to those realities, but the sad thing is that they're going to be that whether we like it or not, or why it's being what's contributing to that or what's not. We have to appeal to these people the same way because their vote means just as much as mine.
But never mind.
No, Grace, you go ahead.
Well, it sounds like he's agreeing to disagree, but then being wishy-washy about it. So are you an advocate or not an advocate? I'm
an advocate, but I think that the way that the far left goes about this messaging is not a good way to actually get any consequential change accomplished.
Well, you're butthurt because you got smacked on the nose, is what you're saying.
No,
I mean,
that's a mentality.
You can be condescending in the way that you frame it. That's a valuable point. Like if you're not winning elections, it's a valuable point to point that out. We can talk about whether or not that results in the most net utility. We can have that conversation just like we can have the conversation. And I engaged with your question that you asked me directly, whether or not sending people to a torture camp with no due process results in net utility. Believe it or not, everybody, even people who are in fucking kindergarten, would agree that it does not. But for some reason, we have to have a 2-hour conversation about it and whether or not it adheres to Christian morality.
So that's not it at all.
Yeah, true.
We're trying to ground your epistemology.
True.
We're trying to validate whether you have epistemology at all.
Yeah,
and
I know.
our basic claim
that's
is you don't have any epistemology at which to claim Trump is evil.
You're jacking off. I know. It's really cool.
See, and this is all you just go to homonyms making weird remarks about us.
Yeah, because you guys don't care about politics. I care about politics. You don't care. I care about politics. You don't care about politics. They're both literally the same.
I mean, I could insult your girly haircut, but I mean, shave it like a man.
I can't insult your haircut though.
Tell me who the majority.
The text of Minsk 2. The very first thing that it says is immediate and full ceasefire in the particular districts of Donetsk and Luhansk.
That's it, guys. The first sentence is immediate ceasefire. That's it.
It's in the fucking ceasefire agreement.
Go fuck yourself, you son of a bitch.
It's a ceasefire agreement. You're saying it's not a ceasefire, but the first fucking step is a ceasefire.
Then you bring another one. Now I have 2v1 and I'm getting muted. Fuck you, bitch.
All right, I'll stop talking. You guys
go fuck yourself, Reniel. Stop lying, you son of a bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
You're the only one lying, dipshit.
I'm not lying. He's acting like these 2 agreements were not actually directly involved in Donetsk and Luhansk independence. This guy, okay, I'm gonna prove him. He wants to read the first page. I'm gonna read what Mr. Agreement says about him. Let me read the summary.
I wonder why there was a. I wonder why there was a. It was too. I wonder why
it
there
was a package of measurements. Hello.
I'll go for it. You've been talking this whole time. So go for it.
What do you want to say? Go ahead, say it.
Nothing.
Okay, Mr. Agreement signed in February 2015 aimed to end the armed conflict in eastern Ukraine between Ukrainian government forces and Russian-backed separatists in Donetsk and Luhansk. It was a 13-point plan, including a ceasefire, withdrawal of heavy weapons, and provisions for political and economical reintegration of the Donbass region. While intended to establish peace, the agreement faced challenges, was ultimately violated by both sides, contributing to the escalation of the conflict, including the full-scale Russian invasion in 2022. So even
I'm sorry, one more question. Reintegration into what?
Shut the fuck up. Let me make my point. So even, look guys, he's going to mute me because even this agrees that the Minsk II agreements faltering is directly involved in the full-scale Russian invasion, because even Google agrees with this. Look at this son of a
Yeah,
bitch.
Minsk 2 didn't go
Continue
into place
your
because
lies.
both sides
Just
violated
this
it.
random ceasefire. Yeah, just a random ceasefire. Continue. What do you have?
It was. What? If a ceasefire doesn't
Just a
stick, then the
ceasefire.
war's
It has
going
a
to keep going.
13-point plan. It's a 13-point plan and it's the direct reason. Once it faltered was the actual direct correlation of it faltering and this war starting, and then you're just claiming that it's just a random ceasefire. But okay, sure.
The Minsk
As if
2
it
never
wasn't
went.
the actual.
Minsk 2 also never got implemented. It never got fully implemented. It was violated before it could get implemented, right?
Damn! Holy shit!
It was signed into law in 2015. You stupid son of a bitch.
But it was never fully implemented
February
because both sides
2015.
violated it, right?
What does that mean? What does that mean for never fully implemented? What does that mean? Can you even know what
That
that
both
means?
sides
Do you even know what that
immediately
means?
violated it and therefore nullified it.
That means that it wasn't fully implemented because
Yes,
because
if
my
you
understanding
nullify
fully
it,
implemented is
then
once you
yes,
sign
it
into
means it wasn't
law,
implemented.
It becomes a legal implementation.
Menard, if
and
there's-
what you mean by implement is that it's
Menard,
not enforced.
If there's
That's
a
what you mean. Not
provision
implemented
in
as
Minsk
it's not
2,
in the legal books.
if there's a provision in Minsk 2 that says neither side can attack each other and then both sides keep attacking each other, do you think Minsk 2 is in place? Okay, cool.
Representatives of a Russia-Ukraine Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe.
Okay, go ahead. I've talked to Menard too much. Go ahead, Delta. I love you, Menard.
Fuck you, Reniel. Don't leave. Where are you going? What the fuck was that question? What was your question?
Okay, I'm gonna ask this question, and then you're gonna keep talking to Delta
before
because
he
it's not
asks
my
the
live.
question, Reniel,
Oh
before
my fucking god, man!
No, he can. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me read out the 13 points, guys, because he wants to claim that it's only a ceasefire, guys. Look at what the 13 points are.
I didn't say it was
And
only a
immediate
ceasefire. I
Shut
said
the
that it
fuck
was
up,
a
you
ceasefire.
son of a bitch. That's what you implied.
That's not what I implied. I just said it was a ceasefire. Did he leave?
Oh my god! No, I didn't.
Oh no, Menard. He's my goat.
Okay.
Damn. Okay.
He yells like that.
Dare take it back. You've been arguing.
Shut up.
That's literally what you've been arguing for the past 15 minutes.
Do you want me
mean
to ask you the question again?
Reniel, is it a ceasefire or is it not a ceasefire? What is Minsk 2 agreements?
It's a
What is Minsk 2
ceasefire.
agreements? Okay, that's it, right? That's
No,
all
that's
you
not
implied.
all
That's
it is.
you
It just
said.
is
Shut
a
the fuck up.
ceasefire. That's
How
not
are you?
all
What
it
do you
is.
mean it's not all? That's
Chill out. Holy shit.
every time I ask you what is Minsk 2, you say it's a ceasefire. So all you keep
Menard.
implying is a ceasefire. I'm
Menard,
saying
is
it's
a
the
road a
literal
walkway
protocol
or somewhere
used to
you
stop
drive
the
on?
warfare in the Donbass region.
Menard, is a road something you walk on or is it it's something you drive on?
What is this? Why are you not answering my question? Is it a ceasefire or is it a 13-point
The reason I'm saying that is because it can be both. It can be two things
No,
at
you're
once. It can be a
fucking
ceasefire
liar. You
and
got
other
caught
things.
lying because you only read the first part of this, the Minsk 2 agreements like a stupid fuck. Like every single thing, you read the first segment and you develop your immediate biases immediately like a stupid fuck. Because I've tested you on this multiple times. So that's why you said it's a ceasefire, and then you kept doubling down every time I told you
the
it's
person
actually
who's
involved
criticizing
in the
me for
Donbass
not
region.
reading has said
Every
that
time
my
you got
document on
involved in the
January
Donbass
6th was
region,
really
every
bad,
time I
even though
claimed
he
it was
hasn't
involved in
read
the Donbass
anything
region.
past the introduction, by the way. Yeah, after Mike Pence refused to do what Donald Trump was asking him, he tweets out while people were in the building looking for congresspeople with zip ties to tie them up, okay? Donald Trump knows that all of this is happening. He's watching Fox News while it all unfolds. The first thing he says is that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to save our country. What do you think he's trying to do?
Yeah, you have courage to do something to stop the
What do you-
from them getting into the Capitol.
Mike Pence should have been the one to stop them from getting into the Capitol?
You got to deploy the National Guard. I mean,
Mike Pence can't. That's Donald Trump's job.
He's definitely up there, and no, he definitely can.
Mike Pence has
because it
no
happened-
authority to deploy the National Guard. No.
Let me check that real quick.
Okay, you can. I think the biggest problem with Trump supporters I really want to hammer out is just like the
first off,
obtuseness.
I'm not a big Trump supporter, right? I'm just defending
Yes, you are.
about.
Yeah, yes, you are. Okay.
Yes, I am. You don't know anything about me.
You clearly are. I could tell from everything that you've told me that you're falling into all of the conspiracy theories, all of the talking points. Like you clearly are.
Theories. You fall into conspiracy theories, saying that he's inciting.
We could talk about it. We could talk about it. You've run away from You've run away from everything that I've brought up. I just want to know, why did Donald Trump tweet that out?
Tweet about Pence?
Yeah.
Whether shouting.
There are people in the Capitol looking for Mike Pence to hang him, and Donald Trump doesn't tell them to be peaceful. He says that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country. Why? Why do you think he did that?
Yeah, I honestly can't tell you. Okay, that's one. You got me there.
Reason that a president is allowed to contest the results. That's not the
That's
problem.
all he did, though. That's all.
No,
he did,
that's not all he did. What he did is he pressured the Department of Justice to get a state to throw out their election, even though there was no evidence to do so, and his attorney general told him exactly that.
You're talking about like presumptive case that has already been defeated, and now they want to try to bring back up again.
Do you know why that part of the indictment got removed?
Why? Explain it to me. Why you think it was?
It's because the Supreme Court determined that presidents are immune from those acts. It's not that he didn't do it. It's not that he didn't do it. It's that it's not admissible in court.
He's allowed to raise doubt. That's the American dream, if you want to call it.
When I said tried to pressure his DOJ to act in a way that is not normal of the DOJ to get a state to throw out their election results, does that sound like casting doubt, or does that sound like trying to put undue pressure on your Department of Justice?
Justice can't do that. That's not a justice issue.
Yeah, then why did he try to pressure his attorney general to do it?
Did he or did he not talk to the governor of Georgia?
He did. What's that have to do with anything?
Because the Department of Justice, you keep throwing out DOJ, they can't do anything anyways.
Yeah. Why did he ask his attorney general to do it though?
I don't.
We have the letter that he was trying to get Rosen to send.
Okay.
So you're literally admitting that Donald Trump tried to pressure his DOJ to act in a way that the DOJ isn't supposed to act in. And we have all of the evidence, including testimony from Rosen, testimony from Donahue, testimony from Clark, the letter that they were trying to get to send. How is that not a problem that Donald Trump tried to get the DOJ to throw out an election?
Why are you trying to defend it? You mean exhausting all edges and all corners of everything that he has to his disposal?
That's
in
not
order
to his
try
disposal.
to get something to be justified, and then you want to throw that in his face and say that he did wrong.
That's just not to his disposal.
Just own it and say it was awesome that he tried to subvert the election.
That's historically not how the Department of Justice functions. That's not at the president's disposal. He doesn't have the power to pressure his attorney general to send letters to states.
Well, that's exactly what the DOJ does, though.
Not to throw out elections. No, that's not what the Department of Justice does.
Well, they've never actually encountered anything like that before. So who's to say whether or not they can or can't?
Not supposed to encounter anything like that.
The Department of Justice doesn't have the authority to tell a state to throw out their elections.
Exactly my
because
point.
the states run their elections. But Trump was trying to get the federal government to determine the results of a state's election.
Yeah, because he felt that there were problems and indiscrepancies inside of our elections.
He can feel that all he wants.
Every possible outcome in order to get it to go through. That's what he wanted.
He can feel that all he wants, but everybody who's investigated the issue told him that wasn't the case.
And what's wrong with doing that to begin with, man? When you feel something so strong and you turn around and start asking everyone that you can in order to do everything they can in order to fix the problem, what's the problem with that?
You're asking me why it's a problem that Donald Trump went to like 3, 4, 5 different people, asked if there was fraud. They told him no, and then he tried to get the election results thrown out anyway. You ask why that's a problem?
For going alternative routes in order to try to get
not alternative routes.
So what about, these soft on crime, these open border policies? You said the Democrats are not you just basically said that the Republican Party does not reject that. You're saying that the Democratic Party does not endorse
they
open
elected
borders,
a felon.
cheap labor.
They elected a felon, so it's ironic to say that you're the party of fighting, being tough on crime, and then electing a felon.
All right, guys, I tried to talk to this guy. He only wants.
Wait, how does that not make sense? How are you going to be tough on crime? How are you going to be tough on crime? Because what is the Alex?
You're here to
stop.
talk about
Alex,
Trump,
can you tell me? Alex,
can
can you tell me what the title of the stream is, buddy?
I don't fucking know.
It's Trump is terrible. Request to debate. Okay? So if you don't want to talk about Trump, then I don't know why the fuck you requested out.
Because there's more to politics, modern day politics, than Trump. But you're literally just a fucking.
Okay, who's the president right now? Who's the president right now?
And that's all.
Who's the president right now? Can you tell me who the president is right now?
Again, bro, you're just. I thought when you came to my lives,
I
bro,
just can't tell who the president is.
When you came to my lives and we actually talked when we met, and you heard all the people that I had opposition with actually have dialogue and conversation. Like you are not that, bro.
Yeah, because the problem is that I'm not going to let you walk off of these provable empirical facts based off of the vibes that you get from Donald Trump as a president. I'm not going to let you walk off of empirical realities because you don't feel like it's accurate.
Okay, I just told you I would concede Doge is a failed mission. Now what? And then you're just like, no.
And then I asked you what other topic you want to move off to, and then you didn't answer.
I tried to have a conversation about the Democratic Party as a whole. We're in an obviously two-party system right now, and I'm trying to basically get to a point where we're talking about which party is actually best for the United States. And you're
why? Why are we doing this blind partisanship? Why are we doing that? It's not a matter of which party is best. It's a matter of which politician is best.
So if you're not able to wrap your head around what the ideologies of these two parties that are basically, you're either you're going to choose one of the two. There's a two-party system. I'm not sure if you're aware of that or not.
Gun to my head, choose one of the two. It's going to be the Democrats because they didn't run somebody who wants to terminate the Constitution.
Again, you don't want to have a dialogue about anything besides Trump.
No, you just don't want to hold your political leaders accountable. That's the problem, is that you want to keep coddling his balls and you don't want to move outside of your echo chamber.
I can say the same about you.
No, this exact same charges. Conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct
That's fine. You could have the same charges applied in a different way.
They could have gotten him for 23 fucking years.
They apply in a different way.
Dude, I'm not buying it, and America isn't buying the idea.
I don't care what America buys. Stop narrativizing to me. That's not what I'm here. I'm not here to talk about what do the American people think. I just go to a fucking polling website. I don't care what the American people think. I care what's right, okay? I care what is substantiated, and right now what you're telling me is that there's actually not really any substantiation, and I just feel like it was politicized because that's the only explanation when there's a very peaceable explanation, and that Donald Trump broke the law. We have all of the evidence that he broke the law. There was an attorney general that was sitting on the very heavy consideration that he would need to charge a sitting president, and then made a decision. That's believable.
Okay. That's one side, right? That's your side.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to say is that's I don't say that I'm not saying you're crazy. That's believable. That seems to be the current, that's the narrative or counter narrative, depending on your position, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alternatively, you could be like, well, these 4 felony counts, it's not like they're like unknown felony counts. They charged people with this stuff before. They just did it in the past few years. The DOJ has precedent on this. There's plenty of case law regarding this. They could bring it up. They could have done it. They could have done it in an expeditious manner. If they really wanted to prosecute him, they could have just, how about this? They could have just waited until after the presidential election if it wanted to weigh on their hearts so fucking badly.
Why would they do that?
Why not? Because then why would they wait until after presidential election to see if
that's when they made the decision that it would be the right move.
Okay, how about this? Maybe so that the public wouldn't lose confidence in the DOJ. That's why they would wait.
That's the argument to just never charge him at all.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying why not just wait until after the presidential election?
Also, if they waited until after the presidential election and Donald Trump wins, those charges disappear, and we don't have any of the information.
No, those charges don't disappear.
Those charges disappear. You can't. The DOJ has a policy of not charging sitting presidents.
Right. I'm saying they could have waited. If Trump won, they're like, we're just going to have to wait until after he's done with his presidency.
4 years? 4 years to sit on this charge?
They waited 2.5. Boom.
Okay.
They waited 2.5. What's 4 fucking more?
Yeah, what's 4 more? What's 4 more? Fuck it. Why not just not charge him? Why not just not charge him? I mean, if we're just throwing years, 30 years, fuck it. Why not just wait? Let's just not charge him.
I'll tell you why. Because under the position of the DOJ, what they previously held under Biden was that no person was above the law. And so what they could say is, well, we're put in a moral quagmire right now. We can either charge him as he's announcing that he's running for presidency and look like we're partisan hacks, or we could wait. And if he doesn't win, we put forward the charges. If he does win, then get what? It's such a novel and unique charge. We'll have 4 years to construct the perfect prosecution.
Do you think it would have been Do you think it would have been good for the voters to say, hey, yeah, you have somebody who has, this thing that's we have probable cause to indict on, this thing that we have probable cause to indict on, and this thing that we would have eventually ended up winning in court on. But we're just going to hide this because we don't want to look political.
That last part. What do you mean that last part?
That
What
last
do you
part,
mean?
as in
They
they
would've won in
indicted him
court.
and then they won the court. They won the court case. He got convicted.
No, of what?
The 34 counts.
Okay, now we're switching. Now we're switching gears. I thought we were talking
No, we're
about
not
the
switching
conspiracy
gears. I'm
charges.
saying the 3 indictments that he got. The DOJ says we have probable cause to indict him here, we have probable cause to indict him here, and we had such probable cause to indict him here that we would have won the case, but we're just going to sit on that because Donald Trump wants to be the Republican nominee. Do you think that would be good for America?
Yeah, dude. I'm saying that dude, Rinyald.
Well, okay. So the answer that I'm looking for here is what is like, why is it that the line of the like basically unilateral ability to disappear people is before the line that is bad, but stealing elections is the line after? Especially when, I mean, I would say that Donald Trump already has a history of trying to steal elections, but regardless, why is it that like disappearing people unaccountably is before the line, but no elections is after the line?
Sorry, what do you mean by this? Like,
so,
I may
so there's a lot. I assume that there's a line that you would say that this is acceptable for Donald Trump to do, and everything past this line is unacceptable. The question that I'm asking is, and like, if it gets past this line, I'd be willing to like advocate against the Trump administration. The question I'm asking is, why is it that not holding an American election is past that line, but like having the unilateral ability to disappear people is before that line?
You're probably not going to like my answer. Disappearing people because it is not past the line because again because the country was opened up. So again, I know you're not going to like that answer, but because of what was up.
Because you could use the same justification for the election thing.
Well, I'm not using the justification for the election thing. Trump felt that he was wronged. His supporters thought, okay, if we protest.
No, I mean this hypothetical. I'm sorry. So like, let's make this hypothetical reality. All right, the next term, Trump says that so many people were let in that we can't. Let's just say that so many people were let in that we can't guarantee the accurate election results. There's going to be too many illegal people voting, so we can't hold an election because it won't be honest. Would that fall behind the line for you?
No, I wouldn't support that.
So why does both of those could be justified while Biden let so many people in that we have to take desperate measures? Why is this past the line, but disappearing people isn't?
Well, okay. See if this answer. See if you like this answer. Okay, the former, so disappearing people, is okay. Okay, there is a problem. Country was opened up in more ways than one. So something has to be done about that. And disappearing people, again, brutal, uncomfortable to watch, etc. But has to be done. The latter, saying, well, we can't have another election because there's no guarantee. Because there's no guarantee that there'll be fair voters, etc. Again, would not support that in the slightest. And okay, why is that past the line, you ask? Two things. I'll give you two answers. One, because okay, it's just a massive assumption. Oh, we can't have a fair election. Well, you were voted in the previous election, so clearly with all these illegals, it can be fair. And there are, in 4 years' time, there will be significantly fewer illegals than there were when Trump was elected in last year. So that's one thing. The second is, well, actually, no, I was just trying to think I'm probably going to say the same thing, just in a different way. There would be no proof that there can't be a fair election because of all those illegals.
Yeah, but then what I would say is that that's obviously not going to hold Trump back because he did the same thing for mail-in voting in 2020. He said that there was no way that this election could be honest because there's so much mail-in voting and it's ripe for potential of fraud. Like, he's shown his ability to do this. He's shown his willingness to disregard provable facts or make like giant assumptions that aren't, proven in order to do this. Okay, I'm glad we can agree on that. So Donald Trump wanting to terminate the Constitution, regardless of if he can, is still bad, and it makes him anti-American.
Okay,
And you can't even argue that. There's no
fine,
argument against that.
No, there's plenty of argument against that.
Well, I'm waiting for one.
So all the people that voted Trump in are not Americans, right? They're not Americans because they voted for Trump.
No, they just don't care about the president that they voted in being anti-American.
Then wait, no, that's not what you said though.
I didn't say Trump
If
supporters
I
are
voted for
anti-Americans.
Donald Trump. No, you did. You called me anti-American.
Yeah, well, I think you are because I don't think you care.
Him.
But it's not because you support him. It's
Well,
because
there you go.
It's not because you
So,
voted for him. It's because you don't
think-
care about terminating the Constitution.
Oh, because I don't care. No, I'm a
You clearly
realist,
don't
dude.
care.
And the Constitution. No, I'm a realist, okay? The Constitution, if anything happens to the Constitution, first of all, we will never see it in our lifetime. Second, if anything happens, it's going to be added to, not taken away. Okay?
Then why did Donald
Nothing
Trump say?
is ever going
then,
to.
Rob, why did Donald
Oh,
Trump
boy.
say
Tell me
terminate?
why.
Did Donald
Tell me
Trump?
why.
Why did Donald Trump say terminate and not amend? Why did he say terminate and not amend? I'll just wait for the answer on that. I can read the post out if you want me to.
How old are you?
I'm 69.
No, you're absolutely not.
It's not
Engaged in.
criminal. It's not criminal. Can we just read the Election Count Act, please? Please.
Do you want to read the Electoral Count Act?
Sure.
Okay.
Have it right here.
Do you have the new one or do you have the old one?
I have the old one.
Okay, cool. Do you want to read it?
Sorry, I'm trying to get it on the Cornell Law School. Okay. Congress shall be in session on the 6th day of January, succeeding every meeting of the electors. The Senate and House of Representatives shall meet in the hall of the House of Representatives, at the hour of 1 o'clock in the afternoon on that day, and the President of the Senate shall be their presiding officer. Powers of the President of the Senate, ministerial in nature, powers explicitly denied, appointments of tellers. Number 1, ministerial in nature, except as otherwise provided in this chapter, the role of the President of the Senate while presiding over the joint session shall be limited to performing solely ministerial duties. The President of the Senate shall have no power to solely determine, accept, reject, or otherwise adjudicate or resolve disputes over the proper certificate
Isn't that
of
interesting?
Ascertainment of appointment of electors, the validity of electors, or the votes of electors.
Wait, pause. You realize that is exactly what Donald Trump was asking Vice President Pence to do, right? This campaign that he ran was good at all. Like, the only reason that he won.
Yes, I can, because he won.
Yeah, no, that's an argument to say that the Democrats didn't do good at advocating their policy, or I think it was mostly because of COVID and inflation and shit.
Okay, wait.
No, but that doesn't mean his campaign was better. That just means that the cards were stacked against Democrats.
Sorry. If you look at it objectively, that's
no, don't say that.
If you look at it objectively,
it was good. It was
yeah,
a great attack.
It
was inflation.
If you look at it objectively, Kamala Harris should have been like praising fucking Vladimir Putin and deep throating microphones, and maybe she could have won the election over Donald Trump. Like, it wasn't a good campaign. You're lying. There may have been one or two good attack ads.
Neither was
but
hers.
I'm not saying that Harris was. I'm just saying that Donald Trump's wasn't.
Yes. No, I'll tell you what the difference in the campaigns were.
The way
it
they
wasn't,
play
it
the
wasn't the
assassination,
substance.
I'm sorry, you're just objectively wrong.
No,
And until you start admitting reality, I know it hurts to admit that he might have done something successfully, but until you accept that fact,
It was no. Stop. Let me respond to that. It's one thing to say that he did something good in his campaign. It's a different thing to say his campaign was good. If he played the assassination thing well, fine. If he had a good attack ad, fine. That doesn't offset him literally not shitting his pants anytime anyone asked him a policy question. That doesn't offset the fact that he was literally like making weird offhanded comments to like Hannibal Lecter. That doesn't help that he was literally like calling the J6 rioters patriots. If anybody else did that, their campaign would fucking die. So it's not because he ran a good campaign. It's because Democrats were fucking saddled with inflation and no one was going to vote for somebody who had half a campaign and who was tied to Joe Biden. That's probably the answer.
So we are, yes. So now we're going to have to agree to disagree, where we're splitting hairs over what the definition of a good campaign is. I think if you do good things that win you support throughout your campaign, especially with your base, and you win the election, I think you had a good campaign compared to your opponent.
Any campaign that wins an election is not a good campaign. So can we, okay.
Now that we took care of the Mike Pence, let's talk about the alternate electors.
Well,
right?
I don't want to move on from this quite yet. Because I don't think that this is consistent. I don't think you're being consistent.
It's a dead horse. Stop eating it.
Can we agree?
All right, go ahead.
It's a dead horse. Can we agree that if a lawyer acting under Joe Biden was telling Vice President Harris that she had the right to claim that she won the swing states despite nobody concurring that she did, and she ended up decertifying, and the lawyer was telling Harris to decertify electors in the 2025 election in order for Harris to certify herself as the winner, do you agree that that would be an attack on democracy? And also, why are we just letting this person cut me off like so much? You have absolutely nothing to the conversation, dog.
Guys, I would say once again, Harris does not have the powers or ability set inside to do such things. So therefore, it would never happen. Listen, I'm not going to keep living this Narnia fucking dream with you guys, okay? Stop eating the dead horse. It's over.
Step through the closet, all right? So...
Thank you. What a valuable addition to this conversation. Do you agree that it would have been anti-democratic for that to happen?
I do. It just.
Why do you want to keep going on the fact, man? All right, so they asked Pence to do something.
Why do we want to keep going on the
there is.
So it was testified by Greg Jacob, Mike Pence's legal counsel, that Eastman said that his proposal would be thrown out by the Supreme Court 0-9. He said that. Obviously in the memo that it breaks the Electoral Count Act. So I'm going to ask again, do you think it's okay that a lawyer advised somebody to break the Electoral Count Act banking on the fact that it was unconstitutional?
I'm going to ask you. You already answered that question. You already answered that question at the very beginning when you answered to me, what is a legal theory? And somebody in the chat is quite frankly is right. It says, who cares? Because I know you want to make this a big deal for
you don't care about an attempt to
No, it's not fine. Again, you're going towards a subjective feeling, which is fine. Let's try to stay on course here.
This
to the majority of it is. I'm going to explain to you why. Because to Americans, voters, regardless of Republican, Democrat, whatever it is, when they're asked, what are my top 10 most important issues, January 6th or democracy and any of this stuff is nowhere on there. And we just sat here. I gave you enough time, honestly, 10 minutes of going back and forth about it. You haven't been able to provide me anything where anything is criminal. Trump hasn't been charged with anything criminal. Maybe there's an indictment filed by him by a prosecutor in DC. That's fine. That's not going anywhere. And it's a long shot. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay,
that
so
is your
law.
field. So can I ask you, why would Eastman deliver a legal theory where he says, yeah, this is going to break the law?
That's a great fucking question. I have no idea because he's stupid.
Is that maybe your 12-year-old interpretation of it?
I don't know what else. This is where we diverge from the procedures laid out in the act could possibly mean other than that.
Okay, that's fine.
If you want to propose to me another thing that could mean, then I'd maybe say that it wouldn't advise.
It means that they believe. It means that they believe that the Constitution provides them a legal way of how they can proceed forward. You can't break federal
law banking on the fact that it's unconstitutional. You're not allowed to do that.
I don't think that they were. Again, I don't think that they were proposing to break federal law.
It says in the memo, verbatim, this is where we break from the procedures laid out in the act. That would necessarily break the Electoral Count Act.
Okay, again, I don't think that they're proposing to break the actual law. They're
Okay,
proposing
but
that
now
you're
just being subjective. You're just ignoring what's in the memo.
Well, that's fine.
Trash debater.
You acknowledge that Eastman wrote that he wants to break the Electoral Count Act in the memo, right? So, like, it's not a conspiracy that he wants to break the Electoral Count Act. Like, he literally verbatim said it. You acknowledge that, right?
He asked if it would be a minor infraction. That's what he was asking.
Yeah,
for.
if you're minorly infracting a law, is that following the law, or is that breaking the law? Is that breaking the law, or is that infracting the law?
No, he said that it's a legal theory talk. Look, I can't actually trust.
Is it a legal theory to break the law?
I'm gonna mute you if you don't allow me to actually answer your question without you.
Okay, can you answer that question? Is it a legal theory to break the law?
Okay, I'm going to answer your question. So I'm not going to respect any Democrat that comes to tell me about their legal theory and what they believe is the legal.
And I think that things like Remain in Mexico, a lot of executive orders, a lot of stuff like you said that he hated Muslims due to his travel bans on, I forget, it was like 10 to 12.
Just to be clear, for him saying that we need a complete and total shutdown on Muslims entering the country to see what the fuck is going on. That was the exact quote. That's why people say he hates Muslims. Because if you're calling for a complete and total shutdown of a particular group entering the country, it's fair to say that you probably don't like that group, right?
What religion do you think the guys were following?
Can you answer that question? Wait, hold on. No,
yes,
because
I'm answering it.
Because if you want to say he does hate Muslims, but it's based because I hate Muslims too, then that's fine, okay? But he does though, right? He does hate Muslims, right?
I don't hate Muslims. I hate some of the stuff that they stand for and their religion. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that they have.
Okay.
I think that they have prophets that married 9-year-olds. Okay.
So can you agree?
Do you like that? Wait a minute.
Can you agree? Can you agree? Can you agree? That
if you're calling for,
it's my live, buddy. Can you agree that if you're calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, if you're calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, you probably don't like Muslims, right?
Again, it's not that I dislike Muslims.
I'm not asking you. I'm saying if you are calling for, if this hypothetical person is calling for a complete and total shutdown. I like the rights of American
citizens more.
Is it a right of an American citizen to not be near a Muslim?
The right of an American citizen to be protected.
American citizen to not be near a Muslim.
It's the right of Americans.
I got an echo, buddy. Lift your phone up.
You hear me now?
1 2 1 2. Yeah, you're good.
Hello.
Yep, you're good. Okay.
It's the right of an American citizen to be protected by the country that they reside in. Okay, that's what the point is. Okay. And if you want to
threatened by a Muslim being here,
it's threatened by an idea and a way of life that wants to unalive Christians, a Christian nation. Okay, and we are founded upon Christian values. This country, whether you like it or not.
Do you think it's an American's
right?
right?
Atheist, right?
Yes, I am an atheist. Do you think it's an American's? Do you think it's an American's right? By the way, you haven't refuted almost literally anything I've said. All right, I let you walk off of the Constitution claim, even though you completely ran away from that. Okay, so please stop with the pivots. Please stop with the pivots. Please stop with the pivots. Okay. Do you agree that it's an American's right to not be around a Muslim? Is that an American's right?
What?
Is it the right of an American to not be around a Muslim?
Can I think about that question?
I hope you don't need to think much about that question.
So I'd be completely okay with this going to court if it hasn't already.
It has gone to court, but I don't think it's gone to court enough. I honestly feel like I don't know about grounds for impeachment, but I feel like Donald Trump should lose all of his supporters because of this. I feel like the amount of accountability that needs to happen for this, for sending people with no due process to a torture camp, has to be extreme. Like, not extreme as in like hurt anybody, but like there has to be very, very strict consequences. And I feel like he should lose a lot of supporters over this, because I feel like it's completely unconscionable. It actually makes me sick that this kind of thing happened. It's so completely against everything that America stands for.
I I can get it, right? I can get the viewpoint. I wouldn't lose support, and I hate doing this, right? I try and not do it often, but so many other presidents have done such vile things. I hate doing this, man, but it's like you can cite like Obama with the bombings in Saudi Arabia were horrific, right? But he didn't lose support for that.
Wait, but you, as like, what did you say you are, a reason-based voter?
Yes.
I feel like that should be the whole point, is that it doesn't matter party lines. It doesn't matter the history of what other presidents have done. You should be speaking out against sending people to torture camps with no due process. That should be something, as a reasonable person who is not bound by party lines, who is not bound by allegiance to a person. That's what this should be. That, like, you should be the perfect person to be calling Donald Trump out on this, regardless of his party affiliation or regardless of what the other party affiliation would have done.
My problem with this election is it makes me compromise like this because the election candidates were so shitty. I don't like Trump. Like I said before, I don't like Trump, right? I don't like him as a character. I think he's funny and that's about it, right? The problem with this election is it put evil against evil, right? It put, okay, this selection is bad,
it put kind of bad against evil. That's what it did.
How do you justify paying $6 million to send people to those kind of conditions with no due process, by the way?
No, oh my god. There's due process.
There was not
due process.
No.
No, there definitely was. But
no, if there was, wait, hold on. If there was, why would we have deported somebody with a withholding order?
All right, let's go on to.
Wait, no, answer that question. If there was due process, if there was due process, why would we have deported somebody with a withholding order?
Why would we have deported someone with a? Are we talking about
withholding order?
With a Garcia?
Yeah.
Because Garcia is an MS-13 member who
oh my god,
many different criminal convictions in the United States, and guess where he's at?
Wait. Can you source me that? What was he criminally convicted of?
Jesus Christ.
Do you know what that Jesus Christ? I'll give you the translation because he's upset that I'm asking him for a source because it's bullshit. He's making it up. That's why he's upset that I'm asking him for a source. He was never convicted criminally in the U.S., nor was he criminally convicted in El Salvador.
How many times was he arrested in the United
valid withholding order in El Salvador, and
How many times was he arrested in the United States? Please tell me.
I'm sorry, is an arrest a criminal conviction now?
Yes.
What?
Okay, and then
you say yes?
What year did you get your GED?
What? Back in 2019.
Wait, Ryan, real quick.
According to El Salvadorian government, he's had multiple criminal convictions of violence, racketeering, fucking public disputes at bars, so on and so forth, domestic violence, and
can you cite that for me?
Okay, let me just fucking look.
I didn't have to keep coming up. Stop spreading misinformation, dog. He was never criminally convicted in El Salvador.
You're back.
Yeah, because you're lying, all right? I wish I could go down, but you keep lying about him, so I have to come up and correct you. He was never criminally convicted anywhere, right?
I don't think you listen to anything.
I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you think that a criminal conviction means getting arrested.
Okay, have you ever been arrested?
Nope.
Okay. Do you know how the arrest process works?
I know that it's not a criminal conviction, right?
No. Do you know how the arresting process works?
You just
I don't have to walk you through this whole process. Is it a criminal conviction or is it an arrest?
I already said it is not a criminal conviction.
Okay, so stop fucking saying that he was criminally convicted anywhere. He was never criminally convicted in El Salvador.
It is an arrestable offense.
Okay, it's not a criminal. You said multiple times criminal conviction. That's bullshit. You're lying.
He's a criminal, and I said he has conviction.
Okay,
stop lying. Stop lying. Stop saying criminal conviction because you're lying.
In El Salvador, not here.
Not in El Salvador. Not in El Salvador either.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay, can you tell me what he was criminally convicted of in El Salvador?
Let me go to fucking elsalvador.com. Hold on.
Yeah, go to elsalvador.com and find what he was convicted of, please.
Because that's apparently what I have to do for you fucking idiots.
Yeah, also,
you have to substantiate anything. You have to stop lying. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to hold you account for the things
you're making claims. If you want to prove me wrong, show your shit.
Ryan, what were the 137 Venezuelans convicted of?
Do you want me to label all 130? That's a fucking stupid question.
They weren't convicted of anything. That's why that's an interesting question.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that like 75% was provably never convicted with anything. I think 20% was quite, like they couldn't find a reliable record of the criminal history, and 2% were found guilty of violent criminal acts. 2% of the people that we sent to CCOT. So,
okay, they still did something.
True. Yes, they did something. Let's torture them. I hope that you hold that same standard for everybody else.
You're not understanding that we as Americans are not torturing them. Sorry that you fucking used to live there.
We are facilitating the torture.
Brian, is it illegal to hire a hitman? Is it illegal to hire a hitman?
Yes.
Why? I didn't kill him.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, true. Holy shit.
If you're paying somebody to torture somebody, then you're still culpable.
Okay. I think you have very bad mental issues and you need to get that checked out. But anyways.
I genuinely think that you are, like, I don't know if you have Down syndrome. Like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong. Like, I genuinely feel like there's no shot that you are a functioning adult. I feel like if you want to bring your caretaker over to the phone and I can talk to them, you make me want to say things I can't say on TikTok. It's ridiculous.
Can you show me? Can you show me where? No, don't show me the withholding order. Show me where it says Kilmar Abrego Garcia was subject to the Alien Enemies Act.
Well, first you have to establish that, right? So
yeah, I'm asking you to establish it.
I have to show you first that he was not under the protections. He didn't have TPS.
No, I just need you to show me that he's subject to the Alien Enemies Act.
He is subject to the Alien Enemies Act. Ultimately, because under his two habeas commitments, the first one established that he was a member of MS-13. MS-13 is a declared terrorist organization under the AEA. Right, so
no, not under the AEA.
Subject to the AEA.
So, do you understand that his proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act only referred to Venezuelans who are part of Tren de Aragua?
That's not the only claim.
Do you want to read it?
Correct.
Do you want to read it?
You're incorrect.
Let's read it.
That's okay.
I found and declare that TDA, Tren de Aragua, is perpetuating and attempting and threatening an invasion or predatory incursion against the territory of the United States. TDA is undertaking hostile actions and conducting irregular warfare against the territory of the United States, both directly and at the direction, clandestine or otherwise, of the Maduro regime in Venezuela. I make these findings using the full extent of my authority to conduct the nation's foreign affairs under the Constitution. Based on my findings and the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, I proclaim that all Venezuelans, citizens 14 years of age or older who are members of TDA, are within the United States and are not actually naturalized or lawful permanent residents of the United States, are liable to be apprehended, restrained, secured, and removed as alien enemies. Nowhere in it does it say MS-13. Nowhere in it does it say El Salvador. Now, can you now tell me that you acknowledge that the Alien Enemies Act, as it's proclaimed by Donald Trump, only applies to Venezuelans who are a part of Tren de Aragua? Okay, can you show me where in the proclamation it says anything else?
I'll be with you in a minute, dude. Give me a minute.
You're looking up something that's completely irrelevant to any question that I'm asking you because you're trying to railroad me down a case that you don't understand. You're trying to railroad me down a case that you do not understand. You're trying to railroad me down a case that you do not understand. Now, can you show me where Donald Trump declared... Dennis, I promise you do not. I promise you do not. Can you show me where Donald Trump declared... Can you show me where Donald Trump declared the Alien Enemies Act for El Salvadorians who are a part of MS-13? Can you show me where he did that? That should be your priority numero uno, buddy. You can't show me that, then I'm going to kick you.
I mean, if you don't want to hear it, you can always look at my videos because it's all that information is there.
I would like you to show me where the Alien Enemy Acts... where Donald Trump proclaimed the Alien Enemies Act for El Salvadorians, a part of MS-13.
So my question to you is, what is the Alien Enemies Act?
Why are you going to answer my question with a question?
I'm asking you a question first. What does the Alien Enemies Act actually say?
It gives the president the ability to declare wartime or use wartime authority to deport people or summarily in times of invocation of war or predatory incursion.
Predatory incursion, exactly.
Correct.
And as MS-13,
So now, Dennis, can you show me where Donald Trump declared? Can you show me where you're dodging my question, Dennis? You're dodging my question, Dennis. You're dodging my question. Can you show me where Donald Trump invoked? Can you show me where Donald Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act for El Salvadorians who are a part of MS-13?
The alien. Well, first.
Can you show me? Can you show me that?
This is still under court order. There's still actually discussions going on concerning this within the court.
Can you show me where he tried to do it? Because his invocation of the Alien Enemies Act was only for Trinidad.
In the second district court, there's actually a ruling that just came down within the last 2 to 3 weeks, where they essentially said Trump had every right to actually invoke the AEA against all.
And what invocation did they say? Wait, hold on, Dennis, which invocation did they say he had the right to do?
Was declared a terrorist organization.
No, stop. No.
Yeah,
it only applies to the groups that he declares a predatory incursion of, not any gang.
Well, that's if he declares it, yes.
Okay, so Dennis, I'm going to ask you this again. Where did Donald Trump declare a predatory incursion from MS-13?
Right now,
I'm not trying to nitpick. You don't have any fucking idea what you're talking about.
The crippling of the DOE. I love the no man.
You can say dismantling.
Force. It's just no, because he can't dismantle it, so I'm not going to say that.
He signed an executive order to dismantle it. So I mean, if you're admitting that he's doing illegal activity already, big dumb.
We're not going to do that. If you look at the executive order, he said he's going to follow the laws, right? So that's what he has to do.
I'm going to legally murder this guy. Like, what?
Yeah, following the law.
That tells me that you don't read and you didn't read the executive order. So go ahead on.
All right. What's the executive order called again?
You should know. I don't have to tell that to you.
Wait, did you read the executive order?
Of course I read it. If you would love to pull it up, you can pull it up. So what was you asking me about the Alien Enemies Act?
Why are you for no due process?
First of all, they get expedited due process. If you pull up the Supreme Court ruling, let me go up back to what they exactly said.
Oh, wait, real quick. All right, in the executive order, he says that the Secretary of State or the Secretary of Education, to the maximum extent, shall take all necessary steps to facilitate the closure of the Department of Education. Interesting.
That's super interesting.
We're playing some.
He said he's going to close down the DOE in Washington. That was his exact words.
I'm not moving. I'm just taking all of my stuff and getting out of my house.
He cannot dismantle it. Okay, if y'all gonna be like literally, like, come
you're
on,
being
you have to
dishonest.
follow
You're being
the
intellectually
law.
dishonest.
No, you're being dishonest.
Just say fuck the Constitution. Like, that's fine. We can work with that.
Oh God, if we're not gonna like prove shit and put up facts, then I don't want to have this conversation.
I just read you the quote.
Literally.
I just read you the quote.
Like, are you serious?
I'm serious. I'm as serious as Trump.
Do you actually believe the stuff that you're talking about? Do you actually believe this?
No.
Oh God.
Come on.
Because I've been on your panels before.
You guys are being very disingenuous.
No, you
right?
are.
Did you just?
I've been on your panels before.
So
and you run like a good panel. I think.
Can you please read the whole executive order? Please read the whole thing.
Okay.
The whole thing?
Entire executive order. We found the part we were looking for. The part that you worried about.
You guys should have read the whole thing before we even got here.
Wait, shit, guys, I'm sorry. She's right. I was wrong. In the paragraph after it says closure of Department of Education, it says, "LOL, guys, just kidding. We're gonna keep it open." I'm sorry. I should have read the whole thing.
Okay, great. You're being a kid, I guess.
Okay.
Most of the policy prescriptions on a large scale we would probably agree with. I agree that a lot of the problems that you see exist. The problem is that one is probably going to be a terminology or a political advantageous disagreement that I don't think that this is the best way to convince people to look inward. And two is that I think that we can do electoralism without
hardcore policing people for.
So you want to
for
operate in white
microaggressions.
supremacy?
You're probably going to have to operate in white supremacy in order to dismantle it.
Oh yes.
Do you not engage in white supremacy?
Oh yes, I do. I understand that I'm a racist. I understand that I benefit from systems of white supremacy. I understand that I operate in these systems and uphold them. But I do like everything that I can to dismantle these systems of white supremacy. That's why I'm actively having this conversation right now with you.
Do you think it would be better to just do that on an interpersonal level, or try to do what we can to make that more politically advantageous for federal reform?
So we can't use systems of white I can't use tenets of white supremacy to try to overtake white supremacy. Like we can't use parentalism to try to like help communities that we have that don't need help. They need us to get our stuff together.
There's. Are you saying that we can't? How do you propose that we fix this problem then?
We have to address ourselves with the harm that we're doing it, the harm that we are actively supporting.
Okay,
That's super vague. Like what?
Also, Davina,
what step do you think? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What like meaningful step can we take to dismantle white supremacy?
So first we have to acknowledge it. We have to acknowledge our positionality in it and the harm that we do within the systems. Then once we acknowledge it and we start to understand like the tenets or characteristics of white supremacy, then we can start operating it with that tool at hand, to where when we go through life in society and we have to operate in these systems, we are acknowledging things, we're calling it out, we're dismantling them little by little, because we can't just obviously dismantle the whole entire country. We have to start with our community. We have to go through to our school boards. We need to go to our hospital boards. We need to go locally and begin to dismantle.
How is that going to help like Black communities who have trouble building generational wealth?
Because Black communities don't need our help. They need us to dismantle systems of white supremacy. That's the only help they need. Like everybody needs, not just them. Everybody needs is for us to dismantle the systems of white supremacy.
Do we not need to help the Black communities that we actively shackled for the whole beginning part of our country? We don't need to help those communities?
By dismantling the systems of white supremacy, yes.
Is there any non-social route that we need to take to help the Black community?
What do you mean non-social route?
Like beyond just like making sure we don't do microaggressions. Is there any step that we can take?
Did you not? So, okay, so if you do me a favor, if you're actually interested, like if you're actually interested in like being a decent human being, look up whitesupremacyculture.info. Just read about the characteristics of white supremacy.
Okay, that
probably. I think you should. I mean, you're calling it an insurrection.
The answer is that there is no substantive difference. If you have a conspiracy to secede from the Union, and you succeed, that's an insurrection.
Right, but no one knows the state
so
of the
there's
mind of an
so I don't know
why
why
the
you're
state
even
of the
arguing
mind
on
of
that
an
point.
individual that comes in there. That's all I'm saying.
We do know the state of mind of people like Enrique Tarrio because they were circulating a memo called 1776 Returns where they were talking about occupying the Capitol long enough to where they decertified their election results. So, I mean, we know exactly what the motivation of the Proud Boys were. They were found guilty of it, of seditious conspiracy. Some of them found guilty of, violence at the Capitol. And now Donald Trump pardoned them all and is talking about giving them restitutions. We know about everything there is to know. And, Trump supporters are just following in lockstep because it's a cult.
No, I just think we should move on from it. I mean, I don't
wait,
agree.
hold
with
on. No. You don't think we should move on from it because Donald Trump is talking about giving restitutions to these people. That's not moving on. That's giving aid and comfort to insurrectionists. If Donald Trump didn't win, if the person that led the insurrection didn't win the election, then we'd all be perfectly fine to move on. But you guys voted him back into office.
Well, yeah, I did. I think it was the right choice. I don't think.
Okay, do you think it's good that Donald Trump pardoned a bunch of people who were found guilty of assaulting Capitol Police officers with deadly weapons?
I don't agree with the ones that committed violence. I don't agree with that.
Do you think it's?
But you know what?
Do you think it's bad that Donald Trump is talking about giving them restitutions now?
I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, you can.
I'm not asking if you think it's going to happen. Do you think it's bad that, because you didn't think that it was going to happen, like him pardoning them either. You didn't think that was going to happen, and then it did. So do you think it's bad that Donald Trump is now coming out and saying that these people are entitled to restitutions?
I don't believe in all this restitution bullshit personally.
He said it,
but
so you can disbelieve it, and you can disbelieve that my hair color is brown, but that doesn't change the fact that it's true.
Because he doesn't like Trump and thinks that opposing Trump is going to help him in his campaign.
He's saying no because it's a violation of his state's rights.
Not a violation when people are rioting. They're destroying.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. That's it. It's not a violation. It's not a violation when people are rioting. Do you think that Donald Trump should be able to go over Newsom's head for one car?
Fuck.
Wait, hold on. If somebody threw
one car,
wait,
there was cars lined up.
No. I'm asking you a hypothetical. I'm asking you a hypothetical. If one car was set on fire.
We're not playing hypothetical when it's
I know
reality.
because you can't answer to it. LOL.
No,
if one car was on fire, would you support Donald Trump going over? If one car.
If it didn't happen, but it happened.
Jesus.
There's been multiple cars. There's been multiple cars. We don't have to play the if game.
I'm asking you a hypothetical.
All I'm saying is mute the motherfucker. Someone mute Reinhold.
Like he keeps talking over everybody.
I know.
I mean,
I'm sick and tired of it.
Because he's trying to prove a point that don't even make sense.
I'm trying to ask a question that the host is scared to answer. That's the problem.
Yeah,
there's never going to be, this is the problem with the entirety of the US right now, is that there's never going to be anything that I could ever provide you, even if I provided you of a clip in 4K HD of Donald Trump saying I lied about the election. You'd say like, oh, that was offhanded. He only said it once and he was joking.
If I were to see that would change me.
I think you're lying about that though, because there's no amount of evidence that I could ever provide to you that would show anything. And you literally just said that you're fine with Donald Trump throwing the election results out because you didn't like Joe Biden's gas prices. So like,
I have a more nuanced take. You can reduce my.
No, you don't. You literally you said that almost verbatim. So okay, I think
almost verbatim, not exactly.
I think we're done here.
I wanted to go into it, but then you wanted to talk about.
If we want to talk about the legality of the Eastman memo, we absolutely can. But I have a feeling that it's going to be the same exact conversation where I'm going to back you into a corner, and then you're going to say, oh well, it was a joke, or that was based, or I don't like Joe Biden's gas prices. That's all. It's every conservative conversation is the exact same.
Right. But again,
right.
Doge is on a noble mission, in my opinion. And overall, if these people are leaving their prestigious posts, we'll call them, to form a coalition of minds to actually attack a problem, which, I mean, do you not feel that there was not a problem? Like
the problem that we're running into is that good aims don't equal good execution. If I'm trying to rid the world of evil and I'm doing it by murdering kindergartners, like it's a good noble mission to rid the world of evil, but that doesn't mean that the execution is good.
That's a straw man. But okay,
how is that a straw man?
Yeah, because you just compared saving money to unaliving children.
That's not what a straw man is. That's what an analogy is.
That's an extreme. It's an extreme useless analogy. We'll just put it that way.
That's not what a straw man means, but okay.
A state's certified elector's vote is the people's vote.
What's the Declaration of Independence say? We the people. All right. It doesn't say
we the people voted. And we the people voted, and then the states certified the electors that we voted for, and Trump tried to decertify them unilaterally through Mike Pence.
Well, we haven't seen any investigations on any of that. I'm trying to see something. We're allowed to question that. Just
ask Mike Pence if he did that.
Rinyal, I'm allowed to question just like how I question why isn't Congress asking for an audit from the IRS or the military complex that during Joe Biden's presidency got funded $777.7 million. Okay, passed by Congress. All right, during Joe Biden's presidency. Okay.
How many times did I say that? How many times did I say that the problem wasn't questioning?
You guys are warmongers, bro.
How many times did I say that the problem wasn't
Democrats
questioning?
love war, and that's all it is.
And you guys love insurrection. I mean, we can play these games all day.
Insurrection is
You love lights in your room.
Hey, I have a question.
How
Bill.
are you?
How do you feel about how do you feel about the poll?
How is this guy? How is this kid? How are you, bro?
I'm 20.
You're 20 years old?
Yeah.
Big badass.
Yeah, and you have lights in your fucking room. Yeah, what are you, like 5? I mean, how can I take anybody serious that has fucking Christmas lights in their bedroom?
You're right. You're right. That completely changed my mind. Trump's not an insurrectionist anymore. I forgot that I had Christmas lights in my room.
He's not going to answer that.
This is the question I'm asking. Can you read what the title of the stream is?
He won't answer that.
Can you read what the title of the stream is?
Again, he won't answer that question.
Just like you can't read.
Oh, I can read.
Okay, what's the title of the stream?
That's like my 4th language.
What's the title of the stream?
Okay, hold on. Let me grab a beer. Hold on.
You have to grab a beer before you can read. Are you just
I
like
do,
asking your
because
sister wife? Are you asking your sister wife to come over and read the title of the
It's just so
screen?
hard to speak to you guys. It's hard because you guys claim that you're educated, but in reality, all you do is memorize certain things. In reality, you guys are like the least educated people.
That's why you came in here desperate to tie this back to some dude as a part of a Chinese, as a part of a prisoner swap.
I was desperate to come in here. You added me because of my viewers, my followers.
I added you because of, I don't know. I don't know who the fuck you are.
Yeah, because remember, you're not going to add people that only have 100 followers.
I'm going to add people who request up.
Oh, really?
Yep.
You add people that have less than 100 followers?
If they're capable of requesting up, then yes.
Bro, whoa, you're a fucking liar, bro.
How am I a liar?
You're a liar. Because you only add people that have followers.
Dude, I promise you, I have no fucking idea who you are.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. I know you don't know who I am.
Okay, so why are you acting like I added you? Because you're some fucking big
shot.
shot.
Tell you why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hold on. No, I'm not acting like I'm a big shot.
My car collection is worth more than your mom's house. Like, okay, buddy.
Well, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Just like I have more brain cells than you and your sister wife.
That's not true. That's not true. That's completely false.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, again, the reason why he added me was not because I only had 100 followers. He added
I didn't
me
look at the follower count. I didn't look at the follower count.
Yeah, you fucking did.
I opened my thing and I opened the multi-guest live and I saw, some random dude is requesting up into the live. I ought to hit accept.
Why does this guy have to lie? Why do leftists have to lie?
I'm still not even certain that you can read. What's the title of the stream?
I can't read.
Yeah, what's the title of the stream? What's the title of the stream?
Oh, so it says Donald Trump is evil.
Oh, okay.
But in reality, he's actually saving America.
Okay, so how is it saving America to pardon somebody who stomped on the head of a Capitol Police officer?
So the reason why Donald Trump's saving America is actually because
and he can't hear either. He can't hear either.
Wait, why is he interrupting me?
Because you didn't answer that question.
Oh, I'm trying to, and you're interrupting me.
No, I said, how is it saving America to pardon somebody who stomped on the head of a Capitol Police officer?
Can I respond?
If that's the question that you're going to respond to, then yeah, sure.
Oh, so you want me to respond a certain way?
I want you to respond to the question. If I ask you, why did Donald Trump do this? And you say, well, the reason I like tacos is because they have beef and because they're corn shells. Like, that's not the question I'm asking you.
Okay. Can I respond?
If that's the question you're going to respond to, then yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to respond.
Okay,
perfect. The reason why Donald Trump won was not because of any specific reason of leftists that claim. The reason why Donald Trump won is because Democrats continue to push a narrative that no one likes. No one cares about the 20% of what the 80-20% concerns. No one cares about...
Okay.
You want to interrupt me?
No, I'm just having a realization.
Okay, perfect.
I'm having a realization.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. So Donald Trump won was not because of he hated women. He hated or he was considered a bigot. anything like that.
All right.
He won because Democrats continue to push narratives that are not in line with majority of Americans.
Okay.
We don't care about the bathrooms.
It all makes
we
sense.
We don't care. Okay, perfect. I hope it does. Because
Okay,
maybe
so
that will be an incentive
the
to
reason
actually
I get it now. I get
review.
it now.
Oh,
I get
you're-
it now. The
again,
reason that Donald Trump pardoned the
you're-
person who
you're,
stomped on the head of a Capitol police officer was because Democrats care too much about trans people in bathrooms. That I don't even know why I didn't think about that. That's why the
Yeah,
pardon
so we saw
happened.
it
I
in
forgot.
California.
Oh my God, that's why.
So
That
again, we
person
saw it
needed
in
their head stomped on because
He's
Democrats
crashing out.
only care about bathrooms. I didn't
crashing out.
realize. He's
I'll let it
crashing out.
finish.
Oh my God. You're non-responsive. You're like actually.
Oh, I am trying to respond. You're cutting me off.
Please rub the two brain cells together and actually answer the question I
Okay,
asked you.
perfect. Two
I
brain
didn't
cells.
ask you why
I
the
just wanna
Democrats
finish.
lost. I didn't ask you why the Democrats lost.
can
I'd
I
rather you
finish?
answer
Or
the
not?
question that I asked
I'll
you.
let you finish.
I'd rather you just answer the question that I asked you.
Are you done?
If you can answer, yeah.
Wait,
Why did he
so
why did he pardon that
if I
person?
don't answer the certain way you want me to, you're going to interrupt me?
If you don't answer the question I asked you, then yes.
You're going to interrupt me.
Correct.
Fascism.
Yes, fascism is when I interrupt you. Yeah,
exactly.
True.
Democrats are the
that is
definition of
fascism.
fascism.
I forgot fascism.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing that made
Yeah, they
Hitler
can't
bad.
handle
The thing
the
that made Hitler
opposition.
bad was that he interrupted
can't-
people.
Well, hold
True.
No, sir.
Yeah.
It ain't like families fleeing into here. They're like 18-year-old gangster motherfuckers fleeing into here, along with the goddamn blacks.
What's wrong
And
with
the god-
what's wrong with being a goddamn black? There's nothing wrong with goddamn blacks.
No, there's a lot.
There's a lot wrong with blacks.
Yes.
Okay. Jackson.
I mean, we can get down to an argument here.
No, the Constitution says that it's up to the state legislatures to make laws to dictate how their elections run. So if they were to say that the legislature is just going to choose whoever the fuck they want to be the president, they would have to change the law first.
Well, it doesn't say they have to make laws.
That's all the legislature could do. They can't do anything else.
No, they can determine the time, place, and manner of elections. It doesn't say they have
Via
to make a law.
legislation. They can't do anything else.
No, it doesn't say it has to be done through legislation.
That's all the legislature's allowed to do.
But no, the Constitution says that they can do this other thing.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it literally does.
The amendment
just talked about it.
It doesn't say that they can do whatever. It says
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Why would it say that the legislature's only job is to make legislation? They dictate how their electors vote via legislation.
And when it comes to elections, they have this separate duty.
No,
right?
that duty is done by passing legislature.
I mean, yeah, that's commonly how it's done, but I don't think
No, that's just how it's done. The legislature can't do anything other than pass legislation.
But a legislator doesn't have to pass legislation, so what if they never pass legislation about an election? Then how's it ran?
It doesn't run, but that's a violation of the Constitution.
No, it's not. It doesn't say must be passed through legislation. It does not say that.
They're legally obligated to determine the time, manner, and way, or the time, place, and manner that their election's held. So if they don't determine any of that, then that's a violation of the Constitution.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it has to be a law. You can just say, "Hey, we're
that's
going to
all
have an
they
election
do.
next
That's
Tuesday
the only
at
thing
5
they
o'clock.
do. That's the only thing
Go
they
up
do.
here, single file line. That's how it's going to be done.
That's the
It
only
doesn't
thing
have to
that
be
the
wrote
legislature
down.
ever does.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be a law to do that. They can just say it.
Say it how?
Just say it.
By what means does a
But
legislature
they don't have
say
to pass
anything?
a law because of passing the law, it takes it out of the legislator's hands, right?
No.
Yes, it does, because how does a law become a law?
What, signed by the executive?
Yes, and the Constitution says it's not the executive to do
Whenever
it.
you say something is up to the legislature, what does that mean?
It's up for them to do the thing.
By what?
Yeah, but it can't be done by the executive branch.
What's substantially different? What's substantially different between that and just trying him?
Hear me out. Hear me out. And then Americano goes, but listen, here's the deal, guys. We sat on this way too fucking long. We prosecuted other people on the same fucking crimes, but because he's the president of the United States, we took an extra long fucking time to do this. And now it's right up against when he announced for running for presidency, so it looks really fucking bad. And the court of public opinion is important when you're looking at institutions like the DOJ, because that's a big fucking deal. And you know what? We're gonna look like partisan fucking hacks. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put everything here. And what we're gonna make sure is we're gonna make sure that this is fucking put codified, given to SCOTUS, given to fucking districts, given to fucking Congress, all this shit, so that Trump's DOJ can't fuck with it if he wins.
So
like,
how is it substantially different to say, hey, we can charge Donald Trump on this, this, and this, and here's all of the details, but we're not going to? How is that different than just charging him?
Because of the timing. The timing is so fucking bad.
The timing would be the fucking same if he's coming out and saying, hey, we could have charged him here, and we might later, but he's running for presidency, so we're not gonna. It's still gonna be the same fucking timing.
The timing was.
It's still gonna be the same timing.
Why do you think that when
it's
Trump
gonna look?
got
It's
that
also it's gonna
mugshot,
look way
that
fucking
his ratings
worse.
went up?
By the way, it's gonna look way fucking worse if the DOJ says, "Hey, we have all of this shit that we could prosecute him on, but we're not gonna." I know for a fact all of the conservatives would be like, "Wait, why the fuck is this dude a criminal and you're not punishing him? These charges are bullshit." Because obviously that's what would happen.
No, he's not a criminal. He's innocent until proven fucking guilty.
Yeah,
and
but
they're trying to say,
but Republicans would say, if you had all these potential charges of all of this illegal activity that they did, and you came out and said it, then why wouldn't you prosecute them? That tells me that all of this shit is bullshit, and the DOJ is just weaponized against Trump anyway. It's all roads lead to Rome.
Okay. Let's role play. Let's role play. So you just say that, right? So I'm Eric Allen, and I go, it's actually funny you say that. So we filed this August 1st, 2023, and Trump just announced that he's running for president. So the timing, it looks like we're going after the political opponent of Biden. We're the head of his DOJ, and he can't remember where he shat last night. So it looks like we're trying to cover, and we don't really want that image. That image is bad for the American populace. So we're gonna hand all this stuff to Democrats in Congress, to judges, we're gonna put this in special counsel boxes so that if Trump wins, his DOJ can't fuck with it. And we're gonna give it to Congress too, so it's on the record. And then after Trump, if he wins the president, we can prosecute. And then they go, wow, even if he is guilty, that's really good of you, because he's still not going to be able to get away with it. He's still going to be prosecuted even if he becomes the president. Thank you, Merrick Garland. I know, yeah, it does suck that you waited 2.5 fucking years to prosecute this when you could have done it in 6 months.
You're insane. That's not how that would work. They would say, oh, you have these,
You're right.
you have all of these crimes, charge him. That's what they'd say. And if they didn't charge him, then it would be bullshit.
Okay, let's role play. You have all these crimes. They're like, yeah, it's like charge.
I don't
him.
know who you're role playing. I don't even know who you're role playing.
Ready, Raymond? Ready. I'll be Jack Smith. It's like, okay, you have all these crimes. It's like, yeah, it's like charge him. It's like, one quick problem. What's that? It's gonna take 30 months to get our case ready. They're like, 30 months? That's a bit intense, isn't it? He's like, well, I mean, it'll be near when he announces his presidency, and people might look at that bad, but it's going to be about 30 months. That doesn't raise a red flag in your head. You're like, yeah, it sounds good. 30 months, right? Well, it should. It raised a red flag in everyone else's head, and that's probably why.
Oh my God, this is why the Democrats lost. I get it. Okay.
I'm not saying that's why the Democrats lost.
Yeah. Okay.
No, man. I just can't. To me, it seems so surface value that it was a political prosecution.
I know.
I think that the timing is enough evidence, and you keep on saying, but I'm narrativizing.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay. All right. I don't think so.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I like his fucking tax cuts.
Okay.
I do.
All right. I love you, buddy.
And
I love you so much. Okay.
I'm not crazy. You know that, right?
How
You're the crazy one.
how does this debate make you feel?
Are you serious?
I'm being your
Are you
therapist.
just being funny?
Yeah, I'm being funny.
I'm like, dude, it made me feel sad.
So I phrased my question very specifically. We agree that Eastman was asking Mike Pence to do something illegal, right?
No. No, they were asking him to do something that he can't do.
Which was
How is that illegal?
The Electoral
that'd
Count
be
Act.
illegal.
The Electoral
yeah,
Count
exactly.
Act is how it's
In order
illegal.
to be illegal, that means you'd have to break the law. What
The
law
Electoral
has
Count
him
Act.
that
The
says
Electoral
he can-
Count
The
Act.
Electoral Count Act. Quite literally, after this proposition being posed to Mike Pence, he immediately went to his head counsel, Greg Jacobs, and we still have his testimony as well, saying that this is very likely illegal, right?
And in the
And
Eastman
now
memo, it literally describes how we cannot let the Electoral Count Act follow through as prescribed in law. Like, that's literally in the Eastman memo. Did you guys read it?
Can you give me a law? I want you to give me a law or anywhere in the Constitution that says that the vice president, or basically the president of the Senate, can send electors back to the state.
Not
under any circumstance or under any
not
type
there.
of
That's why Eastman
that is not in any law. That's why he was trying to ask him.
There's no law to break.
I don't know. Moderator. Can I finish my response? Moderator. Can I finish my response? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
The Electoral Count Act outlays that in order to object to a certificate, you have to pass it off to Congress, and they have to split into both chambers and debate the objection for about 2 hours, and then come back and then certify or decertify the electors. What Eastman was asking them to do, what Eastman was asking Mike Pence to do is not send it off to Congress and just make the determination unilaterally. That's what's in the Eastman memo.
Yep.
So if Eastman was asking him to buck something that is in the Electoral Count Act, that is asking Mike Pence to break the law.
I would agree with you on the fact if there was a law to be broken, but Pence.
The Electoral Count Act.
It's the Electoral Count Act. Bring up the quote from the Eastman memo real quick so we can.
He does not have the chance or the opportunity to even do what you're saying.
But Eastman is asking Pence to violate
Why does it matter what he tells him to do?
Because Trump was literally pressuring the vice president to break the law in order to instate him as the president.
There's no law to break.
The Electoral Count Act.
There is no law to break.
The Electoral Count Act.
We have here in
and the Electoral Count Act says that you have to go with the electors that are given to you, correct?
Well, no,
it outlines the process by which you object to electors, which Eastman was asking Mike Pence to buck.
Exactly. We have it here for 2. When he gets to Arizona, he announces that he has multiple slates of electors, and so he's going to defer on the decision until after the other states. This would be the first break from the procedure set out in the act. This is verbatim from the memos himself.
So wait, this is the memo that you're trying to bring up.
Yes, the Eastman memo.
Right?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Go down. Wait, scroll down real quick.
This court case right here.
This is not the scroll down real quick, because the memos that I have here were the privileged and confidential ones. I can send them in chat if you want.
Okay. Under this act, it says this is the role. Stupid. This is the role of the vice president. Okay. Vice president's job is limited. His role is to just open and count the votes, not to choose, reject, or send them back. The law is clear. The vice president doesn't have decision-making power over the results.
Yes. Okay.
So
Yes.
Even in your own.
Hold on. Let Truth explain.
The job of the vice president doesn't even state that he has the opportunity to do what they're asking him to do.
Okay, Truth. I agree. So why was Eastman saying that he has power outside of the Electoral Count Act?
Maybe he's stupid and doesn't know what the Electoral Count Act is. I don't know, but you're arguing something that Pence could never do.
If you're telling Pence that he has power outside of the power that is prescribed to him through law, what does that do to the law? It breaks it. It breaks that law.
Sure, but
why do they use the masks in hospitals?
Mochi said it didn't work, but hey,
why do they use the masks in hospitals?
Because the fact that the blood all known in the face. Okay, so TikTok.
Yeah, but do you know what the point of the mask was? What was the
TikTok?
That's called control.
Were
the masks just fashionable? Is that why they wear them in hospitals?
Listen, Linda. Listen. Okay, so I'll explain to you, like I explained to a friend of mine who's a nurse. when all that bullshit started, and I said the masks are worthless, they don't do shit. And she said, well, I'll have to tell my surgeons in the hospital maybe they should stop wearing a mask in surgery. And my answer to her was this: TikTok, Rinyald, if I'm walking by you down the fucking street, that mask isn't doing any of us any good. However, if a doctor is hanging over my fucking open belly, you know, my belly's like laid open because he's doing surgery or she's doing surgery. Yeah, I want her to not be, or him to not be drooling into my belly.
Why do you want them to wear it?
Hold on, I don't want him drooling into my belly, you dumbass.
Dude, hold on, wait, guys.
I brought
Those masks are actually for drool?
Guys, stop talking over each other.
Doctors just like fucking
First of all,
bottom lip.
First of all,
look, check it out. The mask work. Okay. Through the pandemic, I worked almost every day through the pandemic because of the nation.
And the vaccines work, right?
Let me talk. Through the pandemic,
work, right?
Dude, guys.
Let somebody else.
Hold on.
Get
Real
the
quick.
fuck out of here.
Real quick. Let me speak. This is my live. Real quick. I'm the one that brought up the mask. I know the mask didn't work, and I proved it right away. And the reason why people want to feel that the government knows better than everybody else, and everybody knows better, a mask in surgery is so that somebody is not spitting into a surgeon. You know, the surgeon's not spitting, and if he has something, it's to protect the person on the thing. Plus, they're wearing an N95 mask. An N95 mask is totally different than the street mask that they were giving out, those little things with the fabric like this. That shit didn't help. And secondly, Secondly, if the mask worked, the virus wouldn't spread like it did. And China, who I happen to work with, and I have a lot of friends that have factories there, they literally told me it wasn't working, that it's not going to work. But they said, you know what they did as a joke? They sent me a bunch of them. But however, I literally took the mask and put baby powder on the mask on the inside, and literally took a blow dryer and just blew, and you can see all the baby powder come right through the mask. Now, I did it both ways, and I showed this. I'm not a scientist. I'm just a realist.
And guess what? The virus particles are way smaller.
Yeah, and I
want to be clear. It's the virus particles are carried by the spit particles, which I don't know if are bigger. But you said that they wear the mask just in case the doctor has something, which is implicitly saying that if you have something, if you wear a mask, it's not going to spread.
The virus can.
Renlin,
public record.
Do you want to go to? Do you want to go to the SCOTUS order where they explicitly say that the withholding order was from El Salvador? Was SCOTUS wrong? Was SCOTUS wrong?
Now you want to go to the SCOTUS order where you do not understand basic grammar and comprehension.
Okay. Do you want to read the first couple sentences?
It says facilitate.
That's not the part I'm talking about.
Facilitate. We cannot order another country to release somebody to us.
This is the first couple sentences, all right? The United States acknowledged that Abrego Garcia was subject to a withholding order forbidding his removal to El Salvador, and the removal to El Salvador was therefore illegal. Page 1.
No.
Interesting.
No. Okay. Cool.
No.
You need to continue reading.
So anyway, all of this is pretty much irrelevant. You got him back.
Okay.
You got him back. He has his little bullshit.
Yeah, I'm hype. Are you hype? Are you hype?
Anybody back?
So what?
A president can make an executive order about anything that they want, and whether the Supreme Court wants to allow that executive order or not, that's where the decision is made.
That's not true. On what can you tell me on what grounds the Supreme Court would shut down an executive order?
If it's unconstitutional.
Okay, right. So that means that the president doesn't have the right to do whatever he wants through an executive order.
No, they have the right to write any executive order that they want, and then the Supreme Court's going to tell them if it's legal, if it was illegal or not.
Yeah, you almost slipped. The Supreme Court is going to tell him if it was legal. So it would be illegal for you to write an executive order that doesn't comport with the Constitution.
So what I'm saying is the president can write any executive order that they want, and the Supreme Court's going to say if it's constitutional or not.
You're wrong. Because if the Supreme Court comes out and says it's unconstitutional, that means it was what?
It was unconstitutional.
Yeah, which is what?
Illegal.
At this current time, they don't even have the ability to seek out fraud because that would have to be decided by the courts.
I hear you.
There hasn't been any indictments and there hasn't been any convictions and the result of those.
But that doesn't mean that, like, if somebody commits murder just because they haven't been charged, it doesn't mean you can't answer the question, do we think this person committed murder? So I'm asking you, do you think that the government has engaged in massive waste or fraud or just in general spending abuse? And how big do you think that scale is? Because maybe that's where our disconnect is.
Sure, but it's going to be like necessarily hard to quantify how much fraud there is in the federal government by nature of it being fraud. But I mean, if we have a person in this hypothetical that's responsible for finding murders, and a murder took place and he didn't find it, then that probably means that the person who's responsible for finding the murders isn't fulfilling the promise of finding murders.
The analogy doesn't hold up very well.
Do you think people with PTSD should be barred from adopting children?
No.
Why?
Because
that's mental health
usually
disorder.
Yeah, it's a mental.
That's an
health,
adverse mental health.
Yeah, but that's something
not
that
a mental health disorder.
That's the study you just showed. Adverse mental health. That's the study you just showed. That's not a mental illness.
No, bro.
Why not?
PTSD through therapy.
Why not, Jake?
Yeah, because PTSD.
I'm not asking Glenn Lawrence. Why not, Jake?
Yeah, because PTSD can easily be fucking mitigated.
Managed, right? Like a lot of mental health.
Wait, hold on. Can you reread?
Depression.
Yeah, unlike the LGBTQ community, just like depression, etc. But LGBT community, usually those ones that if you look at the suicide rates,
but the data doesn't say what you're saying right now, right? You're adding more stuff.
Can you put the text of that study back up, please?
You're building now.
Wait, can we put the text of the study back up? Can we please put the text of the study back up?
I'm not extrapolating.
You're pontificating.
I want to understand how sucking a penis makes you mentally ill. How does sucking penises make
adverse
you
childhood
mentally ill?
experiences? So that's the same exact
I'm
thing.
talking specifically about the transgender community. Those guys have.
Oh, I know. I get you.
Yeah. When it comes to actual homosexuals.
The text of this just says gone through adverse childhood experiences. That's the same exact thing that you were describing that you just said shouldn't bar them from adopting.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is what I said earlier. We could just
but we're coping, right? We're coping. Now Jake's gonna be quiet.
What's the question? This is fucking ridiculous. What's the question here, bro? Yeah.
Yeah. What's the question?
The problem is that you're saying that this 83% of 83% of gay people reporting adverse childhood experiences should bar them from adoption, but you just said somebody with PTSD, which is just an adverse mental reaction, shouldn't be barred from adoption. Why not?
Well, I never said that.
Yeah, Tarek didn't say that.
Okay, well, yeah. Jake, why?
Yeah, I told you that earlier. So
you told me what?
So when it comes to PTSD, it's usually a mental illness that has like trauma, not necessarily fucking the biggest ones. The biggest ones usually come from like war, etc. Right? You have those components there, but a lot of the ones that
a lot of other things like childhood trauma, right?
Well, somebody's like PTSD from war is going to be way more experience than somebody's adverse
from lesbian
from being bullied for being
gay.
Yeah,
like single parent households, you can make an argument that they're traumatized through PTSD. From the bad raising of their kids, or I'm sorry, of their parents.
The point is that 83% is made up of a lot of different things, and you don't think all those things should be banned. So you can't use that. You can't say 83% of gay people based on that study should be barred from adopting kids, right?
No, I'm not. Look again. That's not my crux of the argument.
No, you think all gay people should be because of less than 83%.
When it comes to the stats,
might have some mental.
Outside of the stats, when it comes to like LGBT and specifically transgenders, the transgenders are usually the ones that, like I showed you the gay pride parades, they're usually the ones that are willing to show their ding dongs in front of children.
Those
totally
100%, all look 100% to me.
Yeah, but they're 100% okay with scrolling around in.
Based on what? Based on what?
Well, based off of what we see in anecdotal evidence, Ryan.
Why are you trusting CIA.gov if you don't trust the findings of the DOJ?
Because this is not coming from the DOJ. There's many declassified documents in there that come from different agencies.
So if I'm referencing a specific document and specific testimony from the Attorney General, why are you not trusting that? Like I'm just getting it from the DOJ.
Yeah, because everything that's coming out is going to show you that all this shit that has been orchestrated against this single man that's finally doing something right.
Everything that's gonna come out. So you're saying there's no evidence of that, right?
Look at all this pre-orchestrated crap that has gone against him with Jack Smith, all this bullshit and all these orchestrated DAs in Democratic cities.
All this pre-orchestrated stuff, as in Donald Trump is investigated for a crime. All of that evidence is put before a grand jury. The grand jury determines that there's probable cause to indict him, and then he gets indicted. That's what you're talking about,
yes,
right?
And all of it is falling apart.
None of it's falling apart. The problem is that he won the presidency, so they can't prosecute a sitting president. That's not falling apart.
Is he the sitting president yet?
He's the president-elect.
Is he the sitting president yet?
No.
So why can't they do it then?
Because okay, you have no idea how this process works because you can't just have a trial like this.
And then you literally had Jack Smith tried to retry him on the whole immunity bullshit. It's all fake, dude.
Did you like the immunity ruling? Did you like the immunity ruling?
No, I didn't give a fuck about it.
So here's the problem is that you claim to care about corruption, but you don't care that the president is now above the law. Like you don't actually believe in anything that you say you believe in. You're a fake anti-establishment. You're fake anti-establishment. Donald Trump is the establishment. You've been mind controlled to believe that you're fighting the establishment.
Dude, let's fucking talk about his tax plan.
You've been mind controlled to think you're fighting the establishment when you're supporting an 80-year-old billionaire who's above the law. He is the establishment. He's the person that you should be fighting against, but you actually don't care about being anti-establishment. You care about bootlicking the person who says he is.
Bootlicking, yeah.
Yes, bootlicking, because you just support, you claim to be anti-corruption, but you're literally bootlicking the guy and saying he should be above the law.
Because you have pre-orchestrated fucking DAs going after the guy.
Pre-orchestrated? What does that even mean? They followed up an investigation? Pre-orchestrated just means that they followed up an investigation?
Dude, you literally had fucking Obama tapping into his fucking campaigning.
And then what
the fuck do you mean?
What came out of the Mueller probe?
Holy shit!
What came out of the Mueller probe? Can you answer me that?
And then you had a whole.
You have no idea what you're talking about. You just have talking points. You just have talking points. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
Shut up and let me fucking finish.
I need you to answer my question. I need you to answer my question. Did anything come out of the Mueller probe? When they tapped his phone to investigate his ties to Russia, did any indictments come out of that probe?
Yes, they did.
Oh, okay, weird. So they did an investigation, and then credible indictments came out of that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's wrong there? Okay, so what's wrong there?
What do you mean? What's wrong there?
If an investigation took place,
orchestrated people going against a specific
Mango. If an investigation took place, Mango. If an investigation took place, and then they got credible indictments out of that investigation, what's wrong with that?
Do you see how I just let you fucking speak? You should do the fucking same if you want to have a conversation.
Because the difference is that I know what I'm talking about, and you just have talking points that you read off of X.
You thought we had democracy when we have corporate lobbying, bro.
Corporate lobbying and democracy aren't opposing ideas.
Get the fuck out of here,
You have no idea what you're talking about. That's fine, but don't come up and act like I don't.
We won't talk about the tax plan, bro. That's why I came up here.
Because
you're talking about some emotional bullshit.
Because the prompt is Donald Trump is anti-American, and I don't give a fuck about his tax plan.
I'm gonna prove to you how the fuck he's American by the tax plan he gave us.
So you think the tax plan is more important than the attack on our democracy and him saying he wants to terminate the Constitution?
Every single working American. Every working American benefited from the fucking tax plan.
Would you be willing to put up with a Trump dictatorship if it meant a good tax plan?
Bro, shut the fuck up.
Answer that question. Answer that question. Would you be fine if Donald Trump wanted to be a dictator as long as you liked his tax plan?
I don't know. Now back to the fucking tax plan, okay?
Why would you claim that you care about democracy and then say you don't know if you'd support him being a dictator? Get the fuck out of here.
So yeah, you make a really good point, and my argument is I might topic switch, but trust me, it's relevant when I start talking to this, because I want to meet a middle ground to see if we can, because we agree on some stuff here with a moral standpoint, blah blah blah. That's the end goal here for me.
Yep.
So my argument for that is, while I can see the argument that some cases are unconstitutional, and I could see the other side of the argument that most cases are constitutional because a lot of these cases do actually apply habeas corpus. I think my argument for that is the baseline, the middle of the road, is that even while those cases they can be justified because at the end of the day, Trump only has 4 years to get rid of what's the number, 26.3 million illegal immigrants or something like that. So I believe it is a little rush, and you can make that argument, but I think the rushing is justified. What I think should happen, if you want to, what I think should happen in order to unite the United States more on this is I think it should be slowed, but I think it should be slowed with the reasoning of intent that J.D. Vance wins next election if he runs, right? That a Republican nominee would win the next election to keep this process going on and keep it less controversial.
No, I don't buy that at all. I mean, the very fact that the Alien Enemies Act was signed is a sign that, you know, because I think it was signed on bad faith grounds, is a sign that Donald Trump's aims is clearly to limit the amount of process that people are given in order to get them out as quickly as possible, and that seems hyper clear to me. I think that the signing of the Alien Enemies Act alone is proof of that because of the bullshit declaration of predatory incursion that he used. But on top of that, I also don't think that the due process rights that these people are given should be conditional at all. I don't think that it's the fact that we should be compromising that, okay, I guess we'll give you these rights as long as we can get the presidency for the next 4 years too. I think that's ridiculous.
But I just want to be clear that when we're saying, hey, this one group is doing a lot of bad stuff, so we're going to lump that into the rest of their race, there is a term for that. I just want to be clear.
No, I don't. I definitely don't do that.
You literally just said, "Oh, well, you know, maybe there is something to banning a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country because of what's happening in Palestine."
No, I said.
How is that not?
I said there might have been something to his statement, like that.
Yeah,
Something
what would be
going
to
on.
his statement is racism.
There's nothing to his statement. If there was something to his statement, like the bombing an allied country of ours, like that might have been.
So
part
you
of
would
his
shut down
statement.
every Muslim entering the U.S.? He didn't say
For
a
the
complete
time
shutdown
being?
from Iran. He said a complete shutdown of Muslims.
Muslims aren't exclusive to Iran.
I know. So I don't know why you're acting like they are. When you're saying, oh, well, maybe they bombed one of our allies. Every Muslim bombed one of our allies?
Across the pond and ask them
Are you
how
saying
they
that?
feel.
Are you saying that every Muslim bombed one of our allies? Because he's saying a complete and
I've
total
read the
shutdown of
Quran and I
Muslims, not
understand where they
Iranians,
come
not
from, though. They
Palestinians,
are.
Muslims.
Do you
So unless
understand, like,
every
what the
Muslim
Borg
committed a
means?
crime,
That these people know that is true, but do you understand? They are seeking world dominance. Like that's the ultimate goal of them.
So
What?
okay,
Not every Muslim is seeking world dominance, bro. World dominance. That is.
You're talking about somebody doing something that they don't have the powers to do in the first place. So
Yeah, and ask
it's
them
not
to
that
try
it's
and
illegal or legal or whatnot. His
If that
job
does
is to
make-
read
You're
them,
completely walking off
and
the
by reading
culpability
them,
of
he
Trump
certifies them
asking
in the
him to
House.
do it. You're completely walking off
That-
the
that makes
culpability
it-
of Trump asking
I'm
him
not
to
walking
do it.
off, sir. Sir, he can ask him to do it all he wants. Point is he can't do it.
Can you ask somebody
The
to
point is
murder
he-
your friend
he
like 5
cannot
times in a
do it.
row? Is that legal?
Oh my god. How
So
many more
therefore-
fucking times do we have to fucking say it? Like,
You haven't said anything.
Jesus
You've just been
Christ.
calling me retarded.
No matter
You
how
haven't said
many fucking
anything.
times you reword the question or reword the
The
scenario,
beginning of the crash, man.
I mean, it's just, we're going circles here.
Yeah, because you guys
like
won't
in
answer a
soccer.
question. Because you guys won't answer a question.
We have,
Guys, we
well,
have answered the
have,
question, man.
but it just, you don't like the fucking answer because you're in your fifis.
No, I don't like the answer because you guys are advocating for the death of our democracy. That's why. At 2:24 p.m., Donald Trump's first
We
correspondence.
both know what this argument's going for.
Yes, his first correspondence with the rioters is that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what he should have done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving a state a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which they were asked to previously certify. That is his first correspondence with the people in the Capitol, right?
Via what?
Via Facebook and Twitter.
Okay.
So we agree that his first act, while the rioters were in the Capitol, was to inflame them.
Doesn't matter.
Right? It was to inflame them, right?
It doesn't matter.
But that post was meant to inflame the people who were already in the Capitol, right?
I don't know what that post is for.
What else would that post be for?
That he's upset with Mike Pence? Yeah, that he's upset with Mike Pence. That's what that post is for.
Yeah, and he's saying he's tweeting it out to he's tweeting it out to who?
Wait, you think all these people that are in the Capitol, so they're already in the Capitol by the time he tweets this, right?
Yeah.
So they're all on their phones, if we watch this surveillance video, reading that?
So you should know, I've watched plenty of this footage. You would know that there's a person on a bullhorn that is reading out every correspondence that Donald Trump makes to the rioters.
He's on a bullhorn. Everybody in that Capitol can hear him.
Is it safe to say that he's probably riling people up right outside of the Capitol then?
Who?
The people who are listening to his correspondence? The people who are already there asking where the fuck Mike Pence is?
I mean, you're the one assuming that this is riling people up.
Is it not?
Whether it is or isn't, that's not on Donald Trump.
It's not on Donald Trump if he tweets out something clearly inflammatory to a group of his protesters who are looking to hang Mike Pence.
It's not on Donald Trump.
How is that not on Donald Trump?
What do you mean how is it on Donald Trump?
Because the joint session had already gone into Congress, or had already gone into recess, because people were looking to hang Mike Pence. And Donald Trump's first correspondence with his supporters who are looking to do that is to say that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution.
Okay.
How is that not inflammatory?
I mean, some may take it as inflammatory, but how
else do you take that? How else do you take it?
That Donald Trump's upset with Mike Pence. That's how I take it.
And how do you think a group of rioters at the Capitol looking to hang him on behalf of Donald Trump would take that tweet?
Yeah, but you're assuming the president's only talking to the president of the United States is only talking to a small group of people in the country.
He's talking to everybody in the country, but including those people in the Capitol who are looking to hang Mike Pence.
Including these people. So since these people are going to take it inflammatory, but he's speaking to millions, he's now responsible for a few hundred.
Yes, because this was his first correspondence with them.
That's insanity.
This is his first correspondence with them. They had been in the Capitol for a half hour. Democracies only work if the people who
I didn't sign up to be here.
All right, well then I encourage you to leave.
Yeah, but I don't have to. That's the beauty of it.
Well, I'm glad that you live a completely apolitical life where you don't drive on the road, you don't go outside, you just sit inside, you don't pay for anything, you just kind of sit in a box. I'm glad that that's your life, buddy. How's it going? CD Red.
Yeah, just wanted to let you know how uneducated you are. That the roads are actually taken care of by your state, not the federal government, jackass.
That's true. I'm talking about civic engagement. So you have to vote for your state leaders, right?
We're talking about Constitution.
You have to vote for your state leaders, right?
You were talking about the Constitution.
I'm talking about yeah. I walked off of the Constitution because that guy said he didn't engage in the federal process. So I was asking him about civic engagement because democracies don't work unless you vote.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Okay, so that's what I was saying, is that people should be engaged in their civic processes. That includes voting for the governor.
The citizens of that state?
Yeah.
I'm glad that Mike Pence stood up and he just said, no, I'm gonna push it through. This is my job. I'm not.
But then you voted for the person that was trying to pressure him to break the law anyway.
No,
make that make sense to me.
There's a lot of things, dude. You talk way too fucking fast, bro. You got to slow down.
Make that make sense to me. The fact that you voted for the person that was trying to pressure the vice president to break the law.
This isn't fun.
Okay.
This isn't. You just want to tell your points and you want to talk fast. You don't want to listen.
I just want anybody to engage with the facts at all. But you guys just have no interest. You have no interest in the facts. You just want to come up and do like, well, my feeling is that he's going to. It's going to work out because I trust the president.
You got diarrhea of the mouth. You won't stop. You just don't listen, bro.
So what fact do you disagree with me on?
No, you won't. You won't let people finish their thought. You won't let people talk. You interrupt them.
What fact do you disagree with me on?
No, you're rude. That's the problem.
What fact? Donald Trump's rude, and that's clearly not a deal breaker for you either. So, like, what fact do you disagree with me on?
You have a great day, bud.
Okay, have a good
rude,
day,
bro.
So I have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Did you vote for Kamala Harris?
Absolutely.
What did you like about her border plan? Because she didn't actually really have anything.
She committed to signing the border bill that Donald Trump tried to kill, which all of the proposals that I listed to you were. I'm pretty sure a lot of those were in that border bill. So that's what
I'm talking about. Before Trump got into office, what did you like about her border plan?
She committed to signing the border bill that Donald Trump killed under Biden.
Again, Again, that is not an answer.
That is an answer. There was a bill in Congress under Joe Biden.
Than the bill. Under the bill, what did you like about her border policy?
That's the border policy. That's the policy. Other than her policy,
have one until she needed
other than her policy, what did you like about her policy? The bill, the bill. That was her policy. That's what I liked.
Not one man saves $8 billion. There's obviously
The Inspector General of the HHS saved us $7.13 billion, and Donald Trump fired him. So can you tell me why that's a successful thing in rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse?
First off, HHS is already on another path. So the things that have changed at HHS based off this administration already are improving the lives of millions of people far beyond anyone who's ever been in office prior to this administration. Okay. And who brought in?
Alex, I need you to level with me here. Do you genuinely feel like that just answered my question?
The point is, you're basically trying to nitpick data that you feel is going to be beneficial to your conversation, opposed
you can look this data up.
That you're actually missing the point of the administration, which is basically to root out fraud, corruption, and basically do it in a way that you feel.
Okay, if you're saying that the point is to root out fraud and corruption, why did he fire the person that found $7.13 billion in fraud?
Again, because you're basically trying to say that this one individual found fraud on a level that was $8 billion. Like, stop, bro. You're not making sense. Like, you're not one person. Okay. Not one person finds. It's the office itself. It's not just one individual.
So if the head was finding if the head found $7 billion in a year, why would you fire the head?
Because they have a new head. We have a new head.
No, I'm pretty sure the HHS OIG never got replaced.
You have a new boss in town. You don't like them.
Okay, no, don't walk off to these generalizations. Are you aware that we do not have a replacement for the HHS OIG?
When we get rid of,
I need you to answer that question. Are you aware that we do not have an IG at the top of the HHS?
Okay, listen. This isn't what I'm gonna do for you. I'm gonna make it easy for you. Yes, that was so stupid. They shouldn't have got fired. Doge is going to be a failed mission. Now what?
Okay, perfect. We can move on to a different thing that Trump said he wants to do, or yeah, go ahead. The problem is that you're just not engaging with any of the questions that I'm asking in an honest manner because you know that it's fucked, because you know that there's no facts that back up the Trump administration. That's the problem, is that whenever I ask you a question and you move off to a different thing that doesn't answer the question at all, the reason that you're doing that is because you know there's no answer to the question. Or maybe you just don't have the answer to the question, and that's fine. You could say that. You could say, oh, I'll go and look it up on my own time because it takes 20 minutes to find the answer to these questions. That's fine, but don't bullshit me like you know the answer, and don't bullshit me like you're giving an answer whenever you're walking off of the question. I'm saying, okay, let me just make the positive claim, okay? The immigration system is not working well. I think that's a pretty bipartisan issue. Like, the laws on the books are not substantial enough to combat the problems with illegal immigration that we're seeing, but I don't know why Donald Trump has no will to actually fix the problem instead of just doing harsher enforcement.
So, I mean, what would you say is the best way to do this?
I think that the Lankford bill was a very, very good start, like putting a cap on asylum claims before you could shut down the border with legal authority instead of just doing it based off of a bullshit claim of invasion.
Okay, so it sounds to me as if you are rather big on bills. Is that fair to say?
I think that the legislative should be legislating and not the executive.
Okay, so I'm going to disagree on that, but what I would want to say is here is that, do you think those who are here illegally, they know they're here illegally, do you honestly think they care about legislation that goes against them?
That doesn't matter. I think statutory authority matters when the president is invoking power. I don't understand how you just unironically told me that You don't think that the legislative should be legislating, and you think the executive should be legislating. I don't understand how you looked into your camera and said that. I would really like to know if this sounds like
you're way too easy. You are way too easy.
I would really like to know if this sounds like an intelligent response. Because somebody asked Joe Biden about childcare one time. And what he said is, well, I would do that, and we're sitting down, and I was somebody. It's a very important issue, but I think when you talk about the kind of numbers I'm talking about, that because look, childcare is childcare. There's something, you have to have it in this country. You have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels they're not used to, but they'll get very used to it quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into the country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any number we're talking about, including childcare. That's going to take care. We're going to have it. I look forward to having no deficits within a fairly short period of time, coupled with reductions that I told you about on waste and fraud and all other things going on in the country. Does that sound like an intelligent person?
I can't believe Biden said that. Jesus Christ.
I don't even understand half of that.
That is terrible, bro.
My God, how do we elect Biden?
That's a very intelligent response to that question, isn't it? Yeah, I'm just wondering how everybody feels about that.
Yeah, I don't know how we elected Biden when he says things like that.
You started out with this one time Joe Biden was asked this one question about child care. I mean, really?
Yeah, do you feel like that response was intelligent?
This one time I was on TikTok and I heard about this one time that Joe Biden answered this one question.
This one time I remember reading a full quote and then asking if it was intelligent, and then I remember this one person was refusing to answer that question. So I'm just wondering if you think that it's intelligent.
Response by Joe Biden? You think Joe Biden's intelligent?
Do you think that response was intelligent?
Joe Biden? No.
From Joe Biden.
Is it only unintelligent if Joe Biden said it?
Well, of course not. But the whole question is, one, it's bullshit.
Why is it bullshit?
Do you think that response?
Why is it bullshit? I gave you the prompt to the question and the response to the question. Do you think that was an intelligent response?
You didn't give me a prompt to a question. You said this one time. I remember I saw online that Joe Biden was asked a question.
No, I read it. I read the response verbatim, and I said the question was about childcare in America.
Super intellectual with no low IQ like the MAGA.
Red,
quote unquote.
I don't understand. Are
you
okay?
Understand.
Did you take your antipsychotics this morning?
That is the point.
I don't know why you're crashing out over this super simple question.
I'm not crashing out. I'm asking you questions. See, this is what you do when you're asked questions you can't answer. You throw out words like crashing out.
Isn't that questions that you can't answer? You would know something about that, wouldn't you? So can you tell me if that? Wait, no. Can you tell me if that was an intelligent response to that question?
It's amazing how easily you guys get triggered.
Jesus.
Whenever somebody's asked a question and they refuse to answer, they use words like crashing out. They use words like triggered whenever somebody asks them a question and they can't answer.
Who's they?
I remember a prophet once said, whenever somebody asks a question and they can't answer, they use words like triggered to get away from it. Can you answer the question?
I have one question.
Do you think that was an intelligent response to the question?
Like we barely have the yes, I'm in New York City, a sanctuary city. I see it every day. We barely have the resources for our own people, and to allow millions and millions of people who want to be here for amnesty or whatever, it's not fair to our own citizens because they're here taking jobs away from American citizens. Do you know that it took me over a year for the first time in my adult life to find a job in these last 2 years? I finally got a job, but the first time in my life I was out of work for over a year. It's no coincidence. It's because every job I went to, there was 1,000 illegal migrants applying for the job. So they're taking away resources from American citizens.
I think one of the problems that we're running into is that the Republicans, and I'm not trying to lump you guys in, but Republicans have been very, very successful in scapegoating a lot of problems to immigrants. Like if you can't find a job, then it must be the immigrant's fault. If you can't get your government guaranteed turkey, it must be the government, or it must be the immigrant's fault. If I can't get my application accepted for this apartment, it must be the immigrant's fault.
What I heard, I'm telling you from experience. immigrants.
So, but you're not. But you're not. You're not. Though. You're saying that you didn't get this job because thousands of
I have
immigrants
a bachelor's degree.
I understand
the first
that.
time in my life, I wasn't able to get a job.
Are you telling
in
me that?
over a year?
But are you telling me that 11,000 illegal immigrants with bachelor's degrees were clogging up the application for that job, or do you think that was just like an overstimulated market?
No, I think the companies rather pay less money. So of course they're gonna hire.
But if it's a position that requires a bachelor's degree, why would illegal immigrants be applying to that?
I never said I. Holy cow!
3,000 mules.
That's not even the name of the movie. It's 2,000 Mules. So didn't the maker of
it's actually 3,000? Didn't
the publisher of that movie have to post a public apology to stop the lawsuits?
He didn't have to.
But he did though, right?
It's news to me.
He did. That movie is fully retracted by the publishers.
That apology is solely to appease the left-wing mob that is seeking to lynch him.
AKA the court system, right?
A left-wing court system which we have seen engage in political prosecutions.
They were civil cases, so someone sued him for defamation, and then they posted an apology for the movie. I think they settled out of court with the people suing.
Okay. What is the relevance of this lawsuit?
Because the movie that you're citing as proof of outcome determinative fraud was never brought into a meaningful court case to challenge the election, and the only court case that's involved in is a public retraction of it.
And what is your point?
That this is not evidence of outcome determinative voter fraud. This isn't evidence of anything. The publisher literally apologized for posting it.
When you say,
I think you've been indoctrinated by some kind of goddamn college.
Okay.
And then you want Joe Biden to pay for it. Correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
I'm just really hoping that Joe Biden pays for my liberal democracy 101 class.
No, I'm thinking that's what you were actually hoping for. But now that Joe Biden is out of office, that's not going to fucking happen.
Fuck yeah, it really fucking you over. I was trying to
mooch off the system.
I was trying to like my gender studies class I don't think is going to be covered anymore.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like I like the final is to see who can do bottom surgery quicker. But I don't know if I'm gonna have the materials to do it anymore.
Anyway, dude, I'm not gonna talk about stupid stuff like that.
I have a question for Grid.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because it's such an absurd statement that I feel like I might have misheard it. Did you say that you don't find it plausible that if we cut IRS funding, that they would potentially collect less in tax revenue? Like what?
Yeah, actually, that's not what I said.
That's also not taking into account all of the potential costs that Doge is bringing us, like gutting the IRS, which reduces our ability to collect taxes, or the paying the employees for administrative leave.
You seriously think that decreasing the number of IRS agents reduces our ability to collect taxes? You
yes,
firmly believe
necessarily.
that you're going to die on that hill?
Probably necessarily, yeah.
Okay, well, that's insane. What I said is that you couldn't prove to me by cutting a large percentage of IRS that we would not actually see an increase in efficiency. You can't prove to me that we wouldn't do that.
I'm pretty sure
what do you
verbatim.
Mean by prove?
Well, I'm pretty sure verbatim you said that because I brought up cutting the IRS workforce is going to reduce our ability to collect taxes, and you rejected that.
Yeah, because we don't have people going door to door to collect taxes. We haven't for like 20 fucking years. I mean, that doesn't happen.
Wait, part of a reason why that is, though, is because we have such a high voluntary compliance rate, because people know that if they try to cheat on their taxes...
That's not an argument against
specific ones that they want to... Can I finish my argument?
I love it when people make my argument
please, for me. One at a time.
We do
Go
know
ahead.
the throughput of the IRS, though, right?
Go ahead,
Like, yeah,
Nanfon.
the
I want you
issue
to
is-
finish it.
Good on fun.
Yeah, so if there are, IRS tax cuts, people believe that they are more likely to get away with cheating. That means more people cheat, so you reduce the voluntary compliance rate. And by the way, that causes a vicious cycle, because if there's more people cheating, that means everyone else now has a higher chance of getting away with their cheating, because the IRS is already strained trying to catch the current cheaters, and you don't capture a lot of revenue because of the drop in, like, voluntary compliance. And like, we do have empirical estimates.
Well, geez, if you're an active member of MS-13, do you know what MS-13
Wait,
is?
hold
Do
on.
you know
Where's
what
the criminal
they do?
conviction? Wait, you said you would read
Do
off
you
to
know
me.
what
You
MS?
said
No,
that
no,
you
no,
would
no,
read
wait a
off to
minute.
me.
Don't give me this
You said you would read. You
Don't
said you
give
would
me
read off to
this.
me the
Stop.
criminal
No,
conviction.
you're wasting your breath.
You
dude.
said that you would read
Okay,
the
he's a
criminal
member
conviction
of
to me.
MS-13.
You said that he would read the criminal conviction to me. Where was the criminal conviction?
He's a member of MS-13.
So
What do you
you're
think they
finding out
do?
in real time.
What do you think
you're
they
finding
do?
out in
Paint
real
over
time
graffiti?
that there is no criminal conviction. Wow.
No, just MS-13. Do you
Wow,
know
so
what MS-13
interesting.
is?
There's no criminal conviction.
Do you know what the largest?
So okay,
Let me
now
ask you something.
can you agree with
Let me
me
ask you one question.
that when
one
you
question,
said
and then
that
I'll shut up. One question and
yeah,
I'll
go
shut
ahead.
up.
Okay, but I
Do you
need
know
you
what
to answer this question
MS-13
afterwards.
is?
Yeah,
Do you
it's a
know what
gang.
MS-13 is?
Yep, it's a gang.
Do you not know they are the largest terrorist organization in the world?
The largest terrorist organization in the world. Okay, buddy.
They are.
So okay,
They're
now
worldwide,
now
man. You
answer
can
my
go to
question.
Europe. You can
Now
go to
answer
Europe.
my question.
Okay, I've lived
Now
in
answer
Europe.
my
I've
question.
lived in
Now
Scotland.
answer my question. Now answer my question.
I've lived in Europe and I've
Now
lived in
let's answer my
Scotland. Okay,
question.
I've lived in
So
four different
can you
countries,
agree?
buddy.
Can you agree
Okay.
that when you said you don't think people
Listen to
with
someone
no
with
criminal
experience.
now
Shut
okay,
your mouth for a
okay,
second and listen to someone with experience.
you said that you would answer my question. So can you agree that when you said that innocent or people with no criminal record being sent to CCOT and tortured was bad, that you were lying, that you don't think that's bad, and that you think that's justifiable?
Do you care about human beings?
I care a lot about human beings. Clearly,
Okay,
you do not.
that's why you're on here. Good.
Mm-hmm.
We've established that. We have something in common.
So can you wait? Can you agree with
Okay?
me?
No,
Can
no,
you
there's no
agree with
waiting.
me?
No, there's
Can
no
you
waiting.
agree
What,
with
you
me?
got to take a piss or
Can you
something? What are
agree
you in
with
a
me?
rush for?
Can you agree
Why,
with
what are
me?
you in a rush
Can you
for?
agree with me? Can you agree with me that when you said that you don't believe that people with no criminal record should be tortured, you were lying? You don't believe that. You believe that there is
He's a member
justification
of
for that, right?
MS-13.
So he has no criminal record, right?
Holds the rank of Chiqueo
He has
with
no
the
criminal
moniker
record,
of
right?
Chile.
So you believe that people with no criminal
Member
record
of
can
MS-13.
be. So you believe people with no criminal
Member-
record can be tortured,
Active
right?
member of
That
MS-13.
is what you believe, correct? That
with
is
the
what you
Westerns
believe?
clique.
That is what
I
you
have
believe,
the
right?
reports right in front of me.
You believe that people with no criminal record should be tortured, correct?
No.
Okay, so why are you justifying them torturing him?
Active member of MS-13 with the Westerns clique.
Do you know what a criminal conviction is? The point
You're
is,
the one that brought it up.
No, what I brought up is that old advertisers were leaving X. He told them to go fuck themselves, but he wanted to save face for new advertisers. That's why he came out and wanted to dispel the notion that he's anti-Semitic, even though there's no other alternative to signal boost a tweet like this. So my question is, like, what? That's why I keep asking. What do you think was going through his head when he said that this was true?
I'm not going to
Mercenary.
speculate.
Threatening to quit.
I'm not going to speculate what's going through his head. Like, you guys
What could
like to
even what no
think about
what could
like,
even
what people
what could
are
even
is intent and
theoretically
everything. And
what
I'm
could
like,
even theoretically be going through his head when he says that a claim like
anything
this
could
is
be
true?
going through his head. Theoretically, anything.
Okay, so when let's say Elon picks up his phone, he sees a claim saying that Jewish people are pushing hatred against white people. Give me one incentive for him to say that that's true that isn't anti-Semitic.
It's anti-Semitic to say, but like it's not anti-Semitic to say that something is a true thing that's going on in the world.
If he believes that this is a true thing going on, do you think he's probably anti-Semitic?
Well, yes, he thinks that this is something that's
Okay.
going on, so he pointed it out. That doesn't mean
if
he's
he believes that
necessarily
this is true,
anti-Semitic.
if he believes that this is true,
I think what it,
if he
I
believes
think
this
the
is
thing
true, is he
tweeted,
anti-Semitic?
or the thing that he
If he believes this is true, is he anti-Semitic?
Mercenary. I think the ADL was attacking
Yeah,
X at this
he
time,
was
driving
believing
an
that.
advertisement off X.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over your TTS.
Dude, that's a very that is a simplistic way of looking at that.
That is simplistic. That is akin to that. Yeah, it is. That's akin to us saying, "Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, Cuba can become a part of Russia. So can Mexico, and so can Canada. And why would we
No.
care?
The
The only
difference.
reason that we
No.
the only reason we would care
I'm not going to
is
let you
because
walk
then
away
we're
with
gonna
that.
prevent from doing that.
Do you understand the difference between joining a defensive alliance and joining a different fucking country? Like, literally, a country just enveloping another country?
No.
Ukraine isn't joining the United States.
You misunderstood me. You misunderstood me. When I was saying, I didn't mean that Mexico literally joins Russia. I meant in a defensive alliance. Imagine if Mexico, Canada, and Cuba all joined, the Warsaw Act.
Yeah.
And
So if
you don't think
Mexico
that would cause
joins,
us to go, what the fuck?
if Mexico joins a defensive alliance with Russia, I wouldn't expect the United States to do a land invasion of Mexico and try and take all of the land. I would not expect that.
Okay, you wouldn't expect us to do a land invasion of Mexico. That is where you have a deviation because Ukraine was a part of the USSR. And
It doesn't
Mexico
matter.
was
Russia's not the
never-
USSR anymore. They have no claim to that land.
Well, it's a little bit different in the was it 35 to 40% of the population in Ukraine was
That doesn't matter.
native Russians.
If Mexico
it
invaded
does.
Texas,
It does.
if Mexico invaded Texas and they said, well, there's a ton of Mexicans in Texas, so we can take it, that's ridiculous. That gives them no claim to that land.
If Texas was a part of Mexico and then 15 years later, Mexico was flirting with this idea of a lot of the Texans wanted to be back a part of Mexico. It was a
No.
50-50, on the fence, hair tie split vote type of situation.
No.
You don't think that would have a little, no?
No,
That
if
doesn't
Mexico
factor in?
invaded Texas and then they held a vote whether or not they want to become independent or if they want to join Mexico, then no, that would not be upheld by any international body, and that would not be a reasonable thing for Mexico to do. This is the kryptonite question, as I like to call them, okay? How do we get men to acknowledge that they're perpetuating patriarchy without messaging to men?
So I never said that. I said it again that we do need to talk to them. I just don't believe we need their vote.
Okay, but when we're talking to them and we're saying it's all men, do you acknowledge that that's going to turn men off?
Does it deter men off when we say that?
Yes. Do you acknowledge that is true? That when a man hears it's all men, they're not going to listen to whatever they say after?
Yes.
So if we're trying to get...
I was hard all last week until this
But when
conversation.
two people talk, it's hard for me to understand.
If we're trying to get men to disassemble the patriarchy, we need to be able to message to them well. And we need to be able to appeal to them, and this term is not appealing to them.
But that's like when people talk about racism and other social issues. Racism is a horrible thing. Mm-hmm. We need to point out when people are racist, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to change the messaging to kind of coddle.
Well, I mean,
men.
you do.
Oof.
You do.
Wait. What do you mean when you say coddle men? Can you what do you mean by that?
In the same way, well, hold on, okay, because the problem is that in the same way, if you're running a national campaign on all white people being racist, white people are not going to want to do anything to change the system because they think no matter what they do, they're racist.
I mean, we can agree that.
No,
white men
we can't agree that all white men are
racist, right?
No, we can't.
Oh
agree
my
on that.
god.
No.
Talk yeah, and not even. And second of all, you started addressing.
How are they not inherently racist?
Wait. The question is over the messaging, not over if the statement is true. So can you?
Well, yeah, but we can agree on that, right?
But you're pivoting, so can you address the point? Yeah.
Well, no, something else.
You are the one currently pivoting the conversation.
The point is that in order to effectuate change, especially among a majority class, you're going to need to appeal to that majority class within a democracy.
So you're saying we need to change the messaging to kind of make it just how do I want to say it?
To make it not immediately turn men off. That's it.
But, like, do you believe that's going to change things, even if that were true?
Yes.
How?
Because if men are more open to the messaging, then they're going to listen to the messaging, and if they're listening to the messaging, then the messaging is correct, then they're going to adhere to the messaging. So the only way that you could actually get men to disassemble the patriarchy, even if it's not through electoralism, it's going to be through messaging to these people, and the alternative of just reinforcing your base and sticking with 40% power is never going to do anything.
If they wouldn't vote for it, why would they like ever agree with it or like do anything outside of voting for it?
This is my opinion, and I will push back on it. And I hope we're having a decent conversation, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we're good.
Like, I just don't believe we need to change something for women to possibly, not that it will, until you provide some statistical like data, some sources on this. I'm not okay with changing the messaging because the messaging is correct. It is all men until it's no men.
So do you... I can explain the concept if you want. Are you a consequentialist? Or
I would have to read up more on that. I can't say yes or no.
Well, just like basically, do you think that whatever results in the best consequences we should do?
Give an example.
So, like, let's say that if we changed our messaging, that we could get 10% more voters, that we should do that. Because we have 10% more people that are voting for left-wing causes than right-wing causes. And that 10% could have made Donald Trump not the president. We would have had the first woman president, Kamala Harris.
No, I don't believe we need to change something to coddle voters to make them
That's
come over
insane.
here.
You would rather lose an election. You would rather lose
No,
an
my gosh.
election.
No, Lucas, you didn't even answer the question. Lucas, you didn't actually answer the question. It wasn't. It wasn't if that would happen. It was It was would you rather?
Yeah, I'm saying would you rather sacrifice the 10 voters or the 10% of voters in order to like feel morally superior, or would you rather get the 10% of voters and change your?
Truly going?
It's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical.
Well, no, and then we were playing with this hypothetical. Hypothetically, if we had those 10 voters, what are those 10 voters truly going to fit?
10%.
We would not. It's very simple. If we had 10% less Republican voters, then we would have Kamala Harris in the presidency. Kamala Harris would never have signed something like the Alien Enemies Act to send people with no due process to a torture camp. That's something Kamala Harris would never have done. So that would have saved 200 people from torture in a foreign prison, like very, very directly. Kamala Harris would have never signed the Alien Enemies Act.
Or dismantle things like DEIA.
Or USAID. We would still have USAID.
Or USAID, correct.
Kamala Harris is even like a fairly far left candidate. She literally wanted to do an unrealized capital gains tax. That is a far left policy in the U.S.
Kamala Harris is not far left.
Okay, that's fine. You can, please. Wait, no, I think we're close to somewhere. Okay, do we at least agree that Kamala Harris would have been better than Donald Trump? Do we agree?
She would have not have enacted policies that are hurting people.
Better.
Oh my God.
Better. Do you think it would be better to have
Serial,
President Kamala Harris?
Are you a Hassan fan?
Jesus, scratch! You're derailing. That doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck.
I need to know. I really need to know.
So you can ask something totally off topic, but I can't. What?
Exactly. I think it's fucking stupid when he does it too.
Fuck
Wait. Here, I can ask a very simple question.
I have a very simple question. I already asked the very simple question. I just want an answer. Which do you think would be better between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump?
I don't think either would have truly.
There's no way.
Changed America.
I agree that they wouldn't have truly changed America. Do you think that Kamala Harris would have damned 300 people to a torture prison in El Salvador?
No.
Okay, so do you think avoiding that consequence would have been good?
I don't believe, like...
Jesus Christ.
To me, I don't, like...
I think you're too far gone.
Kamala Harris still would have supported Israel.
Jesus.
Serial.
And we have depositions from people that worked within the Trump White House attesting to this. We have Mike Pence attesting to this. We have people former attorney generals attesting to this. We have the electors that perjured themselves on the certificates of ascertainment.
All deep state puppets. They are all deep state puppets who are part of the swamp and have been part of the swamp for years. So why wouldn't they go after the man who's trying to drain the swamp and get rid of them out of the swamp?
He picked the swamp. Those people are people that Donald Trump picked.
Okay, whatever makes you sleep at night.
Donald Trump picked the swamp that's coming for him.
Whatever help you sleep at night.
Did anybody
Go
read the study that got cited? Because the conclusion, I mean, I didn't buy the PDF. I don't have the money to just buy a random study, but the conclusion sure does say that the academic discourse about gay and lesbian parents suggests there's little to nothing about them that might be negatively associated with child development.
Which study?
The study that you cited me. It's in the conclusion part.
What, the Vanderbilt University Medical Center? That one?
Science Direct. How different are the adult children of parents who have the same-sex relationships?
Gay people
So again,
don't
to be clear,
usually
this
do
one isn't
anything to
about
kids. They just don't.
This one isn't about gay couples, right?
I'm telling you, it's usually the uncle or your best friend from high school. Gay people don't do bad things to kids. They just don't.
Isn't that the whole point of this
You right
tale?
now.
All agree. Do we all agree that there are no allegations against Perkins Coie right now? No legal allegations against Perkins Coie? Do we agree?
Yeah, you said right.
Okay,
I'm glad
we
you
do
said
agree.
right
So
now,
why are we
because
punishing
I can
them?
wait. And also, again, apply
They don't
every
wanna answer
argument
that.
you're making, and then you'll understand how the right feels.
Why are we
because
punishing
every
them when
single
they're not
thing that
accused
you're
of
saying
anything?
Should apply to Michael Cohen.
Why are we punishing them of something that
They've
they're
been-
not accused of?
Because they haven't officially been accused.
Yes,
Because
why
they
would we
haven't
punish them for
officially been
something they're not
accused
accused of?
Officially accused
That's
them
that's
the
like the
right
whole
way,
point of
legally.
that's the whole part of our justice system is not punishing people for crimes
What
that they
did I
haven't
say a
been
second
committed.
ago when I told you when indictments start coming out? be
When indictments start
prepared.
coming out, then you can start taking action. You can't do that prematurely.
Like for him to, I like the fact that he's not harping on this anymore. Like he's moving on, and
But
that
he still-
shows that
but-
he
but
probably
to be
was.
clear,
I don't
though,
think
he
he
still-
was lying,
he
but I
still
think he
hasn't
believed
said-
something that was wrong.
He still hasn't said
That's
that he
my
lost
position.
2020, though, right? He still hasn't said that he lost 2020, and he's talking about pardoning all of the people at January 6th, right? So he hasn't moved on.
Yeah, but now he has to say that. Now he has to say that. Well, he's moved on in the specific situation of like he's trying not to talk about it anymore. Like he's not gonna concede,
makes
but
him
like
look bad.
he's gonna like move on. He doesn't want to talk about it anymore. Because I think now he actually thinks that he was wrong, and he doesn't want to admit that. So he's just gonna move on from it. That doesn't mean he was lying in the moment at the time when he was giving that speech.
So why do we feel...
I just think he was wrong about all that.
Why do
like
we...
the characterization of making him seem like he's this evil guy that wants to do like he's trying to just stay in power. I can't believe that. That seems too much for me.
So
I think he was wrong, but I think he believed what he actually believed.
Why-
Regardless.
Why do we feel comfortable
Yeah.
supporting somebody who at the most charitably had no evidence for or no reliable evidence of widespread election fraud? Why do we still support the person who used those kernels of truth to get the whole election thrown out? Doesn't that feel like a little
that
weird?
feels kind of scary, but the other I didn't really like the I didn't really care for Biden, and that wasn't too much of a big deal in my book.
Following his immigration court trial, an immigration judge determined that his life or freedom would be threatened in El Salvador and granted him a form of relief known as a withholding of removal.
Yeah, the amount of wrong things is actually painful.
I know. Trust
Are
me, I
you
know.
reading that from the actual case, or are you reading that from a actual media source?
Want me to get it from?
Because I'm going to show it to you from the actual case.
This is from SCOTUS. The United States acknowledged that Abrego Garcia was subject to a withholding order forbidding his removal to El Salvador.
Because Boasberg sent it to SCOTUS making that claim, but when you go back and read the withholding order,
Boasberg was not the judge presiding over this case.
Listen, you'll see. Give me 1 second.
No, I won't see. I'm looking at court listener right now.
I'll show it to you. It's
Boasberg had nothing to do with this case.
You're incorrect. But
You're
it's
incorrect.
okay.
I can show you my screen right now, buddy.
I think you've been indoctrinated by some kind of goddamn college.
Okay.
And then you want Joe Biden to pay for it. Correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
I'm just really hoping that Joe Biden pays for my liberal democracy 101 class.
No, I'm thinking that's what you were actually hoping for. But now that Joe Biden is out of office, that's not going to fucking happen.
Fuck yeah, it really fucking you over. I was trying to
mooch off the
I was
system?
trying to like my gender studies class I don't think is gonna be covered anymore.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like I like the final is to see who can do bottom surgery quicker. But I don't know if I'm gonna have the materials to do it anymore.
Anyway, dude, I'm not going to talk about stupid stuff like that.
I know. Yeah.
But anyway,
Anyway.
I mean, I think Trump's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah,
And
I mean, if you hate the Constitution and hate democracy and like
I
torturing
mean,
people, then yeah, he's doing a really, really good job. If those are your values, yeah, true.
Hate the Constitution. Okay,
Yeah.
so you keep bringing that up. How is he doing that?
He said he wanted to terminate it.
No.
Yes.
He did not.
He did.
No, okay. I could say fucking Obama said he wanted to terminate the United States of America.
Okay.
You could say
Where did Obama say that?
well, where did Trump say he wanted to terminate the United States Constitution? You're a goddamn liar.
Trump said it on
Truth Central.
He said it on Truth Central in 2022.
Okay. Pull it up.
Okay, let's do it.
Where are you from?
I'm from Georgia.
Atlanta?
Yeah.
Goddamn blacks.
Fuck, Jackson! You can't say shit like that! I gotta drop you down. Like, that's TOS, man!
So, I think that when you look at the written word of the Constitution, right, you do realize that all of these agencies under the executive branch, they all have authority at the luxury thereof, correct?
No.
Where in the Constitution does it not state that?
When the president nominates his principal officers, they need confirmation from the Senate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't have the unilateral authority to choose the heads of his executive branch or the executive office, right? Like, he doesn't have the unilateral authority to put these cabinet officials in place, right? That's not a unilateral authority that the president has.
Yeah, they need to be confirmed unless they're in recess, and then therefore they can make recess appointments. But he does.
If the president had full control over the executive branch, why would he need congressional approval for appointments?
Well, I would argue that you are correct. I will concede to that. But he doesn't need congressional approval to fire them.
Right, but he needs a congressional approval to replace them?
Correct.
Right? But he does also need congressional approval to get rid of an agency.
I have the specific quote. Trump called for a, quote, total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the U.S. Do you support that?
On 9/11, would you have supported that?
Without
9/11,
pivoting,
2001.
would you support
bro.
that?
You pivoting, bro.
Without pivoting, just answer the question and I'll answer it too. Would you support that?
Who cares?
Oh my gosh.
There's no like, it's not an issue. It's
What you were saying about it not affecting wages, or only affecting wages for high school dropouts. Why the fuck should high school dropouts have their wages reduced because a bunch of immigrants have come in? I used to work in. I'm a college and a university dropout, and I used to work in construction. And I had a short spell. I had a serious car accident. Was in hospital for a long time, and then was in prison. And then when I went back to construction, the wages were less than half of what I'd been earning before because of immigrants.
I mean, it's just a
You know,
cost of-
why is that? Why is that okay?
Yeah, it's
Why
just
is
a
that
question
okay?
of costs and benefits, right? So if we're weighing the costs and benefits of immigration, well, let's look at, some of the costs they have, like, oh, high school dropouts wages go down like 1%. It's like, okay, let's compare that to the benefit. Well, our working age
50%,
population,
not 1%, not one. Didn't you hear me?
you
I
don't.
said 50%.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
How do you know
no
that the
offense, I
50%
take the-
decrease was immigrants?
Well,
right.
I guess it must have just been a
That's what I
coincidence.
figured. Yeah, that's what I figured. Thank you.
Yeah. So
Must-
exactly,
must
you
have
don't
just
have
been
very good
some
evidence that.
coincidence.
First of all, I think if we look holistically, construction wages or whatever have not fallen 50%. I don't think there's evidence of that in the first place. But second of all,
So, do you live in
still have to
England? Do you live in the UK? Do you live in the UK?
I don't live in the UK now.
All right, so you don't know fucking
I'm
shit
not familiar
then,
with the
yeah.
UK
This
data.
panel's
okay,
about
so
the
maybe,
US.
No, so you don't know anything.
Like,
This
Mate,
panel's
don't-
about the
don't-
US.
don't-
Again, he's
007,
talking
are
about
you-
the UK. This
are
might
you
be
lying,
different in the
15?
UK. I don't know.
Well, the immigrants raised it 50%.
I haven't been in the UK for 12 years, so I don't know. In the last, I'm talking about 2004, 2005.
I mean,
In
like I do
2004,
wanna
the
mention,
immigrants
it is-
raised the minimum the immigrants decreased wages by 50%.
When I went back to construction, I was earning 50% less than I was when I was in there before I had my car accident and went to prison.
You understand that there's
Well,
like
how do we
20
know that was
different
legal
factors that can contribute to your
Right.
wage being decreased, right?
Quite possibly. But I also know that the construction sites were full and are full now. Like all of the subcontractors. For my friend works in construction. She's an RLO, regional liaison officer, who liaises between the contractors, the subcontractors, and the clients. And every single they're all immigrants.
Illegal
She said
immigrants
they are,
or immigrants?
the only English people are the bosses.
Wait, hold on. Are they all immigrants or are they all brown?
No, they're all immigrants. They're
How do you know that they're
Romanian,
immigrants?
They're Romanians.
Did you check their
they're-
papers?
Why would you fire the office of the Why would you fire the inspector generals if you're trying to address fraud, waste, and abuse? Why would you fire the people who are responsible for finding fraud, waste, and abuse?
I don't know if you've ever been part of a large corporation. People get fired, bro. People get fired. That's what
I
happens.
don't know. Okay,
You don't
just
do your
because
job.
someone gets fired, that doesn't mean that the fire was righteous. So I'm going to ask you again: why did we fire the inspector general for the HHS that saved us $7.13 billion last year?
Again, bro. Let's look. It's circular.
It's circular because you don't have an answer to that.
No,
it's because
it's
you
because I
haven't
already
looked
told
into
you.
any of the concerns that you have about the federal government.
Of course
I have looked into these concerns. There are concerns in our federal government, but the problem is that you are creating way more concern by giving all of this aid and giving all of this power to the executive branch and giving all of this power to the richest person in all of the world, because you think that the federal government isn't successful in addressing fraud, waste, and abuse when you don't even know the steps that we take to address fraud, waste, and abuse.
Again, the job has been these people have been at their job for plenty of time to actually make a change. and
Were they
get things
ineffective at
moving.
it?
Absolutely, they were ineffective.
Do you
They were
concede that by that same metric, Doge is much less successful at it because they've only saved $12 billion in verifiable grants?
So is George Bush a criminal because he lied about weapons of mass destruction?
Potentially.
Okay.
Like, if you want to open an investigation into George Bush about whether or not he like conducted warfare the wrong way, then that's fine. Open an investigation.
We could literally open an investigation to almost every president.
Do it.
You think that's good for the country?
It's better than just having a president who can break laws willy-nilly.
Generate, have businesses generate revenue. If you're going to tax a company less, then they're able to retain that capital, whether it be getting more, getting a new loan from a bank if they're choosing, and or just using that money internally to build and grow. There's plenty of R&D that's been going around.
Do we agree that Donald Trump has no plan to address any of the deficits or the budget?
Oh, absolutely. If you're going to increase the means of productions for all these U.S. businesses, which in turn hires more employees, which in turn gives more income tax to the government, and if they cut back on spending for said government,
isn't Donald Trump talking about getting rid of income tax?
It's big picture. What?
Isn't Donald Trump talking about getting rid of income tax and property tax?
Talks about it, but like any politician, he may over-deliver, but his head's in the right spot because the policy as a whole is sound.
How is his head in the right spot if he's guaranteeing cuts on corporations, property, and income? Like the way that you're talking about
the corporate
the way
is the
that
best. The corporate is the smartest piece of it.
But the way that you're
the corporate piece.
Yeah, I know, but you're ignoring all of the stupid pieces too. Because if you're talking about the corporate tax cuts paying themselves off later if you're talking about the corporate tax cuts paying themselves off later because of heightened income tax, but Donald Trump is trying to cut income tax, how is that going to do anything?
So you got to go big picture now.
I am going big picture. You are going small picture.
I think you fundamentally don't understand how business works. Which I
so
understand.
tell me. So please, then tell me where I'm going wrong. Tell me where I'm going wrong. If Donald Trump wants to increase corporate taxes because that's going to increase the income tax that's going into the federal government, and Donald Trump is also, 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 and Donald Trump is also. Because you didn't let me finish.
Just because you filibuster doesn't mean you're gonna get smoked.
There's a reason that you didn't let me. There's a reason that you didn't let me finish my question.
Why you keep trying to pivot? Now let's stay on task, my man. I want you to be.
You pivoted to the tariffs, babe. You pivoted to the tariffs, babe.
No. I'm going to explain to you how tariffs offset income tax. So when he says he wants to get rid of that, there has to be something that's going to
wait. So if you acknowledge that we should get lower income taxes, you acknowledge that cutting the corporate tax rate because it's going to increase income tax was bullshit, right? Because we're also talking about lowering income tax, right?
Lowering corporate taxes is for the individuals, high skilled labor.
Okay, so the increase you cited in income tax is complete horseshit, right? I don't know why you cited that to me.
No.
Okay.
No. You see, now there's two things that can go on at the same time. So now, if they lower corporate taxes,
you can increase
corporations grow.
Okay, so
less
you can
income tax. You subsidize by things like tariffs on goods and services that come into the country.
Okay, and
so
that
when
hurts
you get
manufacturing
outside of the U.S. to build infrastructure and to build, whatever there be chip manufacturers, like what's been the new hot buzz. A lot of this AI data centers that have been going up.
Yeah.
No. Biden didn't do that. If you look at the numbers,
Biden didn't do that.
If you look at the numbers, there were the CHIPS Act. The jobs were nominal. With 7,000 jobs that generated, that's nonsense. That's nonsense.
Do you understand that right as soon as the bill doesn't? Do you understand that right as soon as the bill gets signed, that doesn't generate the jobs immediately? Like it takes time for corporations to build new manufacturing plants.
And again, if it was a good policy, he would have got reelected. So that just
true,
that nonsense.
True.
Because remember, Biden inherited.
This dude is a word that I cannot say on TikTok.
So when they actually prosecuted him, they went largely against what the committee actually came out and said. And in their findings, they said that between like text messages, phone calls, emails, whatnot, just communication. The ultimate plan was for the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys to overtake a CNN headquarters in Washington, D.C., of which they did not do. To overtake the Senate Hall, of which they did not do, to overtake the House, which they did not do, and to overtake the Supreme Court, of which they did not do.
Okay, perfect.
The only other thing, The only other thing that they did was they actually did in fact help coordinate the riots that came on the Capitol, the actual Capitol itself. That was one of 5 things. So of one of 5 things and there wasn't even an attempt. There wasn't even an attempt for the other 4.
Wait,
so
real quick.
they went into court and they said these are the things that say what?
Okay. Can I make a point real quick?
Go on, yeah, go on.
Okay.
These are the things on the seditious conspiracy. These were the seditious conspiracy.
I don't think you've read the indictment. On January 3rd, 2021, a member of the MOSD says, the main operating theater should be out front of the House of Representatives. It should be out front of the Capitol building. That's where the vote is taking place and all objections. So we can just ignore the rest of the stages and all that shit and plan operations around the front entrance. They had plans to ignore the rest of the shit that they laid out to focus on the Capitol so they could target more manpower at it. Just read the indictment. I mean, if you want to make a comment about a case, read the indictment. It's super easy.
Do you at least acknowledge that you're incorrect about that?
What? I'm saying those are the cases that they went off on to. So that is what they
numbers before, like the 8 billion. They're supposedly, they say from ICE was actually like 8 million, of which only 2.5 million was already spent.
Which, I mean, you can claim as a clerical error, and it may have been. Like, we don't necessarily need to say that Doge is lying about what they're canceling, but it also doesn't mean that it's an accurate representation of what it's canceling, and it also doesn't mean that any of it's verifiable.
What I hear from you guys is they only saved us $150 billion in cash today.
18.
Possibly $3 trillion over the next 10 years or whatever.
No.
You just haven't. There's no number to cite there.
They saved us that money. I'm really mad that they found that fraud, waste, and abuse.
You're shadowboxing. That's not what we're claiming at all. We're saying that this
that I didn't know I had.
Hold on.
Angry about it.
All right. Go ahead, Renyald.
Yeah, that's not the claim at all. Like, at the very beginning, both of us clarified that we are on board with finding fraud, waste, and abuse. We're just arguing that Doge isn't effective in doing it, and none of its findings have been verifiable, like the OIG office has been, and like the ones that Trump fired.
Can you tell me what Donald Trump was charged with in the federal indictment?
There have been several federal indictments.
The election interference case. What was he charged with?
I think it had to do with him keeping.
Just to be clear,
classified documents.
No, the election interference case.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What was he charged with?
That's crazy.
Name what he was charged with. Tell me what he was charged with.
I'm not looking for the statutes, just to be clear. I'm looking for like a general summary.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Isn't that convenient?
Tell me the general summary.
Yeah, so Donald Trump in 7 states caused fraudulent electorate slates to be submitted due to the advice of John Eastman, and he tried to get Mike Pence to choose the fraudulent.
Oh, you're talking about 2020.
Yes.
I thought you were talking about 20. I thought you were talking about 24. He won 24.
Yes, he did 124.
Yes.
But why would I be talking about a federal indictment in regard to 2024?
Because he has been federally indicted for 2024.
No, not for 2024. All of the indictments that he faced were in relation to things that weren't in 2024.
I never claimed it was done in relation to 2024. It was done.
Then why did you think I was talking about 2024's election?
She ruined San Francisco. She passed a bill where she raised a felony amount to steal. So if you steal, you have to steal over $900 and believe $20 to be a felony. Which
in
is
San Francisco, wasn't she just a DA?
Yeah, but she still passed the bill. She still had a part in passing the bill that made the felony go up.
District attorneys have no part in passing bills.
You can look it up. She passed it up. She passed the bill.
I'm like 90% sure district attorneys have no part in the state senate or the state.
You have a
House.
computer in front of you, big boy. Look it up.
I can look it up, but I promise you it's just going to tell you exactly what I just said.
See, there's a problem with people like you. You're too stubborn to do the research. You just want to focus on what you think.
Do district attorneys pass
bills?
No.
Don't look that up. Look up the Kamala Harris have an effect on raising the felony amount of
No,
steal,
district
like,
attorneys do not pass bills. The
I
primary
know.
role is to
Don't look
prosecute
that up. Don't
criminal
look that up.
cases.
I'm telling you, look up the Kamala Harris have an effect on passing the bill to raise a felony amount.
So when you say have an effect on passing the bill, do you mean she just came out and said that she would support a bill like that? Or do you mean that, like, what do you mean?
Just please look it up and tell me what it says.
Well, it seems to me that you're criticizing me for not doing my research onto a topic like this, but you kind of just know the talking point.
Oh, look at what do the comments say? Bruh, Harris had an administrative role in that bill, by the way. Ooh.
What does that mean? What does had an administrative role in that bill mean?
Bro, she just passed the bill, dog. Like, I'm telling you. Like,
she wrote the ballot title and the summary.
She did pass the bill, and that ruined California, dog, and it just made stealing illegal. That's ridiculous.
Wait, she wrote the ballot title? That's the involvement that she had in passing this bill?
But still, why would you be for that?
I'm not saying I'm for the bill. I'm saying that she didn't. District attorneys don't pass bills.
So we shouldn't be trying to, and especially because I said this.
When has Trump tried to take out Newsom? When has he tried to arrest Newsom?
What? It's the fact that he's talking about it.
Trump never said that he was going to arrest Newsom. He never said that.
He said he would support it.
It would be a video. Hold on, no. That video that you're citing is Trump being like, I think he's a great man. I think he's incompetent. But if I was Homan, I would look to do it.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Hold on.
But I think just focusing on, well, I'm going to focus on, whatever happens, but I'm not going to go hand in hand with the same people that only see half of it. I think that that's going to be not an effective way to address corruption.
I disagree. I think, in fact, what you could see is the more we've shirked people, presumably like you, that want to have a selective way of just saying, trust me, anyone from outside the system, we focus on their corruption while we ignore our corruption, that we've started to see better cultural and political gains. That's why we're seeing trust in the Democratic Party reach all-time lows. They're tired of the bullshit that the Democrats are saying where it's like, democracy, as they just had an election where they intentionally subverted democracy by installing a Democratic candidate that no one got to vote for.
Can I say one more thing real quick that I'll leave?
Yeah, go ahead, Renell.
I want to say it was kind of telling that our bar for success in fighting corruption was unpopularity within the Democratic Party. I think that was a little telling. I don't know if that's actually fighting. I don't know if that's actually fighting corruption as much as, like I said, probably just going for partisanship. I think we should be focusing on fighting corruption regardless of party systems. And
I don't know. Like can I ask you to clarify? I literally don't know what you're saying when you said about unpopularity of the Democratic Party.
When I asked if you think it's an effective way to fight corruption, to not hold hands with the people who are actually interested in fighting this kind of corruption as well, the thing that you cited in being successful was the unpopularity of the Democratic Party.
Let me ask you a question before you leave, right? And I'll explain that point, right? If a local police force sat there and watched speeding, and they only ever pulled over black people, now, the black people they pulled over were literally speeding, but you sit there and watch them and you watch white person after white person after white person speed. Would your argument be, but nonetheless, we must arrest those black people because we have to stop the crime, and it would still be better to stop some crime than all crime? Would that be your argument?
I already said that I agree that it's bad to have double standards. I already agree.
Okay, so the reason that I bring up the popularity is because the American people no longer believe that we should stand hand in hand with the Democrats, the media, the FBI that engaged in the double standard. They are not buying your argument, and it's because they're right.
We're backing another corrupt party to fight a corrupt party. That's the problem.
That's not.
It would pass. You just don't know how this works. Okay, can you show me where in the Constitution that it says that the president can just halt funding that Congress passed? Can you show me where in the Constitution it says that?
I'm sorry?
Can you show me where in the Constitution it says that the president can just stop congressionally passed funding?
He didn't do that, though.
He did. Look up the OMB memo. He literally did freeze all federal funding, period.
No, sir.
Look it up. Just because you don't have the information.
That's the problem. Is you're saying this in your squeaky voice, look it up. But the fact of the matter is we're not going to have these computers by us 24/7, and that's the problem with people that online.
You just criticize me for only reading liberal media when you just are proudly saying, "Oh well, I can't know everything." Then why come up and debate me?
Well, because I have knowledge, and I'm going to go based.
You don't have knowledge. You proudly don't. You proudly have no knowledge because you just said, "Oh, well, I can't have a computer by my side." As if. Yeah, I'm sure you're gonna come and beat me up, bud. I'm sure you're gonna come and beat me up. I'm sure you're gonna come and beat me up, buddy. I'm sure you're gonna come and beat me up, buddy. So, just to be clear, you actually have no idea what you're happening. You literally have no idea what is happening in your country, and you are destroying it. This is the reason why our country. This is the reason why I'm saying Trump is destroying the country. Is because you said, "Oh, I can't know everything." When I said that
yelling, it doesn't make you right.
Do you think that it wasn't widely proposed?
You hear yourself and you calm down.
You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm so sorry. Do you?
Yeah, because you're not.
You realize how widely reported? You realize how widely reported the federal funding freeze was, right? That was literally one of the biggest news stories in Trump's presidency so far. How do you not know that all of the federal funding was paused right as soon as Trump took office? That was one of the first things he did as president.
Are you done now?
Can you answer that?
Well, I just need to make sure you're done, because as soon as I start talking, you might start spurting.
Yeah, maybe.
I know. It's that estrogen.
Can you answer that though?
Testosterone pills they got you on.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, I can. And all majority of Americans who voted for him wanted this, so.
And that's what you realize that the majority of people voted for Hitler too, right? Like that doesn't make what he did constitutional.
If you're comparing Hitler to Trump and what's happening now, that's exactly why the Democrats lost the election.
Oh wow, I've never heard that before. Wow, keep pearl clutching, dude. Can you imagine if Kamala Harris came out and said that with the realization of fraud in the 2024 election, we should terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution? Do you think you guys would like rip her in half for that?
Yeah, wasn't he speaking specifically on election and voting per the Constitution?
Does that
tell
help?
me exactly what he yeah, it does, because the way that our voting in this country is actually trash. It is trash, dude.
So would you support terminating the Constitution?
Exactly what part of the Constitution?
Would you support terminating the Constitution to rerun the 2020 election?
Far.
He said it. I'm just reading out exactly what Donald Trump said.
I know you are. I know you are. When do you actually use your brain? Yeah. Yep. That's exactly it.
I'm taking it too hard. I'm taking it too far by reading verbatim quotes.
Yes.
A teacup again.
Out of context, bud.
Out of context. So what's the context? Did he say like, "Oh, we should terminate the Constitution"? LOL. Just kidding. Let's take a little look.
Yeah, take what he said and pop it right up on your screen there.
I can do. Nope, that's me. LOL. There we go. Now it should be good. Okay. So, with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception, and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. So, do we support Donald Trump terminating the Constitution to either rerun the 2020 election or declare himself the winner?
So he's specifically talking about the part of the Constitution that has to do with voting and how we place chief.
Yeah. So would you support Donald Trump terminating that part of the Constitution?
So you actually, as a non-anti-American, right?
Yeah. Don't support the president unilaterally terminating the Constitution. Correct.
Facts from you. That's why I asked for normativity. So it's like, what do you
well,
think?
Opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, true. In my opinion, murder's wrong, but apparently that has no weight because, you know, it's just an opinion. I mean, like, we can make opinions about clearly bad things. We can make
yeah, and what are these laws based off of?
Yeah, there's also laws against seditious conspiracy!
Yeah, wait, but what are these laws based off of?
Oh, I get all high-pitched with my mullet.
Okay, wait, that's
for you
great.
to
What are
talk
these
to me
opinions
about
based
high
off of?
pitch, are you kidding me? You
I
literally
know,
pitch
right?
shift your voice.
Well, that's because I'm a cookie.
Oh, that's really funny.
I don't know how many things I gotta say until you guys understand that it's a dog and pony show. The news is bought and paid for by both parties. They literally orchestrate all this behind closed doors, and then they sell it to you guys like a fucking wrestling promotion.
You're saying that it's a dog and pony show, but the only thing that you've added to this panel is that the
dude,
two-party system needs to be destroyed. Wow, thank you so much for your
Empire.
valuable contribution, buddy. If you want to make it not a dog and pony show, then actually add anything to the conversation.
To get off my ass, and I went to. No, listen, I actually got off my ass and I did something with my life and I went to trade school and became a welder and I started contributing to this fucking country. So you can shut right the fuck up.
All I'm saying is that if you want to add something to the conversation and not make it a dog and pony show, then actually add something to the conversation. I'll turn around and take your whole argument
and I'll shove it right up your ass and make you talk again about it.
Wow. What a valuable addition to this conversation. I'm so glad that you've been up here and added anything.
You guys play into the
valuable.
fucking system and you act like that it's going to actually change something. It's been 50 plus years of Republican and Democrats passing the buck back and forth, and you guys are still here bitching that they're both better than each other.
Do you actually have anything to add to the conversation?
It's sad whenever the Democrats are yeah, for the Republicans now.
Libertarianism should have been chosen years ago, and the fact that you guys think that I'm going to get sucked into this argument and pick a side is laughable.
Buddy, why are you here if you're not going to do that?
You know what I'm on the side of? I'm on the side of DTA, motherfucker.
Why are you here then?
I'm here to wake
okay,
you
then
the
what
fuck
are you
up.
here for?
I'm here to wake you the fuck up and tell you to take your fucking dick out between your legs and start fucking using it.
America, don't vote.
Dig down, find your nuts, and fucking grow a pair.
What you mean?
And you're not going to talk about any of the issues, and you're just going to come up and talk about how the two-party system is destroying everything.
I'm telling you right now, the issues don't fucking matter. All you need to do is zoom out and look at them all and say, I'm holding you guys accountable for the problems.
The issues don't matter. You just have to think about this weird, esoteric two-party system.
Fucking retarded.
The issues don't matter. The only issue that matters is my issue.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Do you know if they did a venue change request and if that venue request got denied or not? I don't.
I don't either, but you're the one making a claim of political persecution. It's not my job to know that. If you're claiming malfeasance, you have to know what you're claiming malfeasance on.
What I'm trying to say to you is that do you see a world where you could just prosecute a president and you could find something to prosecute that president on, and so long as the district is uber conservative with people that don't like that president, that they're going to find that president guilty? Or do you really have just that much faith?
It's
that
possible.
Much faith in the jury
it's
system?
possible, but you would have to have any evidence of that happening.
Dude, how do you not see that tethering?
You're just
those
narrativizing
charges.
That's the problem.
I'm not narrativizing.
Yes, you are.
Why is that a problem? Why I'm just getting frustrated. Like, how do you not see that they were trying to make a fucking circle fit into a square with those counts?
What you're trying to do is just tell me that this is a novel charge, so it must have been trumped up.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying that it was a novel charge so that it must have been trumped up. I'm saying that if it was any other person, they would not have gone after a felony. That because it was Donald Trump, they said we're going to take something that's normally a misdemeanor and put it towards a felony.
You can say that. That doesn't prove politicization. It just doesn't.
Why do you think
speculation
that doesn't prove politicization?
Because it doesn't. Like, your speculation on whether or not they would have done this against a different person doesn't prove politicization against one person.
What? I'm confused. I feel like I brought up a very valid point to say that there's 34 saying that it happened. On checks and invoices.
Yes, this is what you're saying. It's a novel charge, and it happened in a liberal district, so it must have been politicized. That's not true.
Why do you think that's not true? Why do you think that the DOJ
because
even seeking
those two
that
points
suit?
Those 2 points don't substantiate that claim.
What about the timing of the fact that they were doing this?
The timing, I think, is pretty easily. The timing, I think, is pretty easily attributable. It's because they didn't want to start investigating them. They had a change of heart, and then they did it. That seems pretty clear to me.
You got to be. Are you trying to like practice for a debate or something?
The investigation started before he announced his re-election bid, didn't they?
Okay, but when did the prosecution start?
The investigations happened before he started his election bid. If they were just trumping up charges because he was rerunning, why would they start investigating before?
Do you think that if he had not announced running for presidency, they still would have prosecuted him?
Yes.
Well, you know what? And I think the majority of the constituents disagree with you.
Okay, you can point to obviously the majority of constituents disagree with me. Donald Trump's president. I'm not arguing whether or not my opinions are popular. I'm arguing whether or not my opinions are right. Okay, you haven't given me anything to believe I'm wrong.
I'm not engaged with you, bro.
We need to bring people.
We can tell you're not engaged because you don't want to engage with politics.
Guy, he's just saying everything Scratch has already said.
Like, yeah, you haven't engaged with when Scratch said it either.
Allison, I just wait.
I just
Everybody
understand the view. I'm up here to understand.
I just want to understand, Allison. Your literal argument was, men who already on the left who already agree with us are able to understand it. So why aren't people who don't understand it when we message badly to them not understand able?
But men on the right that join my live and watch the watch party with us, like I have men that are Infinity Stones or Trump supporters that watch me for sure, and they like
Allison,
this is.
How are you here to understand the view when you are not listening to the view?
You're literally not.
I wanted to listen
you
to
literally
Scratch
just said I'm not engaging.
This guy is above me. Whoever this guy is above me, just summarize Scratch. Did he not just summarize your entire argument? Obviously, I was there.
Okay, all right.
Listen, the whole reason you're here is to listen to it.
Okay, but like that obviously is the point of the conversation. No shit. Thank you.
No, the point of a conversation is not to disregard everything the person above you is saying.
Your mods muted me first. Now they're just triggered.
Triggered. Oh my god.
The whole point of this.
You're not having a conversation.
Is that
I am trying to have a conversation.
No, you're not. You literally said I'm disregarding what you said because it sounds like something that somebody else said.
Listen to this, you guys. Crash out.
I know. Politics is important to me. I'm sorry. You dumb fucks tanking our political movement is not good. I think that you're actually incredibly harmful to the movement.
I already know the point of the conversation. You just don't have to reiterate it.
No, you clearly don't. You're not listening to it. How the fuck do you know the point if you're not listening?
I'll just restate it.
Do you want to restate when you said I'm not engaging?
No. I just said like
you don't want to engage. You don't want to repeat that part.
Argument. I just kind of wanted to move on to something that would be like interesting to look at, or just a new argument that was fresh because.
Oh my god!
Okay, this is the person who came up to listen. By the way, this is the one who came up to listen.
Wait, Allison, you're literally doing the "I don't want to engage" joke from the debate.
Exactly.
No,
you're literally doing it.
I'm up here to have a conversation. I just don't want to engage with any of the prompts.
Where is the other intent other than the speech that basically says?
Where is the intent other than the people in the Capitol chanting to hang him? I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, so do you believe that Donald Trump knew that there were people in the Capitol looking for his vice president when he tweeted that out? Or that like this historic invasion of the Capitol during the certification just flew under his nose?
No, I do believe that he knew, but there was also plenty of problems.
So what do you think he was communicating?
What?
What do you think Donald Trump was communicating when he sends a tweet like that?
This is my personal opinion, and I think that a lot of conservatives also have this political opinion, and that is that Donald Trump truthfully did feel like he had this election or the 2020 election stolen from him. So when he's specifically regarding to the election that he has a stake in, that he is 50% of the participant in that voting election, I think that when he brings up that he doesn't think that Mike Pence did the right thing in terms of trying to push back the certification, there is no way that that is a call to violence.
Wow, keep in mind, he said that while his supporters, keep in mind, he said that he sends this tweet while his supporters are in the Capitol looking for the vice president. That's the context in which he sends this tweet. Do you understand that?
Let me explain to you exactly how this would look from a conservative's viewpoint.
I could explain to you right now how it looks from a conservative's viewpoint. It looks like that's what it looks like.
But in Washington, there's protests all the time.
Yes, they weren't restricted grounds. If you break down a barricade and you go into restricted ground, you're going to be prosecuted for going into restricted ground. Obviously,
conspiracy theory that you're pushing. By the way, I'm going to call you conspiracy theorist from now on. You are not respectable.
Just keep in mind, I'm the only person that cited anything.
Yeah, conspiracy theories. Absolute conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
So your conspiracy theory
other than the Eastman memo, what do you have?
Your conspiracy theory of there's an insurrection is actually.
Can you define an insurrection for me?
Look! When you extrapolate it, now you're assuming though that they're actually insurrecting the Capitol with no weaponry, without a single gun, without a single police officer murdered or assassinated, without anyone actually being detrimental, without actually changing any laws, but they insurrected the Capitol.
Can you define insurrection for me?
You can't define an insurrection, actually. That's hilarious. That was Andrew Wilson. I don't even know. I'm not the one claiming the insurrection. I'm not going to define the insurrection for you.
I can define it for you.
Okay, I'm going to give you my definition of the insurrection. Guns blazing, running into the Capitol, murdering every human being in there. Complete violent coup.
Okay, well...
Okay, complete violent coup taking over the legislature, the executive, the judicial, immediately using the army forces of the owner of the land. Immediate execution of all of oppressors and opposition forces. That's what I'm thinking of an insurrection. What else is an insurrection?
Well,
because that's the only insurrection we had in history of America was that kind of insurrection.
I'll tell you what, if that's what you define as an insurrection, then Donald Trump did not engage in insurrection.
What other insurrection happened in the history of America that wasn't like this?
The definition of insurrection that I use, that most people use, is use of public force by a group of people to hinder the execution of the Constitution, or to uprise against the government. They obviously both did that. You can look at the Google definition. A violent uprising.
Destiny got rolled using the argument. Remember, against Andrew Wilson? You can't use that argument.
I don't give a fuck about Destiny.
Yeah, but the argument got rolled. Like, basically, I could assume that basically women fighting for abortion is basically insurrection because they're trying to use force to change laws.
Yes, if there were a group of women who were trying to, rise up against the government to prevent the execution of the Constitution, then yes, that would be an insurrection.
No, not the Constitution, the law. So if I want to change the law,
I said the Constitution.
If a group of women want to change the abortion laws, all they're basically using force, then they are basically committing insurrection. That's why it's a failure.
You're arguing against the definition I didn't give.
Yeah, well, that's the definition you gave. You said force to change laws, right?
No, I said use of force by a group of people to hinder or prevent execution of the Constitution.
Yeah. So if a group of women gather together on the day of an abortion law being passed and try to hinder it from going through using mass protests, basically they're committing insurrection.
Using violence? Then yes, that would be an insurrection.
Well,
I'm glad we agree. I'm glad we agree.
Violence is subjective.
The president should be able to do whatever he or she desires to do.
Could you? No, that's like fundamentally anti-American. Do you think that the president should be able to not hold elections?
No, we should have an election.
Why shouldn't the president be able to do that if he wanted to?
Because, I mean, depends what he's doing. I mean, if he said that's what it is, then we have to. That's what it is. And what are you gonna do? He's the president. Like if Joe Biden said there's no more elections, okay, that's fine. Stay in power then. Well, you're the president.
Really?
Do whatever you want. Yeah.
Do you acknowledge that that's not how our system works at all?
No, I agree, but you have to admit that Constitution was written 200 some years ago. It is very outdated.
Can you tell me what the point of the Constitution is? Like, what is the Constitution?
It's the basic principles and rules of the land.
Kind of. You're close. You're close.
It's the basic rights of the people, rights of Americans.
It's the the binding law of the land. It's like the supreme law of the land.
Yeah, it's our handbook, yes.
It's not our handbook. It's the binding supreme law of the land. There's nothing in the Constitution that you can ignore.
Right. But
so why are you arguing that Trump should be able to ignore all of it?
Because he's the president.
Okay, why would the Constitution have certain bounds on presidential power if the president can just ignore them?
Well, they actually don't to a point because actually Theodore Roosevelt installed himself for a third term.
Yeah, before the 22nd Amendment.
But you can't do that.
You could at that point. That's why we passed the 22nd Amendment.
Yeah.
Right. So it wasn't illegal at the time. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay, so it wasn't in the Constitution, so they didn't ignore the Constitution. So I'm going to ask you this again. Why would they enshrine particular powers against the president, saying that the president can't do these things if the president could just ignore that anyway?
Because I think the president could do whatever he wants to do.
Okay. Anything else?
I mean, no, I think you have to admit that everything is looking good. Inflation is down to the...
No, I think you actually outlined every single problem that I have right now.
To implement more border patrol.
Wait, no. What do you mean? What do you mean working with both sides? Donald Trump hasn't worked with anybody in the Democrats to do border reform.
Canada and Mexico.
Canada and Mexico, he just put tariffs on to try and get them to stop flowing fentanyl in. That's not border reform.
And to help slow down people crossing the border.
That's not border reform. That's not reform to our immigration system. You literally just said that nothing is going to change on the border until we get comprehensive reform.
But you're saying he's doing nothing for the border.
I'm saying he has no legislation. I'm saying he has no legislation. He has no ideas for what we could do to fix the problem at the border.
And I'm saying it's been 5 months.
Yeah, he hasn't proposed anything.
No, this is the problem.
Don't you think? Wait,
hold on. Entire agenda that he ran on. Yes or no?
Not only has it been 5 months, he had an entire
yes or no?
He had an entire campaign to give any of these ideas. He didn't do it on the campaign either. And he had a whole fucking previous term to get a border bill, and he hasn't gotten it. So no, it hasn't been 5 months. It's been like fucking 5 years.
You're acting like his entire agenda should be completed in 5 months.
Okay, you're just not engaging. Okay. That they had told him was false.
Did you hear the quote when Trump said that he was gonna like be a dictator on like day one?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone thought that was gospel, but he was just joking. Like if you just listen to the quote, it sounds kind of terrible with no tone or anything. Like why would he say that? That's kind of bad. But when you listen to how he said it, like you can obviously see that he was kind of joking.
So for this situation, are we?
I don't think he was.
Like,
I don't
sent
think
multiple emails to these people like as a joke, and like threatened to fire Rosen as a joke, and then threatened to replace him with Jeffrey Clark as a joke.
I don't think all of them. I don't think all of them was like a joke. I think that one specific damning quote that you mentioned, it could they could have interpreted it as like super serious, but maybe he meant that in like kind of like a joking way. Like that's possible. I don't he really shouldn't be doing that.
Well,
but at the same time,
to be clear, he's talking about firing his attorney general. Like, why would he be phrasing that in a joking way? And why would he he held a White House meeting to discuss firing Rosen and replacing him with Clark? Like, just as like, was that just like a goof or?
But the specific quote on like just let the what was the quote that you said? Just let the just say the corruption thing.
Yeah,
say that. Repeat the quote.
Just
again?
say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
Yeah, that sounds like something he maybe not joking, but like that's just like a dumbed down way of saying like, yeah, just don't worry about it, whatever. Like this is that's more of a passing comment than something where he's saying like he's like you can see that he probably isn't saying that as like a super serious type of thing. That's like a passing comment. And Trump has a lot of like his vocabulary isn't like the best when it comes to certain specific things. So like I don't doubt I do doubt him saying it kind of like in that, but at the same time it sounds like something that he would kind of say. There's not a lot of vocabulary with that type of speech.
So I think this is the problem that I see is that
doesn't seem like this is something this is an evil thing that he's trying to do.
It feels like we could have multiple.
I give him the benefit of doubt. I give him the
quotes.
Benefit of a doubt.
You don't only give him the benefit of the doubt. You make it so like it's impossible to prove any wrongdoing towards him ever, I think. Like we have direct quotes of him calling a claim crazy and then going on to repeat it. And it's always like if we can't find a wiggle room to get out of it, it's always that he was just joking or that he didn't actually mean it or that was just like an offhand comment. But like why is it that all of the claims that he makes about
the election
being why is it that every time he makes a claim about the election being stolen, it's an offhand comment or a joke, but he still tried to get it overturned anyway?
That the Obama administration said that we can hold people who have been called a T group can be held indefinitely without trial. and they were sued several times by the ACLU.
Trump is holding people too. I'm not talking about holding people. I'm talking about deporting people. It seems like whenever Obama illegally deported somebody, they went out of their way to bring them back, despite no obligation from the courts to do it.
The family went to get them. They did not go out of their way.
I guarantee you, if you look more into Mark, right? If you look more into somebody like Mark or somebody like what was the other guy's name? Garcia, or Guzman. If you look further into it, you'll find out that their family made a plea to their congressional representative. Okay, that's what happened.
Do we also acknowledge that there's
a? What happened. I can tell you what happened. Hold on a second.
No, this is important. This is important. This is a very important difference.
Oh my God, no, it's not fucking important.
I'm going to tell you what happened in Mark.
Wait, hold on. This is a very important difference.
If you're saying, hold on a second, because there is a lawsuit. Okay. So he was deported as an American citizen. Okay, immigration authorities misidentified him and deported him. He was returned to the U.S. after 4 months. He was returned to the U.S. with the help of consular officials in Guatemala and advocacy efforts from his family. And he later sued the U.S. government, reference to his due process and immigration enforcement procedures. So this is almost the exact same case.
Do you understand that there's a very big difference between deporting? Also, there's a very big difference between deporting somebody to Guatemala. I let you finish. Why won't you let me finish? There's a very big difference between deporting somebody to Guatemala and then they come back, and deporting somebody to a torture prison in El Salvador, saying there's no shot in hell that we're going to bring them back, and then only bringing them back to facilitate a criminal charge for sex trafficking.
Is he back?
Yes, he's back. It was reluctant. The Trump Mark Short came back. Does that mean that it's not a big deal?
I'm just saying, is he back?
Yeah, so is Mark Short.
Yeah, so it's Mark Little's back too, right?
You're Mark Little, yeah.
Right. So one was a U.S. citizen, one wasn't. But yeah, they're both back. One was
two illegal deportations. One was to Guatemala, and another one was to a torture prison, right?
Oh, actually, they just dropped the dude on the fucking street, dude. He was wandering around the fucking desert.
Would you rather be on the street or in a torture prison?
Well, I don't think they tortured him.
They absolutely did.
Really?
Oh, really?
Did you not see all the footage of every second that he was in the jail?
Do you understand that we have
every second that he was in the jail?
Yeah, we have footage of every second that. Where did that footage come from? Where did that footage come from? They released every second that he was in the jail. From El Salvador.
They released all his footage. Yes, they released all his footage.
Where at? Where can I find that?
Google footage of Abrego Garcia in CCOT. He wasn't even in CCOT. They didn't even have 2 hours. Hold him in CCOT. They weren't even holding him in CCOT.
Yes, they were. We had footage of him being frog walked through CCOT. We had wait. How can you claim that we have footage of him in CCOT so he couldn't have been tortured, but he also was never in CCOT?
No, they had him in a separate prison. He was in a cell all by himself. He was held in a separate facility.
That's not true. Oh we literally we have footage. Do you guys realize that we have footage of him being frog walked through El Salvador and put into the thing because the White House filmed him being brought off of the plane on the day that the alien enemies were deported?
Okay, so you have footage. Hold on a second. You have footage. You have footage of him being walked off the plane?
Yes.
Okay, do you have footage of him going into CCOT?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. The White House released it. The White House released it.
Of him going into CCOT?
Yes, he's among the prisoners that they were walking into the cells, yes.
Okay, and where do you process people?
Why are we relitigating this shit?
I don't fucking know, dude.
I don't know.
You know what I want to talk about? I want to talk about
anything but this. Anything but this.
Yeah, no, you just
you want to talk about anything but this because we were torturing people in CCOT. The State Department found 2 separate years that people in El Salvador were being tortured in the prison. Okay, but you want to ignore that. You want to ignore that.
If you're funding Nazis right now, I have proof of Jon Stewart putting a medallion on a Nazi. You fucking bitch. That's in your government.
Menard.
In the Canadian government.
Menard.
This is hilarious.
Why did they need Minsk 2? You're saying that shooting down Minsk 2 started the war.
You mental illness. What did I say? Don't steal my argument. What was my?
You said
did
sending.
I say
You said
war, you
Joe
fucking
Biden
retard?
started. You said Joe Biden started the Russia-Ukraine war by sending Anthony Blinken down to shoot down Minsk II. But why would they need Minsk II if there was no warfare?
Because the Ukrainians were assaulting Donetsk and Luhansk, and the Minsk II agreement were giving them the Donetsk and Luhansk people their own independence. In doing so, Ukraine was extremely opposed to that. And they were murdering.
So Biden didn't start it, right?
Minsk II.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Donetsk and
Before we
Luhansk
move on. Before we move on, Joe Biden didn't start that, right?
So Joe Biden was the catalyst to actually shut down all Minsk II agreements. Anthony Blinken came personally.
But you said
in
Joe
Germany,
Biden
spoke to
started the
Zelensky.
war.
Can I finish what I said?
No, you said Joe Biden started the war.
Foreign affairs. Joe Biden is his foreign affairs with the help of Anthony Blinken and all his foreign affairs.
So how is shooting down a ceasefire starting a war?
Mental retard. Minsk II agreements is a ceasefire. Is that what it is? Minsk II agreement was a ceasefire. Is that what it is?
Yes, it was.
Yes. Donald Trump does not have effective dictatorial power. I agree, but do you think he wants it?
Do I think he wants it?
Yeah.
Let me think. I would say almost every president, if they could, would want that. Yes.
Do you think that Donald Trump has like a principled adherence to democracy?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's democratic to throw out the state's votes and give the election results to the vice president?
Do I think it's democratic?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so how does he have a principled adherence to democracy, but he pressured the vice president to do that?
Because the way you're wording it is incorrect, okay?
What am I misrepresenting?
Okay, can I finish my statement and you can respond?
Yeah, but I want you to answer that question and not a different thing.
Yeah, sure. So I gave this to you before. So the answer to your question simply is that you're asking him pressuring and basically giving it to the vice president.
Mm-hmm.
I answered it by saying that Trump and his team, they obviously pushed state officials to reject or alter the certification of election results. I already agreed to you this was an abuse of power, but I told you that political pressure, even if it was what did I say? Even if it was unethical, it isn't the same as using force to overthrow the government.
Yeah, you're stuck on you're stuck on the dictatorial lead. That's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm just talking about adherence to democracy as an ideology. If you're pressuring somebody to do that, you do not have an adherence to democracy as an ideology.
But neither does any other president.
Okay, so when Kamala Harris willingly gave up the reins whenever she lost the election and conceded, and then certified her own loss, how is that not a principled adherence to democracy?
Yeah, wait. I'm already agreeing. I agree with you that this example wasn't an adherence to democracy. But can I give you a counter argument? What about when Abraham Lincoln suspended the habeas corpus for the Civil War?
It doesn't. No. We're talking about ideological adherence here. Okay, we're not talking.
I'm just
about
giving you the
action.
argument.
Is there anything to say that Kamala Harris hasn't had a principled adherence to democracy?
As of right now?
As of in her entire life, as any
president.
evidence.
As president, I can't say as president. No, because she's not president.
If she had an aversion to democracy, do you think she would have certified her own loss in Congress?
Okay, I think that if I were to give you, I can maybe give you one for Kamala Harris as vice president, maybe one or two. You're asking if there wasn't an adherence to democracy. There was the partisan rhetoric, okay, while holding executive office. Okay, so some people argue that Harris, what was it? Hold up, wait, let me finish.
I'm letting you finish. I'm just rocking back in my chair.
You asked me. You asked me a question. So for her, I believe that people were arguing that Harris, they used partisan language in her official role. That basically blurs lines between governance and campaigning. It's common actually for politicians, but it's not a constitutional violation, right? Then there was the border. There was the border responsibility. So you're asking an adherence to democracy?
Wait, she fulfilled her obligation.
Hold on, no, Obsidian. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Okay. So we're looking at adherence to democracy as a concept. Political rhetoric does not display a disadherence to democracy as an ideology, nor does it hold a candle to the way that Donald Trump attacked our democracy.
Ken, can you give me every example of Trump attacking our democracy?
He was pressuring the vice president to throw out votes of the states in order to instate him as the president, and he was also pressuring the Department of Justice to send a letter that he was told by the former attorney general was lying in order for them to decertify their electors.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
A federal judge.
Do they not have jurisdiction?
Until it goes up.
Yeah, but then they get appealed.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Guys, I'm going to tell you like this. It does not fucking matter until it gets to the Supreme Court.
Wait, how? The district court is legally binding.
Because the federal judge blocked Trump with the Marines and the National Guard being used in Cali. It immediately went to the appeals, and they put a stay on it as they make a decision. Because it was a liberal, freaking Democrat-appointed judge, and all these Democrat-appointed judges are just immediately opposing Trump.
By the way, that law was absolutely
Republican
illegal.
Judges who are also standing up to Trump in the measure when it comes to his illegal immigration measures. The judge who did the ruling for Kilmer Abrego Garcia was a judge that was appointed by him during his first term.
Yeah, I know, and that's because of the withholding status and the fact that they were claiming he needs to be able to be here in his appeals to be able to say he's not part of MS-13.
Just for clarification, the law that Donald Trump cited to deploy the National Guard said that those commands need to go through the governor, right?
Nope.
No, it didn't say that?
No.
That would be
Title 10 does not say that.
Do you want to look up Title 10 section 12406?
Pull Title 10 up, Hall.
The quote is, I'll read the quote right now. The president may call into federal service members and units of the National Guard of any state in manners as he considers necessary to repel invasion, suppress rebellion, or execute those laws. This is where Donald Trump. Hold on. This is where Donald Trump cut off because he didn't want to cite the rest of it. Orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states, or in cases of the District of Columbia, through the commanding general of the National Guard of the District of Columbia. So there's a reason that he cut off. There's a reason he cut it off right in the middle of the statute. I thought that was really interesting.
And also, too, I just want to say this. I'm pretty sure we all here believe in there being...
The reason why it was cut off was it wasn't... Hold on, Drew. As the courts interpret that law, it's different from how it's read. I hope you guys can hear me. I know I got bars. But how it's
Can't hear you, buddy.
The governor does not need to give consent for the National Guard to be deployed. All right, how about now?
Yeah.
How about now? Is that better?
Better.
All right, so what the law states is through. It doesn't mean that how the courts interpret it is that the governor does not need consent. The governor needs to be notified. That's what the federal courts of the United States of America say.
Can you give me a case that says
Trump
that?
Didn't violate the law. And also,
wait, hold on. Can you give me a case that says that?
The BrennanCenter.org says that, but you can look it up yourself. I assure you, everything that I say.
Wait, why are you saying there are cases that ruled something that if you don't know the case?
Because that's what my research.
I think he meant from Mike an example when he was saying like case. So I think he meant like in the case of this situation, in the case of that situation. I think it was just a little.
Well, if he's saying federal judges ruled that this isn't how the statute applies, then I'd need a case to be able to fact check that.
That's how they interpret it. That's how they interpret it. The law is interpreted as the governor has to be notified. The governor does not need to give consent. That's what the law.
I need substantiation of that. Is there like any case that they ruled that in favor of, or? Because it's my understanding that the only time that the president can go over the governor's head in deploying the National Guard is in times of insurrection, and he'd need to declare the Insurrection Act in order to do that, and Donald Trump never did that.
It's up to Holman.
He would do.
And also, I would like to say that I could not find a case, and that's why this case is actually going to be going on.
Okay, yeah, right? that's kind of what I figured.
No case that actually outlines the determination of 10 U.S.C. 12406.
2 U.S. citizen children were sent on the mother's deportation flight to Honduras without the opportunity to speak with attorneys, leaving a 4-year-old boy with stage 4 cancer without access to his medication, according to the National Immigration Project. Gracie Willis, an attorney with the organization. That's just one example of the many that have been happening for the past 6 months.
Wait, they have enough money to go and
treat cancer, but they don't have enough money to go and get some basic citizenship?
No, they were U.S. citizens. They were U.S.-born citizens.
U.S. born by who? What was their parents? Were they?
That doesn't matter. The status of the parents does not matter once a person is born in the United States.
We acknowge that if you're spending money on cancer
law.
treatment, that's money you can't spend anywhere else, right? Like you need to pay that money in order to survive, and you can't pay it anywhere else.
Look,
they could have other use for that money if they have enough money.
So they should stop paying for their cancer treatments?
They should go have money to go and stay there to be able to go and live their lives.
Overpaying for their cancer treatments. Okay, do you think that it's a stable way to fix the country's border to perpetually have a state of national emergency so we can keep the border shut?
Yes, it is a good temporary fix while we
It's a temporary fix, thank you. So it's not a fix to the border, it's a band-aid solution.
Yes. It is a good temporary solution while we
so
actually get
what's Donald Trump's long-term solution? What's Donald Trump's long-term solution?
He is working actually on a bill right now.
Yeah.
That actually
all right. What bill? Where at? Can you show me anywhere? Can you show me anywhere that shows that he wants a new bill?
I'm pretty sure he is working on a bill.
He's not. By the way, he's not.
How do you know that?
Because he hasn't come out and said anything about it. There's never been any word about a border bill. So you just feel in your heart? You just feel in your heart that there's a border bill coming?
Yes, because I know him.
Okay.
He is more than likely working on something with the other Republicans in Congress.
You know him. Wait, hold on. You know him.
By the way,
you know him. Did he get a border bill passed in his first term?
I think he did actually.
No,
it was
he didn't.
something.
He didn't.
Okay, prove me wrong then. Bring it up.
Bring up what?
Because
the bill that he didn't pass.
It is possible for both parties to send their electors in case there is that sort of thing to go into thing. But what happened was, I feel, or not I feel, but like what the person on the newscast said was that the people themselves, they just like wrote themselves in when they shouldn't have.
So yeah, here's the.
Go ahead, sorry.
Here was the problem with the electors is that there is historical precedent for when there's like a outcome determinative recount going on that both parties can send electors in case the result getting overturned. That's what happened in 1960 in Hawaii. So that was the historical precedent for sending an alternative slate of electors, and that if that's what they wanted to do, then that's fine. That's completely allowed. The problem is that. Yeah, they were. Well, let me finish real quick. So the problem is that they were trying to submit their alternative slate of electors without the knowledge of the state or without the knowledge of the media, and then they tried to get Mike Pence to usurp the governor's power in certifying them by certifying them himself and then decertifying the ones that the state certified, in which that would make Donald Trump the president. So I know that some dude has been trying to talk, so go ahead.
Yeah, just really quickly. What do you call an equation that two mathematicians can't agree on?
Go ahead.
That's what you guys have been doing this entire time.
No.
You guys have just been going back and forth. You know, it goes both ways, like I said, and you can't agree on anything.
Well, yeah, because the text of the Electoral Count Act explicitly disallows what they were trying to do.
Because
that's
the
why.
other guy's stupid. Yeah, no, because you think the other guy's stupid.
I don't think he's stupid. I don't think he's stupid. I just I just know that I've read a lot about this and I can answer some of the questions that he's asking.
You're just smarter than him because you read a lot about this. Go on.
I'm not smarter than him. I've just read more.
I think that's very true. You read more. Please explain it.
I'm trying to explain, and then you tried to interrupt like 3 times to derail the entire conversation.
Because you're not understanding what I'm saying.
No, I think we understood what you were saying. I just think we don't agree.
Like what do you want to hear? Like, ask me a question that you don't think that I'm like meaningfully addressing about the Electoral Count Act or the 2020 stuff.
That it goes both sides, and you weren't even listening to the other guy's point.
What does it mean that it goes both sides?
It means that you are pointing one way, and the other guy's pointing another way, and you're just constantly disagreeing instead of meeting in the middle.
Okay, where was I wrong?
Exactly. You're smarter than the other guy, right? You don't want to
No,
listen to him.
you're asking me to
That's
meet in
exactly
the
what
middle
you're
on something
saying.
that you haven't proven me wrong on. Why would I meet in the middle if you haven't proven me wrong? That doesn't make any
I
fucking
haven't
sense.
proven you wrong. You're talking to Nicholas, not me.
Nick didn't prove
I
me
have a
wrong
question.
either, and I don't even know if he was trying to. He was just asking me questions.
I have a question and a comment, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think my comment is that when in arguments or in debate, settling on agreeing to disagree or meeting someone in the middle is illogical when you have a logical basis for your argument. If you believe in the claim that you're making, if you have a logical backing, if you believe your foundation is valid, then you should proceed with that argument even if you are facing pushback. Because ultimately what you are saying is, I believe this, I have reasons to believe this, and I'm presenting them as such.
Yeah, because
so when you're telling like the host to basically say, oh, I believe this, but I'm going to take a step back with my logical foundations just to appease someone else, it doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, essentially what you're asking me to do is you have someone who's saying Schmurder is bad, and then you have someone who's saying Schmurder is bad sometimes, and then you're saying, okay, well we can meet in the middle and say Schmurder is bad or is good like most of the time. It's like
I can literally argue about
that's not you're not getting to the heart of the actual like factual foundations. You're just trying to like circle jerk in the middle. That's not what I'm here to do.
No, we're not. Because there's two sides, and you're just like, hey, you don't want to listen to the other guy.
I am aware of that. If I didn't want to listen to the other guy, why would I have let him talk?
I thought I could. I literally talked for 30 seconds. You said
because you're just chastising me for not letting other people talk when I let him talk the whole time. I didn't interrupt that guy.
Yeah, but you're interrupting me because you know my point.
Yeah, because you're being a dumbass.
Okay, so that would right there automatically in my mind, common sense is telling me that there's a reasonable suspicion that this election could not be legit because you just said it.
We're running into the same problem, and this is why I asked my question is because you're not listening to my answers. This is the reason why I'm asking this question. This is why I'm asking this question. Stop. I'm going to mute you until you answer this question. Going to mute you until you answer this question. What is my problem with what Donald Trump did on January 6th?
Because you are losing this bad.
What is my problem with what happened on January 6th?
I'm not really sure what your problem is.
Okay, well then let me explain. The problem is that Donald Trump was appealing to the vice president to decertify state-certified election results and replace them with his fraudulently assembled electors, something that you conceded was unconstitutional. That's my problem. So stop going off on the recounts like I think that's a problem, or the audits like I think that's a problem, or the state investigators investigating it like I think that's a problem, because I think that's appropriate, and I think that's fine, and I think that's legal. We need to focus on what I think the problem was, and it was the plot to get Mike Pence to decertify electors.
You proved my point because you just said we changed the way we voted for the first time in a long time. I mean, we're talking hundreds of years because of the pandemic.
Do you think that means it's appropriate to put the election results in the hands of the vice president?
That means it needs to be quadruple investigated.
It was investigated. It was investigated. 62 lawsuits, audits all across the country. Every state investigator. It was investigated.
It was rushed.
It was rushed?
So it was rushed. You just proved my point. You just proved my point that there's reasonable suspicion that this election could have not been accurate because for the first time we changed it. So I'm going to give you an example.
That's why I support the lawsuits. I support the lawsuits. I support these state investigators. It's because you keep walking off of my point. It's because you keep walking off of my point. You're trying to pretend. No, you're trying to pretend like my problem was investigating the election. That's not my problem.
You proved all my points that there's a reasonable suspicion to a common sense man.
So this is why I've asked this question a billion times. I already told you this, so it should be super easy to answer this question. What was my problem with it? What was my problem with what happened in 2020? I already gave you the answer. I already gave you the answer, so it should be super easy for you to answer this. Do you know what my problem was in 2020?
I don't care what your problem is. Aren't you supposed to be
it's because you're a fucking retard who doesn't listen to what I say.
Oh, you're about to get
the conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election?
To the Roethlisberger phone call, did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you actually? Because he had like a team of lawyers with him. If he was going to do something illegal, I don't think he would do it around 20,000 lawyers, Renyold. Use
Noah,
common sense.
Eastman
please.
is the one that told him to break the Electoral Count Act. We've already had this conversation.
Again, and I don't want to have this conversation again.
Do you remember? Do you remember
fiction.
what you said
It's
about?
fiction.
Do you remember
It's
what?
in the air.
Do you
It
remember
doesn't
what you
mean
said about
anything.
Eastman in that
It's how you feel.
conversation? Do you recall what you said about Eastman in that conversation?
Yes, I do. I said I don't think he's a good constitutional lawyer, and I disagree with Trump on the
Okay,
premise.
so Donald Trump
that
is
he-
surrounding himself with a bunch of bad constitutional lawyers. That's why he was able to do something like that.
Okay,
Thank
a
you.
bunch of bad
Thank you.
constitutional lawyers.
Thank you.
That's just
Yes.
some-
Thank you.
But that's only one bad constitutional lawyer, and y'all. Then
Okay.
I don't believe he has. a job in
Okay,
the
do you
Trump
think
administration.
Sidney Powell was that great of a constitutional lawyer?
I'm not familiar with.
What about
Sidney
Rudy
Powell's work.
Giuliani? Do you
So
think Rudy Giuliani is a good constitutional lawyer?
I can't comment on things that I'm not.
What about
familiar
Kenneth
with, y'all.
Chesborough?
I can't comment on things I'm not familiar with.
Okay, so all of these people are fucking terrible constitutional lawyers. And yes, he was surrounding himself with
Okay.
terrible constitutional
All right,
lawyers. Yes.
y'all. Rudy Giuliani with a proven history in New York. Oh, all right.
Yeah, Rudy
Okay.
Giuliani, the person who said in court, I
I bet
did
he's a
defame.
better lawyer than you, though,
Yeah,
y'all.
maybe. The person who, by the way, Rudy Giuliani said in court, yes, I did defame, or I did say these statements about Ruby Freeman, but it was my First
Now
Amendment
we're
right
getting
to
off
defame
topic.
her.
We are getting completely off topic. We're
Do you
so
think
far
a
down the
good
road.
Do you think a good constitutional lawyer would say something like that, Noah?
We are so far off the road.
Noah, do you think a
y'all.
good constitutional lawyer would say something like it's my First Amendment right to lie about the plaintiff in a defamation case?
I believe that it's a person's First Amendment right to speak freely, and I believe
What about
that
to defame?
And I believe that the fake news media has you in such a grip hold
The fake
that
news
you
courts
can no
too?
longer get out of it. That's insane, when
The
y'all.
fake news courts that Rudy Giuliani went through, the fake news statement that Rudy Giuliani gave to the court, those kind of that kind of fake news about constitutional
where
law.
in the Constitution does it say that illegal foreigners who come into this country, especially who are threats to this country, are
guess what?
supposed to get
Nowhere, buddy.
citizenship from this country?
Nowhere. The people, the
Do you
mothers
think that
coming
we
in.
should not
The mothers
denaturalize?
coming in. No, we shouldn't denaturalize the children because it's outlined in the Constitution, bud.
And those are the people who take the pupils to Mexico.
So you're not saying that Donald Trump isn't a threat to the Constitution. You're just saying he is a threat to the Constitution, but the Constitution sucks.
No, what I'm saying
Yes,
is that
because you're saying that the president
illegal
can just ignore the
foreigners-
Constitution.
illegal foreigners,
You're saying that the
Right.
president can just ignore the Constitution right now.
illegal foreigners, especially who are T's, should not be able to just get citizenship for no reason.
Okay. Can Donald Trump just denaturalize these people even though they are naturalized within the 14th Amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Should
So why shouldn't
Should
he be able to violate all of the other 26 amendments?
Well, because I just gave you a specific case, right, to where there's a person who's a T.
You realize that law
that
means nothing.
his kids were born
Law
here.
means nothing when you start making exceptions like that. If Donald Trump can violate the 14th Amendment, he can violate the 13th, 12th, 11th, 2nd, 1st, all of them. An amendment, the Constitution means nothing if we do not enforce it, period. If something is outlined in the Constitution and the president just doesn't like it, so he doesn't follow it, he can do the same exact thing for every other amendment.
Once again, we
Once
have
again, you're just gonna
people
walk
that
off
are
of that.
T's. These are people that are T's that cheated their way into the system. I don't know how, but his daughters were born here, and we should just accept them.
That's outlined in the Constitution, yes.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Okay,
that's
now
you know what?
here's the
That's pretty
question.
radical.
No, what's radical is you saying that the president can just ignore the Constitution. That's what's radical, and it's anti-American.
Yes,
and that's
if
why the
there's
Constitution
people
is
who
under
cheated
threat.
the system-
That's why the Constitution is under threat. Is because
If
people
there's
like you
people
are
who have
giving the
cheated the
president
system-
pass to just violate laws because you want a king. You
If
don't want a
there's
president.
people who
You don't like
cheated
the
the
founding
system,
fathers.
yes.
It's fine. You don't like the country. You don't like the founding fathers. You don't like.
Yes, if
you
there's
don't like.
people who cheated
you
the
don't like
system,
democracy.
yes.
It's fine. You just don't like
No,
rule
I
of
don't
law.
like democracy. Nowhere in the Constitution is the word democracy because
can
it isn't.
you define what a democracy is?
Yes, it's a democracy is basically who votes for the representatives. We're a constitutional
Oh wait, hold on.
democracy,
Do
which
we
is
not
totally
vote for
different.
representatives?
We vote for representatives, so we
Oh,
don't
okay,
vote
so we're a
direct. Like
democracy. I'm
Mexico
glad
is a
we agree.
complete
I'm glad we
no,
agree.
it isn't.
You
It's
listen.
a
I just need you.
constitutional
I just
democracy.
need you.
We vote for
Oh, okay.
representatives.
Sorry, it's a constitutional democracy. You're not even getting your terms right.
It is.
Yeah, it is. Do you know what's in the term constitutional democracy?
Yes. Well,
Democracy.
it's not a direct democracy like you would like.
I didn't
it's not
say
the
direct
majority who
democracy.
wins.
Did I ever say direct democracy?
No, you said democracy.
Oh, okay, interesting.
That
and
leaves
you
out the
agree
other
that it's
term.
a democracy. We agree. So now the
No,
question is
they're
why
not
do you think
the
that the
same.
president could just
Mexico's a
ignore the law?
democracy.
Why do you think that the
Mexico's
president can
a
just ignore the
democracy.
law? Why do you think that the president can just ignore
Because
the
if
law?
we have T's, right? Well, if we have T's like the subject that I just put in front of you.
Do you agree that
and
that if the president violates one law, that gives him reason to violate another law? Because the law loses its...
What law is he violating if we're getting rid of T's and people who cheated the system?
The 14th Amendment. You already agreed that he's violating the 14th Amendment. You already violated... You already agreed that he's violating the 14th Amendment.
That people cheated the system to
Okay,
get. So
do you
there's
agree
women
that if you
who pay money.
if you violate the Constitution, it nullifies the Constitution? Do you agree?
Well, if you try to get citizenship through
are you ever going
means,
to
like
are you ever going to answer a
illegally,
question?
Challenging the results of the election of 2015. Also, Hillary came out and said that it was rigged an election and I should have won.
Yeah, that doesn't
So
matter. I don't
you
give a
have
fuck
to
about.
grant that.
I don't give a fuck about challenging the
It
results of the
totally
election.
matters.
No,
if you're
I
going to
don't
hold one group,
care.
if you're
I
going to
don't-
hold group of certain standards, you
no,
got to
no,
hold yourself
I'm holding
to
the
a
same
standard.
standard. I don't care about questioning the election. I never cared about that. That's why the 1960 electors, we're okay. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to challenge the election. You're not allowed to lie about it. You're not allowed to break the Electoral Count Act to challenge the election. You're not allowed to say that the vice president has power that he doesn't have in order to challenge the election. If Donald Trump just said, like, hey, I think that the election was stolen, and then when his attorney general came up and said, hey, this thing that you're saying is not true, and he was like, oh, okay, oops, my bad. I wouldn't care. I wouldn't give a fuck about that at all then.
But you're bringing it up, though. You got to bring it
that's
up on
not
the
what
other
Trump
side
did.
too, because it's not Trump did what? Not
Trump-
do what the
Trump-
Democrats did.
Trump was lying about his election fraud claims. That's the difference.
And there's evidence he was lying because the people around him were telling him that what he was saying was not true.
Well, not only that, there's also
definitely
reporting
election interference.
No, there wasn't. There's also reporting
prove it
of
to
the
you.
people. I'd love to see you try. There's reporting of the people around him where he was watching Sidney Powell on Tucker Carlson's show, and then the general consensus is that Tucker Carlson absolutely annihilated her claims of election fraud, and then he leaned over to his advisor and he was like, "This girl's crazy." And then, like, a couple weeks later, he went on to repeat the same exact claim. Because the means don't justify the ends here. Robbing people of their due process rights isn't justified because you're getting them out.
It 100% justifies. It justifies. You're trying to get people.
Why?
Because we need those wages. The only way
we should illegally deport people to bring people's wages up, which hasn't been demonstrated to happen. Like, you understand that going out to work on a farm as an American citizen is not going to pay as much as a service sector job, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Tried to root up democracy. What do you? Oh, are you talking about January 6th and all that?
Well, no, I want to stick on this. So why is robbing people of their rights appropriate here?
Like I said, economically, my friend.
Okay, but you acknowledged also that it'd be bad for the economy for these corporations to go under. It's actually not really helping the American citizen because these aren't jobs that they want to be working. Like, there's no U.S. citizen that yearns for low-level manufacturing jobs or yearns for working out on the farm. That's not something that Americans really yearn for.
But the only reason there isn't, why is there a reason that there's not? Because
they wouldn't do it for minimum wage either.
Oh my God, brother! Because these jobs pay so little that it's not a competitive market.
They wouldn't if you're getting paid the same between a service sector job and a farm, like a labor intensive farm job. You're going to go to the service sector because it's easier. It's easier work, and that's what American citizens do because they can.
This is Clay Higgins was interviewing with Tucker Carlson, brought him confidential, well, not confidential, but he brought him a report. Tucker Carlson shows the report and they start discussing the report. And
who was the
Clay
report
Higgins.
done by?
Clay Higgins. Wait, let me look into that.
Was there any like legal authority by which Clay Higgins made this report? Or was
Yeah,
he
I
just
think
like
he
writing stuff?
was a congressional committee hearing.
Why would one senator write the findings of a committee hearing?
Give me a second. Let me see if I can find this.
Yeah, take your time. What the fuck is happening?
Questioning using his information for a committee hearing.
What is
I think he was questioning. I think it was the federal director of FBI. I forget. Here, I can look into this.
Yeah, just send me the link and I'll look into it myself, dog.
Oh, you want it on Discord? No, no.
You can send it wherever you want, dog.
Yeah, here, I sent it to your viewers. The problem is the Discord chat for some reason is like, is it loading for you? I'll send it on general.
Where are you trying to send it?
I'm sending in our Discord debate, but because you're locked, I can't send anything there.
Oh yeah. Okay. Do you want to watch? Do you want to watch this? Like you? Okay. I'm gonna deafen while I watch this. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna assume that's okay. How was your day, Poobah? Not too great. That's okay though. Wait, why is it not? What? Wait, why is it muted? Hello?
Play a clip of that for the folks at home. Joining me now, Louisiana Congressman Clay Higgins. Congressman, Merry Christmas. Glad to see you. You recently grilled FBI Director Christopher Wray regarding the FBI's role on January 6th. Let's play a clip of that for the folks at home.
A year later, we the people still do not have a definitive answer from you or anyone else in the Biden administration regarding the FBI presence and participation. Can you confirm that the FBI had that sort of engagement with your own agents embedded into the crowd on January 6th?
If you are asking whether the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources and/or agents, the answer is emphatically
You're saying no?
No.
In my opinion, it appears the FBI, Congressman, as it targets one political party, targets whole religions, has turned into a quasi-secret police force targeting Americans rather than defending us. How do you see it?
Yeah, very similar from my perspective, sir. The FBI was not only involved in the actions on January 6th from within. They had, I suspect, over 200 agents embedded within the crowd, including agents, or as they would call human assets, inside the Capitol, dressed as Trump supporters, before the doors were opened. Beyond that, the FBI had embedded themselves and infiltrated online chat groups and websites and social media accounts across the country with any group that was discussing.
Wait, so real quick, just to be clear, the only evidence that this guy has is him trying to grill the director of the FBI and then getting shut down immediately under oath. And now he's just speculating on what he thinks happened. What?
And the FBI, effectively infiltrated those groups. And when you track the text threads and the communications within those groups and find the origins of suggestions of potential violence or an active occupation of the Capitol on January 6th, you'll find that those messages were led by members of the groups that ended up to be the FBI agents that had infiltrated the group. So the FBI's involvement was deep, not just on J6, but on the days and weeks and months prior.
And of course, the video that's just recently been released also showing the Capitol Police welcoming in people into the Capitol, not trying to keep them out as we were led to believe initially, undermining this whole insurrection narrative. Congressman, we're also now learning through new court documents, Special Inquisitor Jack Smith demanded a list of Twitter users that liked or retweeted social media posts from President Trump. Congressman, as the Democrats have largely abandoned the Constitution, and with the corruption that we've all witnessed at FBI and DOJ, it doesn't take much imagination to see socialists in the Democrat Party using a list like that for government threats, government intimidation, and government coercion. Can Republicans...
Okay. Oh, oops. Okay, can you tell me what that was supposed to prove?
Supposed to prove that the representatives that are actually watchdogs over these committee hearings over the January 6th protesters are finding new evidences that prove that there are more FBI agents that you colluded or alluded to earlier.
So just to be clear, he did not provide any evidence of that. He said he suspected that there were more, and the only clip of deposition that we got was him getting unequivocally shut down by the FBI director.
You say he doesn't actually present any evidence. In the Tucker Carlson interview, he presented multiple videos he brought.
Why didn't you cite that?
He presented multiple videos he brought to Carlson where there was actual, you could see that people were guiding people into certain rooms, and police officers were walking people.
So you're walking, by the way, you're walking all the way back on the FBI thing. You just made that the fuck up. Or you're just listening to a congressperson make it the fuck up, right?
What? How did I make it up now?
You didn't provide any evidence of that. You didn't provide any evidence at all.
Yeah, because this is still under investigation, but the actual people that are investigating are telling you we're finding new problems in our investigation.
You
so
just conceded to me.
You just hey, let me finish, please. This is all gonna be all out in the clear. Like, I'm surprised you don't know about these reports. Of course, just because the mainstream media doesn't report on it doesn't mean it's not true, my brother.
Just to be clear,
I know you're
an
idiot. I know you're an idiot and you rely on your sources, but that doesn't mean that it's not true.
Just to be clear, you just conceded to me that you do not have any evidence. So,
No,
good job, good try. I appreciate it.
I didn't concede to you at all.
You said, yeah. I said, to be clear, you have no evidence. And you said, yeah, because it's all still being investigated. Okay.
I said there is video evidence, and if you want the reports, these reports are going to be much clearer in the very near future. It's just that these
there's
actual
no evidence
stories
right
take
now,
time.
Right? There's no
What do
evidence.
you mean
Right now.
there's video of people and agents walking people into certain rooms, police officers walking people into certain rooms. There is evidence. What are you talking about? How did I never claim that there is evidence? I said that
You haven't shown any evidence.
Video proof. He has video proof. Okay, you have to watch the whole Tucker Carlson interview. That's like a 40-minute interview.
The Tucker Carlson interview does not prove FBI insiders at the Capitol.
Okay. But there is proof. No, but see how you're a liar? I didn't actually walk back my claim. I actually did say that there was evidence. It was video proof. You just don't like it.
There's no video proof of FBI agents being undercover at January 6th.
There's video proof of actual people dressed up in like civilian clothing, guiding people to go to pointing out which room is what. And then there's also footage of people that were already in the room, and then they stand up and act like they were part of the protesters.
Okay. There's people in civilian clothing pointing out what rooms in the Capitol are what. Does that prove that they're a part of the FBI?
Yeah, because they were next to the police officers, so that means they were part of this.
So that proves that they're part of the FBI?
Yeah, because this was before the breaking in. They were inside the Capitol before breaking into the Capitol.
Are you like mentally challenged? Am I being ableist right now? Like, are you like all there?
So the video footage I'm telling you was of people that were inside the Capitol even before Like you can see the same civilian clothing of people next to police officers inside the Capitol before. Like that's what Clay Higgins showed.
Yes, after they had broken the window and crawled in. I know
No,
exactly
no,
what
no.
video you're talking about. You realize that, right?
He brought footage before the
Dude,
doors were open.
You are. I don't even know. I don't even know.
Are you okay? Why are you screaming? Like why are you screaming out? Like what's
I'm not
happening?
screaming at all. To be
No, you're not screaming.
you
Like
just don't know.
You're
You
squeamish.
don't.
You're getting
just don't know
squeamish
anything.
though. Like you're getting a little bit stressed.
I'm not getting squeamish. You just.
Yeah,
I
you're
just asked.
calling- you're giving
I
me
just
ad
asked for
homs and
evidence, and you
you're calling
provided me a
mentally
Newsmax clip.
You're calling me mentally challenged.
No,
and-
I didn't call you mentally challenged. I was just wondering if you were, so I wasn't being ableist.
No, I'm not an ableist.
No, I was wondering
No,
if you were
I'm not
mentally
an
challenged
ableist.
because I didn't want to be ableist.
Okay, there's no actual. Okay, I'm not mentally challenged. So what now?
Okay, I was just making sure.
Okay, so you weren't actually being condescending and being
No,
disgusting.
I would never.
Okay. Okay, so now that you have you've been presented this new evidence, that means you were arguing out of ignorance.
You didn't
earlier.
provide me any
Now,
evidence. You provided me a
position
Newsmax
now?
clip.
Are you going to still hold a position that there were no FBI agents, or are you just going to keep holding that position?
Until I'm presented with evidence, then yeah. But to be clear, I never said
By
that there
the
was
way,
no.
the evidence I presented to you says that the Democratic, there were the
You
actual
didn't provide
FBI
evidence.
agents.
You provided a
eluded from the
Newsmax
higher-
clip.
No. I also sent you another link of an article, Daily Signal, which also did use this clip to kind of, but also extended upon it. It
No,
said
you didn't.
factions. Yeah, I sent you.
Oh, yes, you did. Sorry.
an article.
Okay, give me 1 second.
And it said also that in the Daily Signal, it said here, for example, that it says a complex web of FBI assets and the
Dude.
faction within the FBI and within our intelligence services
Oh my
that would
dude,
coordinate.
you
Listen,
realize?
Let me finish.
No, stop. You realize that the article you posted to me from the Daily Signal is referencing the Newsmax article that you just sent me. You just sent me a Newsmax clip and then an article referencing the Newsmax clip.
I know, but this is going to become mainstream knowledge very soon. So just because it's not being reported on mainstream media doesn't mean it's not true, my brother. You have to actually dive into this. The video exists.
It was definitely not illegal, but something definitely happened in the mix of it.
Okay, if it was not illegal, why did the Trump administration's lawyer concede that it was an administrative error?
Well, the Aliens Enemy Act does.
Kilmar Brego Garcia was not deported under the Alien Enemies Act.
Well, technically, every single one of them is.
Well, technically, that's not true. That's not what he was deported under.
Is grass green?
Yes.
There you go. Can't believe you liberals are
wait,
still...
hold on. No.
Okay,
Kilmar Brego Garcia was not deported under the Alien Enemies Act. The Alien Enemies Act only pertains to Venezuelans who are part of Tren de Aragua.
That is not a true fact. Now
That
you're
is a
talking
true
out of your
fact.
ass. That is not. Okay, so
do you want to read the executive order?
My dad's in the FBI. No matter what gang you are from, no matter if it's from Mexico, Venezuela, Brazil, Argentina, any South American country that is considered a cartel or a gang or a drug moving cartel, you are allowed to be deported.
Yes, not under the Alien Enemies Act.
Yes, you are.
All right, let's look it up. 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 Let's look it up.
I have it in writing right here.
No, I'm sure you wrote it down, okay? I'm not disputing that you wrote it down. You are wrong.
So, how am I wrong, though?
Let's read it. This is from Donald
Alien
Trump's...
Enemies Act
I'm
of
going to...
1798.
Stop. This is from Donald Trump's invocation of the Alien Enemies Act regarding the invasion of the United States by Tren de Aragua. That's the name of the executive order. It was filed on March 15th, 2025. Okay? He says, I find and declare that TDA is perpetrating, attempting, and threatening an invasion or predatory incursion against the territory of the United States. I direct the Attorney General within 60 days of this proclamation to prepare and publish a letter under signature declaring the policy described in Section 1 of this proclamation as the policy of the United States. What that says is, I proclaim that all Venezuelan citizens 14 years of age or older who are members of TDA are within the United States and are not actually naturalized or lawful permanent residents of the United States are liable to be apprehended, restrained, secured and removed as alien enemies. It only covers Venezuelans who are a part of Tren de Aragua.
Oh, I'm reading the Alien Enemies Act.
The Alien Enemies Act has to be invoked.
Under this law, the president could authorize the arrest, relocation, deportation
Yes,
of anyone,
yes.
man, male, over the age of
Austin,
14.
he didn't. It has to be invoked. You have to invoke the Alien Enemies Act in order to deport people. Donald Trump only invoked it for Venezuelans, a part of Tren de Aragua.
Do you know what Tren de Agua stands for?
What Tren de Aragua stands for? Like,
Yeah,
what it
do you know
means?
do you know anything about the gang itself, or
No.
then why are you so worried? Like,
I'm sorry, you're just not. The problem is that you're not listening when I'm talking. You're trying. Stop. You're not listening when I'm talking. That's the problem. I've said again and again and again. I don't give a fuck if you return Kilmar Abrego Garcia and keep him detained and then get rid of him after. I don't give a fuck. Okay. I care about the president following the law, and that's something that Republicans don't care about.
The law?
The law.
So one mishap happens, and it's all of a sudden
No,
the
it's
biggest
one
problem.
mishap happens, and you can't even concede that it was illegal, even though the fucking
said I was
White
gonna
House
agree with
conceded it was illegal.
I just said I'm just gonna agree with you. So like you can just have your moment in your little head of yours. I guess. I mean that's fine.
I don't want to have my moment. I want you to hold your fucking leaders accountable and not be a part of a cult, okay?
I already said I'm not a part of a cult. Actually, a cult is.
You
if
are.
You actually look at the meeting. It's a group of people that if you do not like their opinions or their actions or their thoughts or who they voted for, then you stop loving them and caring for them. That's what the liberals have done. I don't care.
That's not what a cult is. I mean, the main problem that I'm running into, this is a problem that I run into with a lot of Trump supporters. I encourage you not to take this personally, because this is just the fact of the matter. It just feels like a lot of people, when it comes to politics, that of people that don't really affect them, whenever they're like, you know, kind of invisible, so you don't have to really consider them in any sort of moral sense. It's really easy to come out and make a politically advantageous condemnation without actually changing any of your behavior or actually changing any of your thought processes in regard to it. Like, I think that when our current president sent 300 people to a torture camp and then is refusing to bring them back, and has an agreement to keep them there, and we're paying to do it, and it's with an agreement with another guy who actually is doing the same exact thing, robbing people of their due process rights due to an allegation that they're in a gang in order to confine them and torture them. That's what Bukele is doing in El Salvador as well. It's really, really easy to say, oh, I condemn that, and then just move on. That kind of condemnation means absolutely nothing to me. There needs to be some sort of action change to actually keep in mind the gravity of this kind of situation. Snoop a little. I have to see. We're gonna check it out real quick. Hold on.
Lying all the time. I'm like, bro, I'm not. Like, these guys are just very arrogant when it comes to their worldview.
I don't think it would have done anything still.
Actually, true. Actually.
I'm trying to think. Is there anything now
Stupid game anymore?
That
Oh wait, is he
like,
just now moving on?
maybe
Oh,
should
no,
have brought
never
that
mind.
up at a particular point?
No, my main goal was just to really hold him to the tweet and the mind state or the mindset that someone would have to make that tweet, and I think that I did that semi-successfully. Whenever somebody, you know, gets upset that I'm holding their feet to the fire on something, I know that I'm doing a good job. So, based.
Okay. So I don't necessarily disagree with the overall point of that being anti-Semitic. Like, it's an anti-Semitic thing to do, and if he believed it, then yeah, then that makes him. Well, that doesn't necessarily make him believing.
He almost
one
conceded
tweet,
the whole
That doesn't
point.
make him anti-Semitic. That just shows.
He almost conceded the whole point. He was like, "Oh shit, wait, that was the whole argument." Okay, I'm gonna go pee, and then we're gonna go on TikTok.